Let's see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Play-ins 1. This is a qualification tournament to reach the ESL Mobile Challenge Series. I'm Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me is Judo Sloth to take us through this, as well as Harry Lethal will be joining us for the next matchup. But let's start things off, Judo. Let's get straight into it. Town Hall 14's about. We've been watching the ladder play throughout. A lot of people have been trying different tactics throughout it, figuring out what the meta currently is.
They certainly have. First of all, it is great to be here. Great to cast alongside you again, my friend. It was Town Hall 13 when we last casted together. So now that Town Hall 14 has hit, the meta has certainly shifted. Like you said, we've seen a lot of top-level play. The ladder certainly moving about. Lots of teams not even qualifying. And I'm excited to see what happens today when it all matters, when they are trying to progress to the challenge. But I think first what we should do is take a little bit of a look at the format of this tournament.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
And what that doesn't hit home is the fact that $45,000 awaits them in that ESL Mobile Challenge. That's what they're all playing into to get their Judo. But it is a long journey, no doubt about it, because the ladder play has been pretty brutal for some teams.
It certainly has. There are so many top-level teams that have not qualified, and it really came down to the last week. We were looking at the scoreboard as things were going through. I was watching the recap from yourself and Banks, and it completely changed in the last week. The results were mind-blowing, and I'm just shocked as to the quality of the tournament. But I think we should take a quick look at the bracket and the 8 teams that did qualify into this. MCES won the ladder play. They have moved forward. So this is 2nd through 9th, D-Man.
And as you can see, the first rounds have already happened, and I think maybe a surprise in there. I don't know. I think the biggest match for me was certainly Tribe versus Dark Unicorns. And as you can see, Tribe came out on top of that. Alternate Atax, the current world champions, was going through. I was not too surprised by that. It is simply seeded off the ladder. So obviously it was 2nd versus 9th, 3rd versus 8th, etc., etc. That means we get to this. It is a double elimination bracket. The lower bracket is where we're going to be starting the show off today. We're going to be covering every single game from now on in. So starting off, we'll be going into Aphelion Esports versus Rest, and that will be our first match. But before we get started and get down to the nitty-gritty, we're going to jump to a break, and when we come back, we'll break down exactly how this is going to play out.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. Ladder 1 has been concluded, and it is play-ins time. That means teams 2nd through to 9th will be playing out in this cup through a double elimination format. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me is Judo Sloth. And Judo, I'm just going to get straight down to it. We want to hear from one of these players because it has been a brutal time, no doubt about it. Underdogs were one of the teams that fell victim to the ladder. And in the last day was Wednesday, the 5th of May. That's when the last time everybody could play. Unfortunately for them, they got spun out in this tournament structured to see who they're going to face. They got alternate ATAX on the Wednesday. One of the last teams are like, oh no, we've got the world champions. You know, they needed ELO. They were gripping onto the ladder and they lost to alternate ATAX. And they went again. We can get a win, guys. We can get in there. Then they came against Silver members, and that was a big hit for their ELO, and they went tumbling. Let's hear from the underdogs to see how it went.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, I am Megat and I am the team captain of Underdogs.
So what do you consider your team's biggest advantage during this tournament?
I think our biggest advantage is that we are playing a lot of strategies different, and we made a lot of matches to test the meta and to become better in the meta.
Well, if you had to choose one team that you would consider to be your rival in the ESL Mobile Open, who would you choose and why?
Rival. I think we have a lot of rivals. I think we matched MCES 2 times, and the first time we lost, but the second time we could win, and it was a great match. And yes, I think it's really great to play against teams like them.
So Underdogs are performing really well at the moment. So what are your expectations for this tournament?
I think the top 5 is possible for us, and we will see.
Well, you've played 36 wars, right? And you only have 10 losses, okay? So Are you playing as many wars as possible to test yourself in the new meta?
Yes, that's right. We made a lot of matches just to see, the new meta and to see what our opponents are playing. So.
And is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who are supporting you during the ESL Mobile Open?
A big shout out to our fans, and thank you for supporting us.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And Judo, it just goes to show, you know, they did that interview, they were on 36 games, they ended on 39 games. 3 games later, they've tumbled from 5th down to 14th, and they're out of the play-ins. It's disastrous, but that's just how hard and how strong the EMEA is right now.
Yeah, the region is incredible. I was shocked at the names of some of the clans that did not manage to make it through. We had One Hive in there, Penta, Zepto, Badzinger. The list goes on and on of the teams that did not make it. It really just shows the caliber of the clans you are about to see today. And we kind of have 2 different mindsets, I feel, from the first 2 clans. We have Aphelion Esports coming up against Rest. And we did just hear from Underdogs there how they tried to play a lot of matches. And ultimately, Aphelion have played nearly twice the amount of matches as Rest in the ladder.
Yeah, they're one of the teams that we covered through the recaps. They got spun out against MCES and alternate ATAX all in week 1 and actually had very successful results against them, you know, coming out on top in some of those games. But then they had a tumble. You know, there was one point they were down 26th, I think, in the ladder, but they actually managed to climb up there and finish in 9th on the ladder. So they were one of the teams that literally crept in the last moment. As you say, what, 38 games they've had in total. So certainly stacking out the games, and in comparison rest with just 20 games overall. They really definitely stacked it out there. But now, we alluded to it there with Maggot from Nolex, talking about it. We had One Hive on last week as well on the recap show, talking about the meta, just talking about how it's shifting as the ladder's been progressing, people trying to figure out the best method for pets, what way you can do it. Is the Queen Walk still there? Is it still Lalo? Like, what are we going with right now? Because One Hive actually seemed to allude that they felt the meta was more ground-based these days.
Yeah, I think in terms of the pets, in my opinion, they are definitely more slanted towards the ground. So it's really difficult to get your air attacks to work when you have so many ground-focused pets. The owl, on the other hand, you can only really use to its greatest effectiveness in an air attack. You've got to be careful with a ground attack. So there are pros and cons, and we are going to be diving straight into this matchup after our break.
Ready for it.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is play-ins time for Clash of Clan. It's time to see which two teams today will be progressing to the ESL Mobile Challenge that will be happening later on in the year. MCES, the top ladder team, are already there. Who'll be joining them? Judo, it is going to be a brutal day for sure because there are very evenly matched teams here.
The quality is stacked. We've already mentioned the teams that didn't qualify. I feel we haven't really touched upon the teams that did qualify, that triumphed into today's play-ins. And let's get straight into it. Aphelion Esports versus Rest. And it is Sammy of Aphelion Esports starting off with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash style attack, the new variant of P.E.K.K.A. Smash using the Super Wizards. And this came from the Chinese community, very proficient with this. Let's see if he can get it done.
Quite see what's going on the right-hand side. We do have an overlay there, but there we go. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure there's a balloon out there. I'm waiting for it to come over towards the Archer Tower. We finally get to see it come in. You can hear the Inferno. It's killing something. I'm pretty sure it's a witch that's over there. There's the Queen as well. So, gonna guess the Unicorn? Yes, okay, healing Unicorn. It's guess the pet, but now we can see it exactly what's coming in. This is something that obviously has been around there. Obviously, we're talking about the fact that it does get backed up. It does mean the Yak almost certainly would be paired with the King. I can see it down the bottom there. And of course, the Electro Owl with the Grand Warden. And good old Lassie, who very rarely gets an appearance, unfortunately, will be with the Royal Champion.
Yeah, I feel the Lassie is definitely best paired with the Royal Champion. Lassie can keep up with her and just tends to stay close to the Royal Champion. For me, it's all about the King and the Queen and which pet you use for that. But Sammy is successfully getting through the Clan Castle troops here, already taken down the Royal Champion and trying to get towards the Eagle Artillery. As the Queen steps down, we now have the Grand Warden, and as soon as the Eagle goes down, we will probably see the P.E.K.K.A. moving in from the 6 o'clock area. There it is, with the log launcher, aiming to go all of the way through to the Town Hall, and just saving onto the Royal Champion to make sure that that Town Hall will indeed go down.
Scatter shot picked off. Tesla looks like he's going to follow, and you can see just that log roller will just wreck down those walls. Multi-Inferno over on the left-hand side. He popped out there. Should just be able to roll on through. Using the quick freeze on the Town Hall just to make sure they can get in there fairly untouched. The crossbow doing some serious work on the back there, but you can see that's just being countered by all the healing that will come through. Meanwhile, good funnel being created down this south side. The King pushing on down. The King very low, actually. He's going to get dropped down the side there. The Yak's going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, a little bit late on the deployment of the balloons moving through, did lose a healer, but it's worked out okay, especially since we do have the Unicorn. Down goes another healer, but there's not a lot of base left, trying to sneak that minion in towards the scatter shot, because that is the major defense that is left. We've only got 20 seconds, and I can't quite see if there's an opening behind the Archer Tower, but I'm not sure if there's going to be time anyway, D-Man, as everything's slowly going down here. It's a high percentage, but it's just going to fall short of the 3 stars, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that scatter shot survives. He was on that earlier. I was going to mention the scatter shot earlier, the fact he was getting good value for it when the Queen was there. And again, the scatter shot being the last thing remaining. So only a 2-star start, unfortunately. And we'll see how that impacts. And it's great to see, obviously, different variations. Obviously, you were talking about the fact that the ground is impacted purely by the fact that the pets are there now, and you know that they are ground-based. There is the Electro Owl, but that's not going to tank anything. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get the pets assigned correctly based on the strategy, I feel. For me, it's more about the King and Queen. I either use the Yak or the Unicorn. In my opinion, they are the best 2 pets. The Royal Champion kind of pairs nicely with Lassie, and the Electro Owl pairs nicely with the Grand Warden. So I would foresee that that will be the main pet combinations that we have. But it is Rest now using a very similar strategy, but with the Yeti Blimp method to start us off. So Yeti's inside the Battle Blimp to try and lure the Clan Castle and take part of the base.
Straight around the blind spot of the Eagle, so that's been picked off already. Does manage to get the tower down as well. Meanwhile, up on the north side, you can see the Teslas doing the damage. A couple of balloons there, but they have been picked off. The Queens with the Unicorns once again getting pummeled by the scatter at the moment. Is going to be able to take down the Lava Hound and all the pops that come with it. Baby Dragon come out in the top side. That's just going to get one tower down, but the archers will deal with that. We'll see now as the Queen starts to move into the base.
Yeah, I really like that Baby Dragon to the left, actually, because you can foresee here how with the Super Wall Breaker opening up that access, the Queen can walk through the Expo around towards the Town Hall, and that will strip apart the entire northern area of the base, waiting to then just send the P.E.K.K.A. in from... looks like the southwest side, but it's interesting. I'm trying to see what's happening down at the south there, because we have had a Super Wall Breaker being used. Probably just sending the King and the Royal Champion in down there.
Down there at the moment, I'll keep an eye on the Queen pushing through. Popping a Rage, going to try and keep on going as well. Now we get a couple of P.E.K.K.A.s over on the left-hand side as well. They're going to take down the cannons as well to finish that off. And now we can see, yes, the King Yak is down there on the south side of the map. It's going to start to funnel his way around as the P.E.K.K.A.s make it through the wall.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move, actually. The foresight to be able to send the King into that most southern compartment. And with all of that down, it means that the P.E.K.K.A. in the center can be guided through the center of the base towards that multi-target Inferno and up over. It's not quite going to plan here. A late deployment of the Royal Champion, the King already down. Now he's got to hope that he can batter through the walls towards single target Inferno on the back end of the base.
Crossbows, as yet untouched, getting a lot of damage down. Will finally be pushed. Grand Warden's going to come over the top and we'll take that down onto the Wizard Tower. Wizard Tower gets finished off. The Queen's still pushing through. Has lost the Unicorn somewhere along the line. Does seem so.
Nice freeze.
One pet down. Didn't see where the Unicorn's gone down. Oh, it's way back there. Okay, the Unicorn was blocked at the side there. Good freeze coming through. Inferno will get picked off. Now, is there enough time?
Beautiful.
20 seconds. I don't think this is going to be a 3-star. I'm not sure they've got time to quite finish off these last few buildings. Queen comes through. 12 seconds. Oh, they've got enough. Yeah, it should be a done deal. 3-star attack for Rest to start things off. That is a great kick for them after Aphelion only got the 2.
Yeah, 98%. They must have been relatively happy with that. Very high percentage, but 3 stars are what win wars at the end of the day. And Rest with the perfect start to this one. Both clans really putting in the work in terms of community tournaments, in terms of the ladder play as well. So many matches to go into that. But they've really been pushing to try and figure out the meta, the best use of the pets, exactly how they can rip apart the bases and progress today. Aphelion on the back foot already. Going with a similar strategy, though, and an interesting ring base with all 5 battle builders around the Town Hall. I'm interested to see how this runs out.
Enemy King coming straight into the face. Can't get too involved, though, on the side of the wall. But the Tesla and Archers are doing their job. The healers will keep her topped off, though, with that Unicorn support. In comes the balloon just to top down that Archer tower. And now the cannons go into work. But the Golems marching on. Teslas make light work of it at the moment. Just trying to see if there's anything else going to get distributed down there. It will be the slow Queen Walk to begin.
And this is the first attack that we have seen almost max level pets. Only the Yak with 1 final level to go. But I do worry about the 5 builder huts around the Town Hall. Finally lures the last of the Ice Golems. That's going to slow things down even further. And the Rage spell here just used to speed the Queen up. Recognizing that the enemy Queen is in this area as well, needs to start attacking quicker. Aphelion already had that opening time fail, so they definitely do not want another.
King Yak down south with the P.E.K.K.A.s, the Witches also coming through as well as they start to tumble through. And this is the danger of these sort of ring bases. It's very open. There's not many walls to try and burst through until you get to that center point. So everything around the outside is going to get funneled down there and cause a lot of problems. You can just see with the Battlefield coming straight through onto the town hall. The big freeze comes in, and there's a lot of damage going down in. That will finish it off there. The multi-infernos trying to do what they can to deal with the mass of swarm of troops, and actually did very well to take down a lot of them.
Yeah, the builders are doing an incredible job repairing that multi-target Inferno, and it didn't go down. The central area had so much damage. Despite the battle blimp getting there, the troops got shredded. Look at the scatter shot as well, being repaired up by the battle builder. So now we have a full health scatter shot and multi-target Inferno, with the King and P.E.K.K.A. getting picked off. Aphelion falling even further behind. Troops are gone.
Just a couple of minions, all they've got left. Yeah, no troops to finish this one off, so it's going to be a real low star rating as well. 2-star with just 79%. Incredible stuff. Aphelion looking like they're in trouble here against Rest in their second match of the day on the lower bracket. And we can disconnect from that one. I'm pretty sure it's over. As much as we need to keep it going, I'm pretty sure it's a done deal. So, wow. Okay. So, Rest. If they can 3-star this, they are going to have such a cushion going forward.
They are, and let's remember the first round was already played off stream. So both of these clans losing a match today, and this could mean that Aphelion are out. Despite it being double elimination, this is the one that matters. So they really have to pick things up. Aphelion have had a pretty good run in this latter season. They beat NCES and Alternate Attacks earlier on in the season, managed to take down top teams such as Penta and Sky Stars, and they had a very comfortable win this week in the Northern Arena Championship versus Unicorns of Love, almost getting the perfect war. So it's obviously just not coming together quite for them at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Aphelion, obviously they met Alternate ATAX in the first round, being the 9th seed. They come up against the 2nd seed. They had beat them in the ladder, in fairness, but now we're into tournament play. Alternate ATAX, I feel, are a very different beast from ladder play, where they're perhaps trying things out. So obviously now we're going to be moving on. It's going to be Chico 3-stars for Rest that will be on the attack next. A 3-star in his name. If he can live up to it, it's going to be fantastic for Rest. They're going to be really looking good to progress in this round. I hate to say it this early on, but it's been a disastrous start for Aphelion.
Well, I guess you're just telling the truth, because it has. They will be disappointed with how things have started. Rest, the Italian esports team, they will be very happy with not just their 3-star, but also the defenses, because it's so hard in the current meta to defend with the brand new pets. And I've mentioned this a couple of times. On offense, you can actually use hero potions, power potions in order to boost the level of your troops. But if you have not increased the level of your defenses, that is where they are. So you do see, after an update such as the Town Hall 14 update, a very offensive heavy concentration of upgrades. And I feel that's where they will be more happy about the defenses than they will the 3-star.
Absolutely. Let's get that game underway. And for Rest, well, who would they potentially meet going through? Of course, it would be one of the semi-finalists that would drop down into their ladder. Let me just have a quick peek over on the rankings to see where they stand in the tournament. It would be, I think it would be the loser of Alternate ATAX and Inquisition, and maybe. Not ideal opportunity, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Things could turn around. We could suddenly see, obviously, Aphelion coming out with some big 3-star finishes. We could see a fall. You never know which way these teams stack it, whether they have their best players first, whether they have their best players last, or whether they're just trying to stall it out and get a feeler effectively. Because, as we saw with that ring base, sometimes you feel it's an easy base to get through, and then suddenly you fall short.
Yeah, and they just need to focus on this match. I was going to say maybe they could have the revenge yet again against Alternate Attacks when you were looking that up, but they do just need to focus on this match, and they need a defense themselves. It is Chico moving in, and can he get the 3-stars, like you said, moving to the Queen Charge Lava Loon, the first of the different attack strategies we have seen today, being the P.E.K.K.A. Smash so far. The Queen Charge, a little bit more reliable now since the the super minions in the CC aren't quite as powerful as they used to be. And also you have the pets to support the Queen, not to mention the new levels. So I feel like the Queen charge is something that will start moving back into the meta.
Once again, that Eagle caught around the blind step. But I'll tell you what, though, having to pop the rage early on, there's a lot of damage coming through from this crossbows. It's getting a lot of value, no doubt about it. The healers are being made to work hard because that Lava Hound is causing a lot of problems, which is why the balloon's going to come through there. The pops will come out. The crossbow's still working well. How do you use that Queen ability? The rage once again to try and come down there. This is a struggle to start things off here for Chico.
Yeah, multiple rage spells used already, and I feel he hasn't really got through into the center of the base. We are going to have to see another alongside probably a freeze spell here as well, because he is committing a lot to this Queen charge. Nice super wall breaker gets him in range of the multi-target Inferno. Will be able to move towards that area, but he's got to be careful of the scatter shot here because it could easily turn and lock onto the healers, which would be devastating for a Queen charge.
Queenyak finally on there, Lassie as well, out with the Royal Champion on the side there. So he's going to come on through, get that scatter shot down, while the Queen is still continuing on there. Looks like the healers are actually taking damage at the back. I think it was the cannon that was on them. I couldn't see which it was that was forcing them down. Oh, the healers just knocked away from the Queen briefly there. Inferno putting a lot of damage down, but it does look like the damage has been averted, and now we see the balloons coming out with the battle flip heading straight on in there. Is it going to get close enough to that multi-inferno putting the damage down? He's got the Tesla alongside as well. The multi-inferno will head straight for that town hall. Sorry, the battle flip goes straight to the town hall. Let's see what comes out. It will be balloons dropping straight in there with the dragon. So now it's looking a lot better than it was at the start. They did lose the king, they did lose the Eagle, still have the Queen up and running though. 38 seconds, that's a lot of ways to take.
It is, and the central scatter shot is dangerous. A beautiful freeze spell allows the balloons into the dead zone of it to take it out. If that freeze spell was not timed perfectly, this would not have been a 3-star, but he's managed to take down the scatter shot. Single does fall as well. That was the final hurdle. And now we just have the cleanup troops moving around each and every one of the non-defensive buildings. Chico has lived up to his name. 3 stars it is, and rest now in a commanding position.
Chico time kicks off. It was the cannons on the Queen is what I meant, actually. I did say cannons on the healers at some time. I don't quite think you can get Cannonball up in the air like that. Maybe it would be an impressive shot. Who knows? Maybe Supercell giving you ideas for new units. But 3 stars has been awarded once again. So that means they're 6-4 up already, which is a big, big difference. Now, the question is, as I say, did they stack it out with their best attackers earlier on? Have they put the best foot forward, or is the best yet to come for Aphelion?
Yeah, it's really interesting, and before the Town Hall 14 update hit, we had the World's Warm-Up Tournament, and what we've seen is the first 2 attacks had a really high percentage hit rate, and then it dropped during the 3rd and 4th attack before a higher percentage hit rate towards the final attack, and I think that's more to do with plans of the bases, the amount of time you get, and trying to just take down a base that you feel comfortable with early on. For this attack, we see an early stab with the Royal Champion to the Eagle, but the Battle Builder healing it up, so we do have to use the Royal Champion's ability. Super Wizards inside the Battle Blimp here. Always a risky maneuver next to a scatter shot, but it has worked perfectly. And the entire right-hand side of the base pretty much gone already, D-Man.
Invisibility working well, and you can see those Super Wizards absolutely doing brilliant. They got a lot of damage down, a lot of bang for buck. Let's see where he goes from here, because I feel, did he get enough done? Did he feel he funneled his way through? Robin's just a little peek. Okay. There's something there. There we go. It's the King Yak.
Hiding behind the scoreboard again.
It's hiding under the giant yellow blob. But now we get to see what's coming out there. You can feel something was building.
It's a pretty good game anyway to try and guess the troops. How well do you know the Clash of Clans game sound? I personally turn the sound off for the most part whilst I attack, but it can be useful obviously when you're listening to Clan Castle troops being activated or anything like that. We do have a very extensive hero dive here though, and this is one thing that I personally feel is assisted so much with the pets because pretty much most of the dangerous buildings have already been taken out. And as he flies in from the left-hand side of your screen to the multi-target Inferno, gets towards that scatter shot early on, he can just use all of the spells, the Grand Warden's ability, so despite there being key defenses, really doesn't have to worry because he's got spells and the ability to counteract it.
Absolutely, does
Wow,
look
that
like
was
it will be a
tremendous.
3-star coming out here. The balloons coming through, and this is what we were talking about. Have Aphelion saved the best to last? Well, they're going to absolutely have to deliver here. This is looking like a 3-star locked in, so great reply. Something they absolutely needed because it could have been curtains for them already if this was a 2. But a 3-star comes through. Great work from Toby. Gets them back in the game.
Yeah, lots of experience, Toby, and it certainly showed in that attack as well. Being able to dissect the base the way that he did and just take apart one area, then focus on the next, and everything just synchronized in so well. I'm always blown away at the level of attacks and the strategic planning that goes into this in such a short period of time. And like I mentioned, a lot of the time that is what impacts the hit rate of the attack order. If somebody can come up with a plan that works well in a short period of time, maybe they just have an instinct of how a weakness of a base can be abused, then they can use that attack early on. But for some of the more difficult bases, that's where they really need to take that extra length of time in order to plan. And you see the hit rates starting to drop over the course of the tournament. Rest, though, they just need to keep the pressure on here. They're still in the lead, even after conceding that 3-star.
Kingpen steps up to the plate. Simple wizard start.
Test your
pretty
knowledge
sure that
here.
is a queen. Yeah, I could test. I gotta say, I was pretty sure it was a queen. I could see the multi-shot of the arrows coming through. So I was assuming there was a queen stuck behind there. That multi-inferno though is continuing to burn down because it's dealing with the king. They will finally get that down. Multi-target Inferno and a single Inferno on the Queen. That's a lot of damage come through. Pops in balloon just to be sure it will get through and get that Archer tower down so the Queen can focus as well on the crossbow. Looking good so
Interesting
far.
to have
King
two
Yak.
multi-target
Actually, that's not a King Yak. King Yak down there is the Royal Champion that's on him at the moment. There we go. We're going to pan out. I was about to say, I thought I heard the Royal Champion come down, Lassie, with the Royal Champion. I think that's going to be the standard meta from here on out. I have seen a couple of variations throughout the ladder play, but I think this is why everyone will settle.
Yeah, I think the Yak can go well with the Queen in order to give you a little bit of tanking and certainly helps you through the walls, but unless you have an absolute perfect funnel, the Yak can be a little bit tricky to get through the walls, whereas it can help the King get into various compartments. Now, you've got to say the Queen charging to the center of the base is phenomenal here, because there probably is a lot of traps and air bombs around that area that the Lalo is not going to deal with, but a scatter shot has been missed the lower end of the base, and wow, all the black bombs being set off by the Lava Hound. That was super important to get to the Town Hall there, D-Man, but 2 scatter shots do survive. Is the Town Hall falling?
I feel this is falling short. I've got to be honest. The Town Hall will go down. There's the poison that comes with it. The tornado being triggered as well, just to catch it out. There goes the Grand Warden. Just a couple of balloons left. I feel this is going to be just a 2-star from Kingpen. I don't think there's too much left in this attack to try and warrant the fact that they'll finish it off here. And I just saw the jump spot from the Queen. Actually, I thought he got quite lucky. The Queen jumped over, went over to the right side, and then managed to hop back. But then was just completely separated from the healers, picked off, and now just the minions. I don't think they've quite got it in them to finish this in 15 seconds.
I wish I could rewind, because I was really focused on the Queen and how well she was doing at the top and whether she was going to make it to the Town Hall. But I get the feeling that due to the King and the Royal Champion being deployed down to the south of the base, that they were meant to take 6 o'clock scatter shot. I'd have to rewatch in order to see that. The slip up that we see from Rest, and actually this now is an interesting position because Aphelion did get 98% in the first attack, but then had the lower percentage. So They're still going to be behind on percentage, but they have to get a 3-star to keep themselves in the game here in order to make sure that Rest could slip up again.
Yeah, I believe it was about 80% in the second one, so pretty close. As you say, just one more 3-star and they will be pulling level if Rest can't collect themselves another 3-star. But it's Maz's turn for Aphelion. Italian teams against one another, probably the worst that they could hope for. We had it yesterday in Brawl Stars as well, with the two Russian teams connecting with each other straight away in the lower bracket. So, where are we going to begin? What will we start with? A single minion. Just on the left.
Yeah,
just slowly on the cannons.
Quite interesting. I think he's going to just try and snipe off the air defense, looks like to the south of the base. Snipe the town hall actually with the battle blimp. We've got to be careful this isn't baited. Decides to manually pop the battle blimp early to make sure the super wizards are out of range of the town hall and the gigabomb. That was a super wise decision there.
Yeah, it's so important to remember that gigabomb, dropping that poison down, and the super wizards doing their job. Will finally get finished off now. Dragon slowly working its way through onto the wizard tower. So, what have we got? Something in the top, maybe? I feel like that's where the Lava Hound's heading. There's something there. What could it be?
That's an archer used just to pull the Lava Hound just to the top of the base. And that's going to cost him a little bit of time, but I feel he's managed to have a good start here. Nice easy funnel for the dragons to fly in from the 10 o'clock region. Still a lot of base to go down, but with all of the heroes in full health, really going to rely on the king and queen to swipe along the most northern area of the base to keep the dragons moving through the center.
Full lava balloon attack comes down. Rage in there, pulls them in tightly. That multi-inferno getting a lot of bang for buck though. They've got to try and make sure that goes down. Getting a lot of damage down on those balloons will finally be dealt with. The second multi-inferno is still putting the punishment on them. Meanwhile, the attack down the south side is working well. That Eagle artillery will be picked off, or will it? The king not able to get it down. That is potentially disastrous.
I think he wanted the Royal Champion to move down towards the air defense a little bit quicker, but I don't think it matters. He got the dragons through the center so well, and the Grand Warden's ability was perfect to protect them all. With 1 minute left, the Queen's ability, the Royal Champion's ability. I know what is happening with this beastie, man, and it is exactly what Aphelion Esports needed at this stage. Keeping the pressure on Rest. Are they going to continue slipping up? It doesn't matter how you start the war, it's all about the finishing results, and Aphelion now with 2 back-to-back 3-stars, this one with 30 seconds to spare. And does that mean that the momentum shifts towards Aphelion? Will Rest crack under the pressure, or can they spin it around?
Absolutely. You know, they started off a bit of a stutter, a bit of a stall, but they've come out strong in the last 2 games, 3-star in each one. Now, of course, pressure on Rest, 2 players left, and with a 3-star now down, to keep their lead, they're going to have the 3-star. Otherwise, they're going to be tying it up going into the final game. So much pressure on those last 2 players, I feel, here. So Bombador, to try and relieve some of that pressure off his teammate, has to get a 3-star on Ele. Earthquake starting off, lightning going down, job done.
Took down the multi-target Inferno, and most importantly, the Archer Queen in that area. With a Lava Loon, it also means that pathing has been created. We see the Log Launcher and Ice Golem, meaning that the Hero Dive is aiming to get right of the way through towards the multi-target Inferno. Probably then just start the Lalo in towards the Town Hall as long as he gets the value. Royal Champion nicely towards that scatter shot. Once that goes down, we can continue on, but the dangerous thing here is the Log Launcher already falling, did not get through the wall towards the multi, and we do have a Battle Builder already repairing it. That could be huge unless the King and Queen can get through. Oh, it doesn't look like they will. Oh no.
They're going to path up to the north. I think that's where they want to go. Okay, the Queen looks like it's going to reposition, but with the golems already gone, the multi-inferno is getting so much damage down, and oh no, this is gone horribly wrong.
Look at the builders in the center of the base on the Expo. The Royal
Hammering away on
Champion
it.
was intended to take that down. And this is where we talk about the hero pets on offense changing the meta. But on defense, the builders are a big deal. And both of those defenses were supposed to go down. As the Lalo moves into the Town Hall, we've already had the Tornado Trap pop. Balloon's going down quick. Oh, he didn't press the Grand Warden's ability. Now he's got to try and make sure the next set of balloons get there, and he uses the ability to get the Town Hall, just going for the 2-star here. And this could mean that Aphelion are in the lead on percentage, despite seeing the lower 78, 80% was it before? Balloon's getting wrecked right now.
Those builders huts getting so much value. I never seen such a strong builder hut performance. Free spell does come down, but this does look like it's simply a case of trying to get some percentage in there more than anything. At the moment, 77% almost certainly going to be a 2-star. The question is, can they get more with it? I think it was around about a 79 to 80% we saw come out from Aphelion's second attack, so it may well get close to equaling that. 78% is where we're going to fall short, and just a 2-star. A disaster for Bombardier and Rest, and that ties up the game series 10 apiece as we move into that final attacking matches. Oh, it's now in Aphelion's hands, I feel, to put the pressure back on Rest.
Well, I think Aphelion will probably be in the lead on percentage, because we did have the 98% 2-star by Sammy, the opening attack. And I think when you combine them together, Aphelion will be in the lead here. And this means that the war is in Aphelion's hands. If they 3-star, Rest would not be able to catch up. We'll have to confirm that percentage, but I'm pretty sure that Aphelion are in the lead now.
Well, it is. I do have it in the background, I feel, somewhere. I feel like I have the exact detailed bracket. That's got to be it. This has got to be the information. The question is, has it been filled out? No, damn it. I thought I had all the exact information.
I'm more than confident.
It's just
I
not
am
been filled out yet.
99.9% sure. We're pretty sure Aphelion are in the lead, but either way, it doesn't matter. We're down to the last attack, and this is where it gets interesting, D-Man, because we talked about how plans can definitely be easier in terms of finding a strategy and going for it for the first attack. For the last attack, this tends to be the most difficult base because you need more time to plan on it. However, since you have more time, we actually see the hit rates increasing. And there is the confirmation on your screen. Aphelion are in the lead. So if Kairos were to 3-star here with his Queen Charge Lalo, it's Aphelion moving forward and GH Rest getting eliminated.
Can they do it? Kairos with all the pressure on him at the moment. The Queen Walk already starting off very strongly. It definitely is a tricky place to break into. That central section looking pretty strong. A lot of defenses crammed in there. See whether it works out. Quick Rage popped out there on the King. He's going to work his way around, taking down the hidden Tesla.
Just waiting to see if the jump spell was going to be used for the Queen, but
yeah,
not at the moment. That's interesting. I thought he was going to jump to the core and Lalo in towards the Town Hall, but not happening.
Felt safe taking the wall down herself. There we go. Free spell does come down on the Town Hall, so that will keep that safe. Just the cannon and the crossbow doing the damage won't be enough to get through that healer barrage, along with the rage as well that's in there. Over the right-hand side, the King Yakas fell short, so that down now means the Queen Walk is still what's available as the Eagle Artillery starts to pummel.
I think Kairos was watching the Queen, analyzing how many spells that were left over, and felt confident allowing her to take the Town Hall and then jump towards the center, because if the Queen gets a lot of value, the Lalo can be pretty quick. But the dangerous part here is the Queen isn't at the center, So he's got to make sure the Lalo continues around and doesn't go to the middle, because I feel it will be heavily trapped. And with the Eagle Artillery now activated and the Tesla farm to the right-hand side, it's not a done deal yet. This could still go south, D-Man, but look at the Royal Champion in the center. Really doing a good job taking down the multi. Tornado Trap is there, losing balloons. Stone Slammer is popped, and if he can get the Eagle down quick, it could be it. But the Royal Champion getting distracted. Oh my word, this is super close. Oh,
The good thing for the Royal Champion is...
down.
Oh, down! I was about to say, I don't think it was targeted by it. I think it was the Wizard Tower that took him down at the end. The Multi-Inferno didn't look like it was on him. But now, let's see what the Queen's still in there with all the healers. There's a lot of time still, 22 seconds to try and get as much damage down as you can. We're already at a 90% 2-star, so it is a good 2-star. But as you say, it's got to take the wall down, which is going to delay so much. There's a couple of archers down the bottom. They're also going to keep collecting a little bit until they get close to the defenses. They're going to get dealt with, and the Queen has to take this wall out before she can get close enough to the tower. We'll get the archer tower down, but now you can see, stuck, done. 93% is where we end at a 2-star. Rest have themselves a lifeline, but it has to be, I would say, almost certainly a 3-star or a 99% 2-star. That's about all they can live with.
Yeah, the stakes are very high right now. They need that high percentage 2, or even the 3-star, as you mentioned, would secure it in order to progress. Just, what an amazing start it was, but I feel the Royal Champion just didn't quite get the job done. Now we have Joker with the similar method, Queen Charge Lava Loon. Will there be much more success against Toby, the player that spun things around for Aphelion? Last up on defense as well. Will the base hold or will it not? This attack means everything.
Let's see how this works out. Queen slowly progressing. Baby Dragon just popped out as well, just to take down those little outer defenses to stop the funneling. A couple of balloons just going to come through. So slow build up. Plenty of time. 3-star is the goal. Has to be the perfect game for Joker. It's a slow and steady build up. It's going to wait for this Queen to clear out the top.
Loses a healer there, but interesting that we haven't seen a power potion being used. Some low-level pets in here when it really matters as well. Will that cost him or will it not? Notice the Queen really getting stuck there with the Lava Hound. Finally gets through. Has to be careful on the Town Hall here as well. Does not want the Queen to necessarily go down to that area because he's got 2 super wall breakers. He wants to break in towards the multi and then towards the Eagle as well, but he loses yet another healer. Disastrous here for Joker.
Got to get on that multi-inferno. It's on the healers. Will finally turn. No, it's actually on the Arch Tower. Will finally turn to it, but look at the healers. Oh my God, they're gonna go all down. And the free spell has to be used. The balloon finally comes in, but I think he lost another 2 healers in there. And now the Queen should be okay. That Eagle Artillery started to pop off as well. The Town Hall finally getting focused as the King comes through.
1 minute left. The Lalo needs to finish off the base incredibly fast. Queen only has 2 healers. Granted, she's not going to get a lot of damage onto her now, but I do fear about the central multi-target Inferno towers. Clan Castle has not been taken out yet in terms of that area. There's a Battle Builder and Expo there, so I'm wondering... Oh no, the Royal Champion moves in from the top. Thought he might have sent the Royal Champion in towards the Clan Castle. The balloons falling, the 2 multi-target Infernos in the center were disastrous. 23 seconds. Don't think it's going to happen now for Joker, but anything could. Oh!
Not sure.
It's so difficult to
Stone
call.
Slammer's got a lot of value. The balloons come out. The Royal Champion's getting it down, but he's going to have to hop and run. But I don't think he's got enough to take down this tower. Yeah, the crossbow's going to get the damage down on him. Does get invisibility down. Oh, that could be the winning blow. No,
97.
The crossbow will get him down. 97%. Is that enough? I don't know. We're going to have the totals come through. What will be the final count?
Oh, gosh.
We saw it was at 74% before that. Now, Obviously, it's going to be equal on stars. But is it enough? That final percentage. Oh, Aphelion take it by 0.4%. Oh.
And he's two buildings across 5 attacks. Aphelion with the victory. GG to them. And what an opening war that we just seen, D-Man.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The Italian battle comes out with Aphelion, the team that scraped on in there into 9th place on the ladder to reach this tournament. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll break down exactly how the hell that all happened. And oh, you've got to feel for rest, but they are out of the tournament.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
I muted myself. That's a good start, Harry.
Oh,
I like
hi.
the fact that you just sat there smiling at me. Oh, I like that. I like that. It's just like he's fine. He's fine. I can't hear him, but he's fine. Welcome back. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Play-ins. You missed my beautiful spiel. It was such a nice intro for Harry, but instead I'm just going to say he's lethal. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I actually didn't even think it was you. I thought it was something else. So this is all good. It's one of those things. Good to see your beautiful face once again. Very excited to be here to watch some more Clash of Clans. But my goodness, that last series, what a way to start the day.
Absolutely, the Italians going at it, ending up in a 13-13, and obviously far from perfect war, but overall, definitely differences between them trying to figure out, and we thought maybe Aphelion had like slipped up, obviously with their opener, just getting the 2 stars in the first 2 games, but coming back strong. Toby coming out strong to turn things in their favor and getting those double 3 stars really put the pressure on. I just felt the rest missed a beat, right? That was it. I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves. 0.4 of a percentage, as Judo said, just 2 buildings throughout all 5 attacks is all that they required. Oh, that is a kicker.
Yeah, they are going to kick them. So, that's just like a few mines or one of the fence towers. There's so much things you could talk about there, but especially on that last attack as well. The fact that when you saw the lava loons come out and you saw there's still a couple of Inferno towers there and some air defense, that's when you can kind of realize that he won't 100%, but if he hits that 99, he should have been okay depending on the circumstances. But yeah, they are going to kick them. So you're absolutely right, D-Man. And, there's a couple, misconceptions here and there, a couple of defensive base layouts, which I don't think they were expected, but, can't wait to go into this next series because this is also going to be a cracker.
Yeah, I just think of that final attack. The healers that were lost early on may well have been the big difference, obviously. But I mean, I guess you could look at all 5 matches and just pick that like individual errors here and there to find out exactly where it went wrong. But nonetheless, it will be Aphelion that goes through. Now we move over to the winner bracket. That's where we're moving up to. Next is obviously going to be the big boys that will come through. It is going to be Alternate ATAX up against Inquisition, the German powerhouse. They themselves in the ladder finished out 6th place, and as you can see, they just took down Rest, who we just saw tumble out of the tournament. Alternate ATAX, of course, beat Aphelion, the Italians as well, who have just progressed in the lower bracket. You can see the lower brackets there. We did not cover the first round, but we're covering every single game from now on. So we're going to be moving to the semi-finals winner bracket, then back down to the lower bracket, and then back up to the semi-finals, and so forth until we get our final 2 teams that will be progressing through. Let's have a look at the teams starting out with who I actually was about to introduce one. I don't know who we're going to be starting with on the graphics, so I'm going to say Alternate ATAX. I'm going to put it out there and see how quick production can be. And oh, damn it, it's Inquisition. I was going by alphabetical order.
Well, you tried, man. This is one of those things, isn't it? Just 50-50 coin flip, but you did not get it, but never mind, you might get it later on. Again, this team, very, very good from what we've seen, not just only in ESL Open, but in Clash of Clans competitive scene overall. From what we've seen so far from their win-loss ratio, they went 18-6, which is pretty good, just due to the fact that sometimes if you're already in that top 9 kind of area, that's not too bad considering the circumstances. Everyone else hasn't really got as much to review in terms of bod research and what they could potentially be up to later on in terms of their attack or defense. So I do feel like a lot of these teams did have held back a lot of their strategies, especially Inquisition. So I'm very interested to see what they do against attacks here.
Absolutely, and I'm interested to see how Alternate ATAX do change things. We saw them slip down to 20th place in the ladder at one time, and I've got to feel they were just trying different things out in the meta to figure out what fits, what works, what doesn't, because that's the place where it really can test it. They're certainly a big enough team that they know that they can get back into that top 9 position, which is exactly what they did, finishing out 2nd. We'll see what they bring to the table. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the attacks will get underway.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins time, which means the teams that finished in the ladder 2nd through to 9th will be playing out to join the likes of MCES, who were the top team. They have gone through to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where $45,000 will be up for grabs between them. I'm Lee Damon Smith, and joining me is Harry Lethal for this one. Now, Lethal, let's talk about these teams. Obviously, they have met within the ladder themselves, and it was actually Inquisition that came out on top in that. But that was, in fairness, the week where Alternate Attacks lost 5 games. But I also want to throw out there, Inquisition did beat MCAS on Tuesday as well, so they absolutely have it in them to take down Alternate Attacks, the defending world champions, effectively. You know, they've got a big old target on them coming into this game.
All depends really though, doesn't it? You know, could that be Inquisition's cards on the table, or is it for Alternate Attacks are still hiding some ace up their sleeve? It depends on the situation and scenario. You can tell they had done well on like a 15 win streak, probably because they established a meta a little bit earlier, same with MCES. But MCES, I still sadly feel sorry for Attacks just due to the fact that MCES did slip in and take that first place spot by 2 wins. But it's just one of those things. But, you know, with Alternate Attacks, I do feel like, you know, they are going to be one of the strongest favourites here, you know, one of the world champions. And it's just a question of what they're going to do in the plains. But we are going to go into the game now to see the first attack and find out what Inquisition are going to be up to here, D-Man.
So Boom on the defense for Atax. Fight going in. Let's see what he can pull out. It's going to be Boom to start things off, just to break down the opening area down the south side. And now we see the Yak coming through with the Queen and the Unicorn on the King. Okay, so this is it. This is what we were talking about with Judo. This is what we've seen throughout the ladder. This is the variation, really the only variation that's been happening, keeping that King alive a lot longer, and using that Yak as that big tanky front shield for the Queen to hopefully follow on through. But the Queen has actually been drawn across towards a multi-inferno. This is a disastrous start, potentially, Harry.
Yeah, this is quite rare to see in terms of that composition. You don't really see it all the time. Normally, like 9 times out of 10, it will be the usual Queen and Unicorn or the King Yak. You see it quite often here, but the Lava Lins are still coming through. Defense normally too good. He has a ton of pushback up. You've got the Dragon on that left side being taken down by the Wizard Tower, the Scanner Shot, and the Cannon, as well as the Archer Tower. But still looking pretty good here as the push is going to continue on, D-Man.
So Battle Blink coming through. Freeze spell goes down for the Royal Champion. That's going to be helpful. Battle Blink is going to be led straight through to the Town Hall. Wasn't going to pop it early. The King's still doing some serious damage around the outside. He's just tearing around the outside, do what he can. That multi-Inferno, though, is getting some incredible value. The single Inferno as well. Well, sorry. Getting a hell of a lot down. The Battle Blimp did get the Town Hall down, but this attack is falling short. And, I mean, it's going to be a 2-star, but I don't think it's going to be a very high percentage at this rate.
Don't think it will be. Has plenty of time left to work with, but just not enough troops in order to push on forward. We'll be able to take out some bits here and there. He's still got to deal with the cannon and mortar. The air defense, of course, doesn't matter at this point. But yeah, it wasn't the best of starts here for the side of Inquisition, as they're going to continue on pushing through. 83%, we'll see a little bit more before they're taken down. But yeah, you're absolutely right though, Demo. Could have been a little bit more in terms of the push and what they wanted to execute, but it's just not going to be their day in the first series.
85% 2-star, it's not the end of the world, but when you're up against the world champions, you're going to feel that may be a struggle. No doubt about it. Felt. Jesus, I can't speak today, boys. This is a problem. I felt it fell a little short. I'm tongue twistering myself. How is that even a thing? But there we go. Yeah, the attack on Boom there. So actually backfiring, I feel. And we talked about this. The fact is, you know, you're coming in with the Queen, you've not got that stack of healers or perhaps the Unicorn on her to try and keep her up. The Yak went down so early on, and the Queen sort of fell not shortly long after it. Now Boom's attack himself, he's against Lou here on the defense.
The bit that's come through to see exactly what is going on. The Tornado's already been pushed, and the Inferno Tower is already doing so much damage here, but again, they're just basing out anything which could come through. So let's wait to see what else could happen. You can see from the troops available, 26 lava balloons and a couple of wizard archers here and there just to clean up in the mines or anything else on the outside if he is in deep trouble.
It's going to be King Yak, sorry. Queen's down the south side here. Can just about see the Unicorn with us, so that's no problem. So back to normality, I feel, as we try and push on through. Freeze Spell comes down just to stop that cannon in its tracks to make sure everything's good. The champion also coming out the right hand side. So this is a full stack walk, everything going with them all at once, all targeted at the same place. Now the single Inferno, tell like that is a multi-Inferno, it's just a condensed beam in there. Will be taken down eventually, or can they get in there? It's actually got a lot of value out of it. Harry, I feel this is going to be a bit of a struggle at the moment. The game has to pop the invisibility, but the Unicorn is being targeted. The Yak already down, the pets are falling.
Certainly has done indeed. The Queen is just trying to stay on as much as he can, but the Inferno Towers are just doing so much damage here. Absolutely unbelievable as they're still trying to push in. Yeah, exactly. So now the Queen is not really going to last long at this moment in time, as it's still going to continue on pushing through. The lava balloons come up around that right side and north, trying to see what else we can do it. But yeah, not really the best of starts. It was a very slow start as well. I think you can see that at the time, attacks were trying to make a decision on exactly what they wanted to do to try and execute the base.
Well, that Queen, for being on next to no health, had survived so long. Now, we can see Ground Warden coming through with the balloons. Is that going to be enough to try and finish this base off? It may well be, because the damage has now been done. There's the freeze spell just to make sure that they are safe for now. The crossbow just freezed out briefly. The Electro Owl is still with it. The Warden's going to finish off. You can see those pops doing the job around the outside as well. This looking like it may well be a 3-star finish. That multi-Inferno is the last final bastion of hope, I would say, for Lou's base here as it tries to burn them down. The Builder Hut doing what it can, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough with just the time running out. He's already broken the percentage, and it does look like with 37 seconds left, this will be a first 3-star for Alternate Attacks.
Fantastic starter from Alternate Attacks, as you see there. It was a little bit of a surprise at the start, just a little bit slow. I think he was just being a lot more cautious on how he wanted to try and execute going forward, just due to the fact that even then, like, the sweeper was just going for the one baby dragon rather than going for all those lava balloons bunched up together. The prioritization wasn't there, which is a little bit of a shame, but you know, these things can happen. But it just shows patience does pay off. Even if the Unicorn did go down much earlier than expected, which you mentioned, the Inferno Towers did its job, but just need to do a little bit more in order to hold back. But good separation with the lava balloons around the east and north side, and definitely managed to take out exactly what was necessary in order to push through.
So just a 2-star and 85% done for Inquisition. They're going to need a 3-star here. They are up against the world champions right now, and with Boom starting off strong. You know, ordinarily, like I was just talking about with the two Italians battling, you know, maybe saving the best to last. The question is, like, is there a weakness in alternate attacks? Obviously, you're on the attack. Are you saving the best to last? Who would you say is the weakest? I don't know. I wouldn't want to throw one of those 5 players out there because they are all incredibly strong. So Inquisition absolutely up against it from game 1 onwards. I don't think we really expected anything less.
No, alternate attacks don't really have, well, actually, no, I would say there's more pressure on them just due to the fact that, of course, their reputation in the Clash of Clans competitive scene. So you'd think they're the ones who would be a little bit worried, but so far so good, as we will be seeing Striker from Inquisition go out of it first straight away and to see what he actually plans to go on forward. But we will have the Yak with him, and even in with one of the Lava Loons pushing through, the cannon will get taken down, still only the Archer Tower in that bottom left side, as well as the mortar with the cannon shortly going to be shooting too.
Starting out with the Grand Warden, with the healers and Electro Owl down in that left side. Vala's defenses getting picked apart. Very interesting defensive setup. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. The question is, does Striker see a weakness? Does he see an opening through this base? King Yak, Queen Unicorn, standard stuff. Lassie along with the champion. I think that's kind of what we're expecting to see throughout. There has been just a couple of adjustments, but now we see the Queen on the field, and things will start on. Going to start tunneling down this right-hand side.
That's right, they'll be breezing around that left as Wizard Towers and the Archer Towers, as well as the Eagle Artillery. Crossbow trying to do some work, but because the air defense there, just trying to take out those healers, and it's going to be a little bit of a struggle as they're pushing around forward, but still doing a decent job there, just to try and push them through further to take out Eagle Artillery and those 2 crossbows to help them out a little bit further. Those air defense will take out those Lava Loons surely, to be able to take them down before we even have done, but sadly it's a little bit too late. But the freeze will come through anyway, and already they're trying to push through, and more healers have come through here, as you can see.
Yeah, this is looking great. The Battle Blimp's going to follow on through as well. And no!
Typical,
Why?
Isn't it? Absolutely typical.
There
But
we
we'll
go.
go back into it anyway.
Yeah, so, okay, Golem's going to get through to that wall. Will he be able to take the wall down now? Doesn't matter. Battle Blimp's going straight through for the Town Hall, as you'd expect. With the Grand Warden out the side there. Just dealing with the lava pups as they popped out. That Lava Hound causing problems. Battle Blimp's going to get tied up briefly by the Tornado to try and slow things down. Can't actually see what came out of there. There we go. It was so very much engulfed in fire. The poison in the end doing the job. Now, the question is, did he get enough value out of that? I feel he did. The walls are down. Now we're on the right-hand side. The Royal Champion with Lassie is putting some damage down, but this is still going to be a struggle.
It certainly will do indeed, D-Man. The World Champion just trying to do what he can from the right side. They're going to take out these Wizard Towers, the Archer Towers as well, and the cannons if he can get there in time. But not looking too bad, still quite slow, but still a little bit of time to play with here with the amount of DPS he has left on him. So it's good stuff. I mean, the World Champion's going to try and take out that cannon momentarily. The free spell will come out just to be extra safe and a little bit more cautious to keep that DPS off the champion, but will be taken down shortly. But in the end, though, not too bad. Could have asked for a little bit more of a percentage there with 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, just a couple of things left. Should be a 3-star here. 95%. Just the single Archer Tower remaining defensively. And it should be enough to finish off just a couple of houses. 7 seconds and counting. I'm saying that. No.
Oh, no.
No. Oh, no. They've got to take the wall down. 99%. Oh, no. F's in chat, boys. That has gone... Oh, it was so well executed. It was just, oh, lordy. Okay, I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves because, you know, that's a 3-star they absolutely needed their Inquisition. It was there to be had. 1 second was all it needed as well. The minion was on the house. Oh.
Yeah, when you see a gold mine or something like that just left at the end, you just literally facepalm straight away. It was just absolutely unbelievable. He did the right motor though. He had the right idea, you know, to use that free spell towards the end just to keep that World Champion alive. Didn't stay alive enough. If he did, he may have had the range to take out that gold mine right at the very end. It could have been so close. It could have gone either way for him. But he, again, like I said, he had the right idea. Just didn't have enough DPS to clean up and push his troops more forward. As we will go into the next attack. We Lene from, funny enough, alternate attacks and see what he's up to, pushing from the Warden on that left side.
Almost identical start. Electric Owl with the Warden and the healer stack. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table. in terms of units, pretty standard across the board. A couple of peckers in there, I love to see it. So let's see, where can he funnel? So he's aiming to funnel around. He's aiming to funnel down the south side here? Looking like it, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite tough when you can see from the south, you've got the air defense in the Archer Tower there, and especially the Eagle artillery. It depends on how he wants to push this. It's quite a slow attack. Sometimes our patience will be a virtue to consider in the circumstances, but when you do make plays like this, it's more of a high risk, high reward, and that's literally what they want to go for every single time, you know, 8 or 9 times out of 10. The Queen and the Unicorn will be coming through to push on that Wizard Tower, and this is where the attack is going to get a little bit leery here, as they will push down from the south as well as the left side.
Getting a little bit leery. I don't think I've ever heard that in Clash of Clans, but there we go. Pulling the full sad Landon to you boys in chat there. The King absolutely romping through. Rage Spell comes out, looking good for them so far. Going to get the jump as well so they can cross on over. Everybody over the wall. Almost working out as the Wizards keep on going. Now the King's doing some serious work here. The multi-inferno on the Peckers is not going to be enough. It doesn't look like it. The Peckers are starting to hammer on down that tower, and that's going to get picked off around the side as well. The Grand Warden taking some damage from the single inferno at the moment, but he should be safe. He's got his healers along with him, and here come the Hog Riders to come on, stomping through at the moment. This is looking like a very nice sweep as they go around counterclockwise around the base.
That was perfect timing with the Hog Riders, but not only that, with the free spell as well, just to keep them at bay in terms of the DPS on the defense of Kevin. And you can see they're still trying to push through here. The Inferno Tower still doing a large amount of damage, some of it actually going towards the healers, and now they're taking out that Wizard Tower also. The air defense won't do too much here, long as those healers are out of range, and still going for the mines and the cannons on that left side. So not really too much here to finish up D-Man, but still got 40 seconds left.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-star, no doubt about it. There's barely any defenses. Single Archer Tower goes down, the gold mine gets finished. No time running out this time. Unfortunately, Linnaeus will be taking it. It is another 3-star for Alternate Attacks. That's going to put them in a 6-4 commanding start position. But, you know, while it's Alternate Attacks, I'm just going to point out we were in a very similar position with Rest versus Aphelion a moment ago. Things can change. Don't forget, there was a 99% 2-star. So in terms of percentage, it's still pretty good for Inquisition. They just need those 3 stars, and you've got to feel the Alternate Attacks may well get another one.
It wouldn't surprise me at all in the slightest. Like I said, they are one of the best teams in the world in Clash of Clans, so we didn't expect nothing less here, D-Man. It's just one of those situations. But talking point from that last attack as well, it's definitely the Hog Riders and the free spells, just making sure to keep their defense at bay for the time being, and then be able to push through on the right side. It was huge. Even the Queen and Unicorn was kept alive for so long, as well as the Warden and the healers. So it's good stuff for them, good attack, good percentile, like you mentioned earlier. So it looks like on the side of Inquisition, they have a lot to make up for.
Let's see, as they try and figure out, we've still got Aston Jojo for Alternate Attacks to go, and I believe it's going to be Lou. I was just about to say, Lou's been on the defensive side. Let's see what he's going to do in terms of attack. A very pleasing base to look at, I would say here for Aston. Very symmetrical looking. So let's see how it's going to work out. Kicking off with the Royal Champion. That's going to work its way through. Lassie already down. Didn't take very long for him. The King with the Yak and the Golem on the side is going to be the Queen Walk as well to come around the side. The Royal Champion is done and dusted already. So a very quick attack there. The crossbows, I'll tell you what, absolutely hammering away. This is a pretty harsh defensive base for me.
Something has done indeed. It's one of those defenses where it's simple but effective in terms of layout. But what Damage going to do here, you can see on the side of Luke, it's trying to push on through with the standard composition, with the Queen, and of course the Unicorn as well, and the King and the Yak as they're trying to push on. And trying to clean up some of the defense here, the crossbow as well, but not really getting too much done here as both have been taken out.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they've taken the south side, but I feel that this may well fall short already. I don't know. Okay, here's the grand part of the attack. The balloons coming through, the Grand Warden over on the right-hand side, the battle blimp coming through as well. That's going to go straight towards the centre. What's going to come out of that battle blimp? Will it be a stack of balloons in there? The free spell comes through, so they're going to be trying to get the damage down with only just a stack of crossbows in there. The tornado will lock them up nicely, delays that battle blimp while it gets absolutely pummeled down. It will finally come out. There is a couple of dragons in there, but oh, look at that disaster. We just lost all of those balloons. that attack has absolutely fell short, and that is not going to go well. This may be a low percentile score here. They can clear up a lot. There's not too many defenses left in the middle there, but there's just not enough to clean them up.
Absolutely not. The Eagle Artillery did so much damage. The Lava Loons just couldn't do enough damage on some of the defenses. And you can see that was one of the plans of defense for Ast here. He just wanted to make sure that as long as he keeps whoever's coming to the central part of the base at bay, the Eagle Artillery can then do so much damage if they're clumped up together, which they were, which is a little bit of a shame for him. But even then, look how much defense is left, you know. Still got a few cannons, a few of the archer towers, the crossbows, and still the Eagle Artillery. It's just literally just a matter of time. But you are right, though. It will be a 2-star. It will be a low percentage as the time will be ticking. But it was a real shame. He had the right idea, but with the champion, of course, you saw there with the Queen and the King Yak as well, just taken down so early. He had to release those lava loons spread out across the west and north side, but central defense was just way too much.
Just one single unit out on the wall there, plinking away, trying to get his way in. And that'll be all she wrote. 77% 2-star for Lou. And that is definitely going to put some serious pressure on them. You got to feel that Alternatex may now just run away with this one. Lock in a 3-star. Job done.
Yeah, I think Inquisition could be sweating a little bit here, trying to get something back. But, you know, Alternate Attacks been looking quite good in terms of like a lot of the base layouts and how they want to progress and trying to stop a lot of the defense. Because with every base layout, you can't stop everything in particular. It's got to be as consistent as possible across the board, depending on what you want to do. But so far, so good from what we've seen in terms of star count and percentile. But I'm interested to see what's going to happen in this next attack.
Yeah, we'll see how this one works out. Alternate Attacks. This is going to be Jojo. Who's left? Jojo or Asta, I think it is, that's left to attack. It is tell live Vala. We haven't seen Vala yet. I'm just looking at the spreadsheet trying to see who's going to be attacking next. It's not been updated. Just saying, League Ops. Just throwing it out there, you know, just throwing him under the bus. Vala going to be on the attack. We've already seen him defending. It's going to be up against Striker. We'll see how this works out. Earthquake, lightning straight in towards that center. Try and get the crossbow down. The builder does manage to hang on. I think he got his primary target done.
Well, speaking of buses, it seems like Inquisition have been riding the one-way ticket to the struggle bus so far. That's about the halfway mark through this series to see what was going to actually be done as the King Yak would going from that east side. A couple of loons as well, just to see if they can bait anything out. And you can see there as well, the Queen and Unicorn will be pushing forward. So it's going to be quite slow to start with, just to see if they can pick off any of the defense and some of the mines, etc., just to make sure there's going to be a clear attack for when the lava loons do come into play.
Absolutely. King gets the rage spell down. He's just going to charge on through. Multi-Inferno's doing work. They will finally get plunked down there, but the Queen doing the damage in the back, and the Yak is still standing strong. Lava Hound will finally get them down. So now with the King and Fan and Yak down, Queen is the focus, should be able to deal with this. Has got a crossbow doing quite a bit of damage on them. The double crossbow's working well, does switch into tension though, as the invisibility comes through. And now the Queen will sneak on there, but the Unicorn was already gone, so the Queen is a little bit vulnerable right now and will get finished off. So King Queen down, World Champion as well picked off. Let's see what he can do. Grand Warden and the balloons coming through.
Yeah, the push up indeed. The air defense has done so much damage towards that south side. The Eagle Artillery are just hoping to get a few good shots off, depending on the circumstance of how they're going to push up here. And they're also going to be pushing around from that left side to see what they can do. The air defense, the Wizard Tower and the Archer Tower trying to do so much damage. And same with the Inferno Tower on the south. You can see that Tornado Spell as well has been hit. And the Lava Loons are going to take so much damage from that Eagle Artillery here, D-Man.
I'm not too sure if he wanted the balloons to go that way. It got forced that way by the tornado. As you say, the sweep came through, just pushed them off, and that's a lot of balloons gone down. And disastrous in the end. And you know what? We'll see. Okay, I'm not going to say yet. Stone Slammer's still in play, but this is looking like a 2-star to me. I'll be impressed to see if they can pull a 3-star out. There come the loons coming straight out of it onto the Eagle Artillery. Multi-Inferno burning them down. There is just a crossbow standing along with that Inferno, so we'll see whether it can get enough down. It can't, and this attack has fallen short. The first time we see chink in the armor. Alternate attacks, it's only going to be a 2-star for Vala.
Yeah, It's a real shame for them. All they can do now is just take up the mines and the storages before they can finish up here. 15 seconds left. You're looking at probably 88 to 90% here, depending on the circumstances of this minion. We'll take out one. So it will be around at 89 or 90. And yeah, it's a real shame, really. It's just those tornado spells just did so much. And with the eagle artillery, you know, attacking timing, you know, in terms of perfectly, and they managed to have them clumped up. It was just not the path that Valley would actually expected. So great stuff for Inquisition and a good defense. Halfway through the series, but better late than never.
So Kevin's turn to attack for Inquisition. We'll see what he can do, whether he can turn it around. If he can pick up a 3-star here, he can put a little bit of pressure on Ast's attack, which will be coming up as well. So this is really down to Kevin to try and step up, deliver for his team, keep Inquisition in that winner bracket. Of course, if they do fall, it's not all over. Either of these teams, they will be falling down to that lower bracket. So it doesn't matter whether they... I mean, I'd say it doesn't matter whether they lose, but obviously it matters. But it doesn't matter in terms of going out of the tournament whether they lose, like he did a moment ago. So Kevin's turn. Let's see what he can bring to the table.
Absolutely. Overall in this series, you can see with alternate attacks, they've got a 2-star lead, huge percentile as well. It's just a matter of what Inquisition can do now if it's the next couple of attacks. They need to at least get 3 stars, I would say, for both of these attacks minimum. But we'll find out as we push through. The Baby Dragon is coming up from the north, and you can see the Queen is on that north side as well. So it depends on what we want to do with the Giant, just consuming a little bit of damage pushing forward.
Steaming through the middle there. The Inferno triggering off will take them down and slow things down. So the King's been dealt with along with the Yak. Now the Queen coming out with that Unicorn. Getting charged on down. Got a lot of work to do, but the poison being going to drop down onto him. Queen should be fine. I'm going to say that should be fine. Now we see the Royal Champion coming out with Lassie on the left-hand side. Going to pick off that cannon quick and early as Lassie will follow on through. It does mean that the Champion's actually taking all of the damage at the start. I think we would have preferred Lassie to be the one taking the damage there. Lassie actually got held up, taking down the hood on the side there. Stone Slammer comes out with the loons. See what they can do with this one. Finally, the Grand Warden will come through to try and keep them alive. Multi-Infernos, both triggering off here. They've got to get fast through here, which is why the Rage and the Freeze have been dropped down there. There's the Freeze going down. Stone Slammer going to continue. The Warden's going to continue pathing to the north side and keeping them alive as long as he can. This is the grand start for Kevin. This is a fantastic run, but they need to be a 3-star. They need to push on through. That Eagle Artillery still yet to be focused.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle here. And you saw earlier on as well, the Queen and Unicorn was taken out so early. So the Lava Loons now trying to do so much damage as they can, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to here. They've still got 1:15, plenty of time, but the question is, have they got enough troops pushing forward? And you can see the Inferno Tower in the center just doing so much damage, of course, with the crossbow and the cannon on the right side, as well as the Archer Tower and the scanner shot. And the Lava Loons are just taking way too much.
Yeah, the Warden got tucked down, unfortunately. Couldn't come through, and as soon as that Warden fell, you just knew the balloons were going to tumble with. And oh, it's fallen short once again. It's going to be around about an 80% game once again for Inquisition, and that was the 3-star they needed. As you can see, that's just going to take them to, unfortunately, an 8-star performance, which alternate attacks are already on. They've got themselves a free attack essentially going forward, and you've got to feel with Ast on the attack next, he's going to have such a comfort zone going forward. There's no pressure. You don't need a 3-star. You can just play it safe and get the 2, but knowing some of these guys, they're probably just going to go for it anyway. How is the Electro out, the last one standing? I don't know. Like, what were you doing, son? You left your Warden. You left your Grand Warden hanging high and dry. He's normally the one out front.
That was nice of him, wasn't it? But never mind. I think one of the biggest talking points and the key factors is the fact that the Queen and the Unicorn quite near the start of the game, where the Unicorn was taken out very early by the, I think it was the crossbow, where it was targeting the Unicorn. And once that was taken out, of course, the Queen went with it straight afterwards. So you saw they were able to push from the 6 and 9 o'clock position with those Lava Loons. And they weren't going to take out all their defense, but it depends what route they take in terms of pushing through on some of the defense. But it was just way too much at the time.
Absolutely. Now, as I say, Ast on the attack is going to have himself a bit of free time. I feel it's fun time for alternate attacks. They can just rest on their laurels and know that they are already tied game with a game in hand. You know, even a 1-star performance will still be enough to carry them through. Well, assuming that it's not 2 1-star performances and Vendetta doesn't come out with a 3-star. But let's not get carried away. I don't think we're going to be seeing any 1-stars here, but maybe I just gave them the cast a curse. But Alternate Atax now on their 4th attack with Ast. The Battle Blimp is charging through.
I was just about to say, if they both get 1 star and their attacks, then all I'm going to say, D-Man, is the fact that you've just jinxed it massively, and we've put us in one of the biggest jokes of the day, or probably of the year, shall we say, even though we're halfway through the year. But yeah, just looking through now, I think Ast is just trying to see exactly where he wants to go about this next attack. You can see the World Champion just in the centre, just doing a little bit of damage here and there. And so far, it's been a very good start, taking a lot of the defence out on that centre north side. And it depends what they want to go through with the Queen on the left side here as well.
So Queen, as you say, out, just dealing with those golems. Will get frozen up, but not to worry. Pekka, Telelites, the King. I mean, they're kind of similar, the Pekka and the King, except the fact that he's got a big fat yak with him. And again, the column. Oh, that's a little unfortunate, actually. That froze the King, which is going to delay the attack onto this tower. The yak took a little bit more punishment than probably would have preferred. The Queen should be able to path on through with that King now. King, of course, going to hop over the wall. Will go straight through onto the defending Queen. Taken out, jump spell used, hops over the wall. And this is something that that Judo talked about, actually. The fact that a lot of the... Obviously, we are relatively early in Town Hall 14, and we are seeing some walls not up the level yet. Obviously focusing on that attack rather than defense. So we may see some of the walls that are lower than they expect.
And it can change the meta as well in terms of establishment, if people switch to Hog Riders or the Warden or anything like that. It's a lot of things to take into account considering the circumstances, how you want to defend. But speaking of Denver, the Lava Loons have popped out as well as the Minions, and you can see how they're going to push up from here. As now the Eagle Artillery is going to fire some shots to see if it can take anything out of the Lava Loons or just any of the troops from that attack of that matter. Crossbow's doing a little bit, but they've actually frozen this spell in terms of the crossbow, the Eagle Artillery, or both crossbows, shall we say. But as you can see, the Lava Loons went straight for the Eagle Artillery. Split ever so slightly just to finish off these last few crossbows. Got 2, there's still 1 more on that left side. But I don't think there's too much here left here, D-Man. It's been a pretty good attack so far. Just what's left is the air defense, the archer tower as well. And looking pretty good considering the circumstances at the start.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect game for them once again. So 3-star comes through, takes them down through to 11 stars, and we could be seeing just shy of that perfect performance, of course. But yeah, brilliant stuff for them. 14-star on the cards for Alternate Atax. And that does, of course, mean that Inquisition needs to 3-star this and hope the final attack from Jojo for Alternate Atax is a complete and utter failure, which I just don't see happening.
No, I don't at all now. It's super, super unlikely. The chances, I'd probably say, I'll compare it to a miracle right now, Demon. I think that's probably the best analogy I can use to compare that kind of situation. But you never know, we've seen strange things, but it is highly doubtful. But you would have to have like a godlike defense in order to try and stop anything from the next attack of Alternate Atax, funny enough. But, like I said, one of the world champions, not really too much of a surprise here. Inquisition is going to be their last attack from the side of Vendetta, and we'll see what he can do going forward from the south side.
Been popped early, rage thrown down there. We'll see whether he can get enough out of it, though, because it is being tanked heavily. Those crossbows putting the damage down. Has he managed to get enough damage? What he wanted from that, the value. Little baby dragon on the right-hand side as well, south side. We see the Queen come through with the healers, so it's going to be a standard Queen walk with that unicorn backing her up. And now, of course, the golem over on the left as well.
Still taking the air defense out on that left side with the Queen and heal as well as the Unicorn, taking out the cannon out and just pushing through further as the Inferno Tower, of course, the crossbow and the Wizard Tower trying to do everything they can, but won't be able to do too much here and won't be able to take too much defense. The free spell comes out in case they do prioritize the healer, but it's not going to be the case as both crossbows are trying to take out the Queen still. But Queen should be perfectly fine here considering the circumstances. The Lava Loon's just baiting out to see if there's any traps lurking around, but so far so good.
Just a single balloon, yeah, trying to bait out anything. Not going to happen. Queen's happily being healed up. Okay. I think I'm going to throw the King here. Queen's having a nice happy path opening up. It's going to start working on that Town Hall. She's going to take it down. Now we get a couple of Hog Riders over on the right. There's the World Champion and Grand Warden coming through. Hog Riders pumping through. The King also comes out with the Yak on the the right-hand side as well. Going to go around the north side. Eagle Artillery goes down, picked off easily, as they're just going to keep on through. I feel there's a little damn irony on this one, Harry. This is looking like it's probably going to be a 3-star, knowing the way it's going for Inquisition. They'll 3-star at the end and just feel that, oh, if only we did a little bit more. The Queen has gone down. The healer's going to get picked off here. The Multi-Inferno working them down, nothing on it. He's just going to pop a couple of troops to try and get him in there to take down that Multi-Inferno. Does save the healers. The healers actually might be able to path across. No, tell a lie. They do trigger the trap. And I don't think they're going to get close enough to the Grand Warden to hook on, as those bombs will take them down.
You're absolutely right. They're probably thinking, why don't we just do this at the start? But, you know, like I said, miracles can happen, but not this time round, as Warden's going to be pushed up a little bit further. You can see it's going to take a little bit more time. There's still 40 seconds left. It's going to be very difficult. And let's be honest, that one archer is going to make a huge much difference up north. It'll take down, you know, a few of the mines, etc. going forward, but not really too much here and there. Not really too much to say here. Just waiting for the next battle to end, and at least he's taken out a little bit more. But yeah, not really too much to say. He only got the cannon and the archer tower left. And yeah, it sounds like time's going to run out for him. It looks like we'll hit in the 90s in terms of percentile, but not enough to do any more damage.
Yeah, the miners are getting just a decent value. Warden backing them up. But yeah, not enough time to get the full 3-star. And that final tower's going to get them down 97%. Ah, and he falls short. And that's now. So that, I mean, again, you know, 99% in game 2, I believe it was. The 99% game, 97% game there, just falling short. So 2 3-star potential performances, just falling a little shy.
Yeah, it's all about the stars, not the percentile at the end of the day, so alternate attacks are looking very good, very strong in this series. We know he's going to come out on top anyway, no matter what, as we go into the last attack, but yeah, again, great stuff. Inquisition, commiseration to them. They did their absolute damnedest to make sure they can try and push through a lot of the defenses of alternate attacks, but some of their layouts and their defense placements are looking very, very solid.
Well, Jojo gets to play. He's already 11-10 up. They've already won it, so Jojo will get his little moment of victory, little victory walk effectively around the base, and we'll see what he can do with his queen walk here. A little balloon coming in to see if he can find any traps, and yep, sure enough, does manage to find them out there. A couple of them come through, and now the queen very well expecting that one with the warden up behind.
I was going to say he can do a little victory lap as long as he doesn't funnel anywhere, but he funneled through the wall at the top, sorry, on the side right at the very start, so of course that's not going to happen anyway because they do already have 11 stars, so it doesn't really matter what happens on this attack. So basically this is just for pride, not with too much bragging rights anyway, but yeah, alternate attacks just looking to carry on pushing through here on this right side with the queen, and of course the warden now with the unicorn as well as the healers.
So Inquisition will drop down to the lower bracket. Unfortunately for them, it certainly looks like they've only just fallen short. If you think about the performances, you know, the 2-time fails effectively, where they could have had those 3 stars. Yes, some of them were close to stars, you know, only 80 percentiles, but you know, the fact is that there should have been 3-star performances in there. They've just fallen short against alternate ATACs, who generally don't make too many mistakes here. You can see the stack coming through, the rage perfectly positioned with the Grand Warden healing everything up there, and they're just decimating this base, going counterclockwise around the defenses.
Continue on pushing through, as you can see, the Inferno Tower just trying to do everything can was the air defense which is coming taken out. The cannon will be as well, but still got the Archer Tower, the Wizard Tower, and of course the cannon from the south side. Elephant's still down the south side as well. If they want to try and do any more damage in particular, still got the scatter shot on that central side as well as the Eagle Artillery, and yeah, that's been frozen. It's completely understandable. Probably one of the best free spells to use at that time, especially around that area. And still, the attack's not looking too bad here, as the Royal Champion is going to take the air defense from the south, and is going to continue on going for the mortar, the Archer Tower, and the Wizard Tower forward, going for the defense on that right side.
Honestly, that was just a fantastic attack from Jojo. Just like got inside that wall, funneled them round absolutely brilliantly, counterclockwise, just swept through the defenses. It will be a 3-star finish, and it's a 3-star finish with plenty of time to spare as well. 35 seconds on the clock still for Jojo. Absolutely decimating Inquisition fights base there, and just been a bit of a stamp of authority, I feel, on the tournament overall. 14-10 in the winner bracket semifinals. They're going to move through to the upper bracket finals with a chance to just breeze on through in 3. We'll see who can stop Alternate ATAX. For Inquisition, they're going to fall on down into the lower bracket, unfortunately for them. As you see, 88.6%. It could easily have been a 12-star performance as well, just to up that. So a very close one overall, Harry. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Judo will be back on, joining Lethal. See you in a few.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open play-ins for Clash of Clans. I'm Lethal, joining with me is the analytical mastermind, by this of course, Judo Sloth. Judo, of course, I'm sure you've seen that last series, an absolute belter there to say the least. It was quite a dominating performance for alternate attacks. I know the first series of the day was very, very close. It went down to the wire to, I think it was by 0.4% in the end. But this one, just a little bit more one-sided. Is there anything you picked up in terms of the win conditions from alternate attacks?
Well, I think we expected nothing less from alternate attacks. Inquisition did beat them early on in the latter season, but when it really matters, alternate attacks never cease to amaze me. They I mean, they always cease to amaze me. They are incredible. And I think it just showed the offense and defense that they have. You know, they didn't concede that 3-star, but it really opening up with Boom. He got baited within his attack. Things went south from the off, and yet he still managed to hold it together and get the 3 stars. And that really is what helped them through, I think. Just being able to remain calm. Such an exciting matchup, but so many more to come as well, Lethal.
Certainly have done indeed. I'm looking forward to it as, you know, the meta slowly establishing itself as we go by. We've seen, you know, in terms of like, you know, the Queen, in terms of Unicorn and the King Yak, etc. You know, those little compositions here and there are kind of like almost fully established here, but of course, in terms of the defense and how we actually attack and how do you actually approach it, still trying to work out a little bit here and there. So still it's going to take a lot more time, but it's very interesting to see as we pan on forward. But speaking of going forward, we're going to see a little video package from the Dark Unicorn.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
What's up, everybody? My name is Wasman, and I'm a player for Dark Unicorns.
What do you consider to be your team's biggest advantage in the ESL Mobile Open?
I think the biggest advantage for my team is that we're all really relaxed. Like, the atmosphere is really nice, which means if somebody makes a mistake, we're okay, and we know that the rest of the team will catch it and make up for it.
If you had to choose one team to be your rival in the ESL Mobile Open, who would you pick and why?
I think that would have to be Inquisition, since they're one of the teams that are really on fire at the moment, and they put up an amazing score against us and gave us one of our first losses, so I think we want that revenge.
Funnily enough, you're the second clan to pick Inquisition as their rival. Inquisition, making bad blood. What is going on? So what are your expectations for you and your clan for this tournament?
Oof, actually we went into it thinking we just wanted to get a little bit of practice, you know, test the waters at Town Hall 14, and then all of a sudden it went really well, and we made our way into the top 10, which I don't think at the start we expected, and it went from kind of being relaxed to like really trying hard, so now we just want to secure a spot in the top 10 and see how far we can get.
Well, speaking of the top 10, you're currently in 7th. Today's the last day, like we've spoken about off camera as well. You made it into the top 5 in week 2. So how did the clan react when you made it into that top 5 spot?
Oh man, like being able to compete with the top teams, like we're just talking about the top teams of the world, like ATN, MCES, like all of those teams, and to be able to go head to head with those teams is an incredible feeling to really make a name for ourselves.
And is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who are supporting you through the ESL Mobile Open?
Absolutely. Unicorns are real. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thanks so much.
Unicorns are real. There we go. That's what I took from that interview. But not only that, it's their quite calm and passive approach to start off with. You know, a few things to point out is the fact that when they started, they were just playing for practice, for experience, like most new teams normally would. And instead, it went from quite a relaxed environment to, actually, you know, we're not that bad, actually. We actually are pretty good. We're going to have a bit more of a competitive aspect and approach. But before we continue to talk about the rosters and the teams themselves, let's have a look at the bracket and just see exactly what's been going on throughout the entire course of the day. Because it's been a fair few hours now. A lot of teams, a lot of matches have occurred. I'll be very curious to see who's been going forward. So as you can see at the start, we've got a few teams already pushing through to the winners semis. We've just seen alternate attacks against Inquisition. And then we do have Tribe Gaming later versus Silent Snipers to see who will be playing against each other in that winners finals, and then whoever wins that will advance to the ESL Mobile Challenge. But let's have a look at the loser bracket here, Judo, as Aphelion Esports are just waiting for their next opponent to drop down nicely from the winners semis onwards. And then we do have, of course, Dark Unicorns and Time Fail Gaming.
Yeah, the German community really showing how strong they are. And one thing that I picked up from that bracket as well is the Dark Unicorns will really want to win this one just because Inquisition are waiting in the wings in the next round. And we do know just from that interview with Wasman that that is a team they are certainly looking to face. I can't wait to see how this one will fare. They have both taken a defeat in that earlier round today. Dark Unicorns losing out, unfortunately, to Tribe Gaming, and we did have the loss to Silent Snipers from Time Fail Gaming, so it will be interesting to see which team bounces back.
Yeah, Time Fail Gaming. This is the full roster here, and I was just looking to see exactly in terms of stats what they've been up to throughout the course of the open ladder. Now, they have only gone 16-5, and I always feel like unless you're challenging first, it shouldn't really matter too much where you are placed in the top 9. As long as you feel like you're safe enough on the open ladder, then that shouldn't be an issue. But Dark Unicorns, they came in with a relaxed approach, just hoping to get some experience to battle on forward in the future, depending on the circumstances of the competitive aspect. They realised they're actually much better than they thought and gone, well, do you know what, let's just crack on forward, which is what we love to see. Love to see a lot more new players come in the Clash of Clans competitive scene, but what we've seen so far on the ladder, looking very good, but it's like I said before, if you're not really competing for first in terms of going straight to the challenges, then you want to keep your win-loss count quite low, just so that you don't give away too much research or forward information for any other team to kind of rely on and then plan their attacks ahead of time.
You want to be relaxed moving into the play-ins here as well. Dark Unicorns actually going on a complete win streak in the final week, beating MCES actually, who did indeed win the overall ladder. They beat One Hive as well, and they recently qualified into the ESL Meisterschaft as well, so they are really on a high right now. Unfortunate to take that loss against Tribe Gaming, and it was actually a perfect war that Tribe got, so let's hope that it doesn't knock Dark Unicorns too much. But Timefell, on the other hand as well, they had a very similar win-loss ratio to Dark Unicorns in the ladder, 16-5, so really it's anybody's game, I think. Difficult to predict.
Yeah, it's very similar. Like when you look at ladder results, okay, they've got a win-loss of this and that, but it more depends on who they've been playing against. Like the fact that you said that Dark Unicorns actually defeated MCES is huge, but again, we've seen it before in the last match where Inquisition had beaten alternate attacks in the past. But then again, when it comes to crunch time and it's not an open ladder, this is actually for a spot and challenges going into double elimination bracket. Then that's when things will get a lot tougher. People have some aces up their sleeve and a lot of attacks which they want to hide in case anything does happen. But before we even get into our next match, Judo, I think we need to try and take a nice little break. So we'll be watching, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains full Clash of Clans. I am Lee Fool, joined with Judo, and we are waiting to get our next series underway between these two juggernauts. It should be a great match to start off with. Judo. You know, we're going through a honeymoon period at the moment. This will be our first cast together, and this should be an absolute banger as we go through into that loser bracket.
I can't wait, my friend. Even just listening to yourself and D-Man in that last matchup, I know that we're going to have such good fun with this one. And a real battle of the titans, really. I know that both of these teams were a little bit lower down in the ladder, but they know each other from within the German community. And I know that Inquisition waiting in the wings, both of these teams will have just that little bit extra on the line in order to get the victory.
Absolutely, I look forward to see exactly what is going to come up. Some of the Lavalians come up on the left side, but it doesn't matter too much to see if I can bait out any of these traps pushing forward here. But the King and Yakov pushed up as well as the Queen and Unicorn, pretty standard comp as they're pushing on forward. But a few of the cannons, you know, are going to try and do a little bit of damage. It's not going to affect it too much here, as the battle is still going to continue up north.
Yeah, really like the use of that early skeleton spell up there. Actually managed to preserve the health on the Barbarian King by doing so. A real smart move, because with this style of attack, we did see it from Inquisition in the last war as well. You really want to try and take down the Eagle with your heroes. You can see the King in that most northern compartment. And then you're trying to just set a funnel for the Inferno Dragons to move through. And you're using the skeleton spells to distract any of the major defenses. Really nice Grand Warden ability, catches all of the Inferno Dragons in the battle blimp, as you can see, just slowly moving through to the Town Hall.
Yeah, the King was a little bit late on that north side, pushing around towards the right-hand side, but managed to pop in anyway to finish off that Inferno Tower. But the attack is still looking very good here, as well. Multiple prong attacks from the south side going pushing up. But the Dragon is still going to try and help out with that Wizard Tower and the Scanner Shot as well. Scanner Shot needs to be taken out ASAP if they can, but all you can see from the troops are just going to literally put that no problem at all. As now there's only a few more bits to finish up here. So you've got the Tessa, the Archer Tower as well. You've got some of the Lava Hunters pushing around that left side too. So only a few mines, Elixir Towers and the gold storage left, as well as a few bits on that east side. But so far so good here from what we've seen there so far.
A commanding 3-star, over a minute left on the board, still pretty much had the Queen and Royal Champion abilities and so many Royal Inferno Dragons rather. And I noticed the pet levels as well. Many of the pets level 1. Swag points or what? Time Fail Gaming really starting how they mean to go on.
You guys can calm down, you know. You could be a bit more patient with your attacks. You don't just have to rush it through. It's fine. It's okay. But like you said, you know, there was so much time left going towards that. It was just ridiculous to say, listen, you know, a great attack, just making sure at the very beginning. You can see some attackers here and there, or some of the players, a little bit patient in terms of trying to bait out some of those traps or pushing through with the Queen and Unicorn, etc., etc. But he was adamant that he wanted to push it on through in case anything does happen. Seems to be very fast in his attacks and, you know, has a very good idea and grasp exactly what he wants to do against his defense. But so far so good, and it's a great way to start the series off. Hopefully the momentum will continue in their favor.
I'm sure it will do. And really, like you said, the patience of the start of that attack was what impressed me, because it always shows a team that is ready to perform. I mean, the opening match, opening attack, this is the losers bracket, so if they lose, they are out of the tournament. Pressure is on, and started the attack so calmly and smoothly. Now it's up to Dark Unicorns. We heard from Wazman earlier how they really entered this tournament just for enjoyment. I'm sure that's something they want to continue throughout, but it really has become a little bit more competitive for them, and now they're in the situation where they are behind at such an early stage. Coming in with this very similar attack strategy, can they replicate it?
We'll have to see indeed. It's a possibility. Depends on which way they go, and of course for the defense layout of Papa from Time Failed Gaming. So going to consider the circumstance of what we want to do here. They're using all the lava loons at the top. They will be taking that mortar and hopefully the air defense as soon as possible. As you can see now, the crossbow and the cannon, we're focusing on the king on that left side with the yak. The king and the yak are just going to continue on that left side to finish up any other small defense like the archer tower and the cannon on that side. But already lava loons are pushing straight through here. Quite a few of them have already been taken down. The air defense, the Inferno Tower, is already doing so much damage as it's pushing towards the central bit here, Judo.
Yeah, lost a lot of balloons to the Giga Bomb, and whilst he does take down the Eagle Artillery early on, you see the Tornado Trap kind of spun all of the Inferno Dragons, so now they are just in one line in the center, and it will be difficult to see whether he can get both the multi and the single, but actually the multi-target Inferno did fall, so landed in his favor there, and with the Inferno Dragons beaming through the single, he was managed to get that down, but they're falling short, and there's still quite a few defenses here.
Yeah, this is the problem. He's got so much time, but then again, you know, hasn't got enough troops to possibly push all this. But then again, you do have the King and the Yak and the Unicorn and the Queen. The Queen has just managed to catch up. It fell a little bit short at first, but now can help towards the DPS off this defenses. The crossbows to the air defense won't matter too much as long as they try and take it out early. The cannon there, and still there's a mortar on that right side as well as another cannon. But the crossbow is just doing so much damage here. The Inferno Tower just trying to stay alive as much as it can. Will take out the mortar to the right side, but the Inferno Tower still needs to be taken down. And you can see they're going to be pushing right round it.
He had the Royal Champion and Queen abilities, which really helped out, but the defending Barbarian King taking down the Royal Champion made such a big difference because he struggled to get the multi, and thankfully, due to the Queen's ability, oh, and the Yak actually takes out the wall. That is why the Yak is with the Queen. Opening up the compartment for the multi-target Inferno, it falls, and well, that is a response from Dark Unicorns. We knew both of these teams were going to come out swinging, and there you are.
There's no telling what's going to come up in these next few attacks in this series. A little bit worried at first with that Inferno Tower. It was just out of range of a lot of the troops going forward, but it managed to break the wall and go in nicely, so it wasn't really too much of an issue. The only problem I had was the fact that the Unicorn and the Queen was a little bit late towards the attack on that south and right side, but he just had to play catch up because, of course, a lot of the little defenses here and there was cleared up, and it's just a matter of time before she could catch up with the King and the Yak. So not really too much of an issue, but managed to fall on through anyway, as the balloons will be pushing up against that Inferno Tower just to see if we can bait anything out. But Jimmy, a problem, the Wizard Tower and Inferno Tower will be able to clean up as well as the cannon. So it's just going to be, I was going to say a slow start, but it looks like all going to be going straight through here, Judo.
Yeah, used the lightning spell early to take down a sweeper, and although he got damage onto both scatter shots, the Battle Builder just repaired it back up. Might have even been worth it to just take one extra lightning spell to take out the Battle Builder and keep the damage on the scatter shot, but this is an interesting start. He's used an early Warden ability to protect all of the Inferno Dragons. They do split towards both multi-target Infernos, but I'm worrying about those scatter shots. Deadly damage will be flying in. Nice Battle Blimp to get through to the Town Hall, and that will fall. There's still a lot of damage to get through here, and the Inferno Dragons, well, they do get the scatter shots, so advantage to Stefan of Time Failed Gaming at the moment.
The words right in my mouth fares with that scanner shot gone, it's going to be huge in detriment in terms of that spread damage not going to be occurring on the attack of Stefan. But in Inferno Town, that left side, you can see the World Champion just trying to push on through. Managed to take that nicely. The King and Yak also trying to push up, but the cannon and then the crossbow still trying to do a fair amount of damage, but it's actually frozen it just in case anything does happen. He doesn't really want to take his chances as he's going to try and clean up that Wizard Tower, but the crossbow is still doing so much here.
Yeah, with it being on ground, it's not impacting the Inferno Dragons, but he's relying on the heroes to finish up the attack, and that is where it was doing damage. The freeze spell was indeed perfect. And well, we might expect to see Inferno Dragons throughout the war, because if they are pulling in 3 stars like this, why change it? Both teams taking advantage of the Inferno Dragons on offense, and very fast attacks. Time Fail Gaming again with 1 minute to spare. Wow, what a performance so far, and the pressure is right back on Dark Unicorns.
Well, it's like I said with the Inferno Dragons, you know, there's no point trying to fix something which ain't broken, as a common saying, but it's absolutely right going through a lot of these attacks and some of the defenses here. But yeah, it's just unbelievable. These players are just not mucking around with the attacks. They just ooze confidence when you see anything like that, because they don't want to have one of those opportunities where they can push through nicely after a little bit of time and then you find out, I don't know, a mine or storage or something is left, missing out on that 3-star, because we've seen it on numerous occasions. But this is the problem, this is where a lot of the mental arithmetic comes in. As long as you look at the base layout and then make decisions fast without messing around too much, and make sure, like, you know, I don't know if you've got your lava loons or, you know, the hog riders or anything like that to push through early on. It's just a matter of taking chances here. And, you know, they'd rather risk going for that 3-star rather than waiting around. But then again, at the start, you saw there that he was still trying to bait out a lot of the traps on that east side, just trying to be a little bit cautious. But the good thing is the fact that they're still playing this game very aggressive, making sure there's no openings at all, and making sure they've got plenty of time in case they do succeed in pushing on the defense.
Indeed, I think the Inferno Dragons are an attack strategy which is quite quick to come up with the plan. As long as you can get that funneling, you can assure that the Inferno Dragons are relatively safe through the center of the map. It is a fast attack strategy, so I'm not surprised that we've seen that earlier on. And I was just about to say, we probably will then start to see a little bit more variety in terms of the strategies once people have had longer to work out a specific strategy for the base. And it is Scorpion using the Lava Loon, but there's a tornado trap here right next to the Battle Blimp and 2 black bombs in order to take it out. Oh, he wanted the Battle Blimp next to the Archer Queen to take out the Scatter Shot and the multi-target Inferno, and he's missed it. A beautiful base design in order to prevent that.
Yeah, the only thing you can say is that at least he triggered the tornado spell early, but then again, you know, because he does have at least 24 of those balloons coming forward at some point. So at least that way, with that being said, if all the blimps, what are you talking about? If all the balloons actually manage to get trapped by that tornado, then the Eagle Artillery can also do a lot more damage as well, and depending on the scatter shot's range. So in some ways, it's like good and bad. I can see exactly what you mean. It's a little bit of a shame, not the best of starts, of course, for Scorpion on the Dark Unicorn side. But Wally's defense has been looking great as they're pushing forward from that north side. With the Inferno Tower and the cannon causing a little bit of issues with the King, as he's already taken half damage.
Yeah, the issue here is he wants his heroes to take out the Town Hall, and with the King now being distracted in that area with the Archer Queen, wow, the King doesn't help to support the Queen. He gets the Archer Queen, but the Battle Builders repair the multi-target Inferno, and although he just about gets the Town Hall with the Archer Queen, he's now got a huge issue down this area of the base, sending in the Royal Champion to try and take out these defenses and fix it. I think that's a good play, but moving towards the back of the base, we've really got to be careful.
Certainly does indeed. That Royal Champion almost got taken down, but it's been re-healed at the perfect time. But look at the amount of troops they have down the south with the balloons on a target now, the air defense and the Inferno Tower. It's not looking the best here. It depends on how much more the Inferno Tower can actually do, as well as the Wizard Tower and the crossbows. Both crossbows are now focusing on that Royal Champion as the Royal Champion is pushing that center side. But the Lava Loons still trying to get aggressive. The sweepers pushed further them back on that right side. The free spell did have to come in here, Judo, as all that's left is that, of course, the Archer Tower is going to push in just to make sure to keep them back. But another free spell is coming to stop that scatter shot.
Scorpion has done a good job here trying to rescue the attack, sending the Royal Champion in with that invisibility spell as well, which was intended for the Super Wizards early on. Managed to take the scatter shot, but it was too late because the balloons were already focusing towards that area, which wasn't planned. Had to use an early Grand Warden ability, and because of that, just doesn't have the firepower to move to the back end of the base. And as much as he's done well to fix it, it just wasn't enough. The attack had gone south too much towards the start. And you've got to say as well, despite it not even being the 3-star, it is the low percentage at 78. So now Timefail really in the lead.
Sadly, we're not going to see 200% attacks and 3 stars in a row for that team. It's a bit of a shame, like I said, 78%. That could be monumental in terms of the average percentile looking at later on, because every percent counts there. We know it's all about the stars, but you know, the amount of times we've seen it come so close. Great example is, of course, the first series where it's by 0.4%. We don't want to see another one of those, especially in the predicament both these teams are in, because this is the loser bracket. But if you're just joining us in the stream, thank you so much for watching. This is the ESL Mobile playing for Clash of Clans. This is the third series of the day, and this is in the loser bracket. So whichever team loses out here goes home, but whoever wins will progress further, as already one team has qualified for the challenges, which is MCES, for coming first in their ladder, and the second to ninth teams we're watching compete here today to try and get those last two remaining spots just in this ladder for the challenges. So welcome, of course, and we're going to see the next attack very shortly. So we've seen 2 attacks for both teams. That's probably the first weakness we've seen so far in terms of progression on the attack on the east side. Was there any like key factors or any moments which you saw which where the defender was actually going to do a much better job and hold it back from that 3-star?
Well, I think it was all the defender there, actually. There wasn't a lot of slip-ups from the attacker, really. He sent a Lava Hound in ahead of the Battle Blimp to try and tank, but it was baited. The defender had actually set up the base in order to try and make that area look vulnerable, but then there was the tornado trap, black bombs, so the Battle Blimp didn't get there, and it's no fault of the attacker other than, I guess, falling for the bait and not recognizing it. But attacking aside, it wasn't a fault that they actually made during the attack. It just couldn't be fixed after the start, because you commit a lot of spells and you really you want to get such value that if you don't get that, you have to think on your feet mid-attack on how you're going to change, and ultimately he just couldn't do it. So I think it was praise to the defender on that one, because I don't really feel it was a slip up from the attacker.
It's very difficult in your situation when you haven't seen much defense on the left side. It's either you think to yourself, have they got traps there, or have they done that on purpose to make me think there's traps there, and then it could be on the other side where there's some heavy defense. It's a lot of mind games when you go through it, and it can be a real nuisance. So sometimes you just have to coin flip it, but if you're an inexperienced team, normally they will just go straight for that weakest area of defense in terms of which portion on the map. But we are going to go to the next attack. Wally will be attacking here against Timo, and we'll see what we can do here as he started for the Royal Champion from that south side.
Yeah, Timefail already in the lead with their opening 2 stars. A nice invisibility spell onto the Royal Champion down to this bottom area of the base, trying to have an early stab in towards the scatter shot. Oh, but the Barbarian King takes down the Royal Champion. The scatter shot has a tiny bit of health, and look at the builder. The brand new battle builder from Town Hall 14 can now just sit and repair the scatter shot right at the way up to full health if he's not careful.
It's one thing to repair, it's definitely that scanner shot, as it's going to send everything in here, as the balloons are going to be taking down some of the fence of the cannons, the Inferno towers on that right side, as well as the Archer tower if he can. But he's pushing on through here. The sweeper's going to move quite a lot portion of the troops back here, but still pushing on forward here, still trying to take out that scanner shot before it gets repaired. So that was one of the key factors there. But also, as Briannic, a lot of these troops side should be pushing on through quite nicely. But again, the tornado trap was pushed on from where you can see that Town Hall, still trying to progress further, but not looking too bad on the right side either. As the scatter shot is in that centre bit, just got to take out a few more of his Archer towers and Wizard towers from the north, as well as the Inferno tower.
Not looking too bad, because really all he's trying to do is get that central scatter shot. He has bats, which he wants to swoop around the back end of the base and freeze both the Eagle and Wizard Tower. But unless the central scatter shot goes down, then he's going to have to start the bats there, as he does. So he has to use the bats in the center now in order to counteract the scatter shot. It's less than ideal because he can't directly path to the Wizard Tower, but he could still get around this, freezing the Wizard Tower. Once it falls, that's the final splash damage. And the bats just need to get the air defense and single target Inferno in order to finish this one off. Still difficult to call.
Oh, just managed to take out that Eagle artillery before a possible disconnection. Hopefully this will continue to see exactly what happens. But you can see from the defense, still got a little bit there in terms of the air defense. You've got the Inferno Tower there as well. So still got little bits and pieces to the puzzle. But it looks like we won't get to see the rest of it. But actually, no, never mind you. We'll just go straight back in and see exactly how it will clean up. Still got plenty of time. It's just a matter of how much more he can push through. But not looking too bad here, Judo.
Yeah, he needed the bats to get the single target Inferno in the air defense. Indeed, they did. And a beautiful 3-star means that Time Fail continue their 3-star streak. I love that attack because although the initial scatter shot did not go down, the Dragons were caught in that area. He had to then adapt and use the bat spells in the center, which I don't think he was planning. He might have, but I think he wanted the Dragons through to get that scatter shot and then swoop the bats around. So a really good adaptation mid-attack, which there you've seen how the attacker changed it despite the defense tripping him up a little bit, I guess, and still got it done.
That's what makes you from a good to a great player as well. It's the speed of your adaptation as well. If you're able to, counter whatever's needed in order to get around certain areas of the defense, then that's the difference it can make. And it's very hard when you've only got a small amount of time to try and reach part of the defense. But, one of the talking points is the fact that, free spelling that EUR artillery on numerous occasions, there wasn't really too much air defense left towards the end. And even when we almost got disconnected, we knew that there's a strong chance he will be able to 100% just due to the amount of time he had left. It was just a matter of time, really, wasn't it? But you're right, though, having 3 matches in a row, 3 attacks in a row with 3 stars and 100%. Let's be honest, Judo, can't complain, especially when it's just on the halfway mark of the series.
And especially when they have already had a defense. So Dark Unicorns need to 3-star in this next attack. This is a huge attack for them. It's the midpoint of the war, and if they don't get it, what it means is they have to go flawless from this point. Whereas if Eve Timo can 3-star this attack, it gives them a little bit of breathing room. Starts with the Battle Blimp, and on this one doesn't want to get as far, just using the Yetis to take out this little area of the base, create pathing for his Queen. So it's a lot less risky. Would have been nice to get that Expo down, to be honest. It's not the end of the world. He's wall breaked in, and the Queen charge has started pretty nice.
Certainly has done. Indeed, Queen is continuing to push on through. That Unicorn, of course, the healers as well. Some of the Lovelies are going to push on through to see if it can just clean up a little bit here and there, and also better any of the traps. But so far, so good here. The scanner shot is... Sorry, scanner shot, what am I talking about? The crossbow is going to be hitting on the Queen a lot more, but the Queen should be perfectly fine here. It just depends on this next engagement and when it's going to release all those balloons going forward.
Yeah, I worry once the Queen gets in towards the Grand Warden statue, because she's going to take a lot more damage. And actually, that Expo with a tiny little bit of health has really been a nuisance for him, because it's continually firing and doing the same amount of damage to the Queen. Doesn't matter whether it's full health, has 1% health, it's still doing the same amount of damage. So actually now sends in the Royal Champion. Just wanted to wait that little bit longer, I guess, so that the synchronization of the Queen and RC was a little bit better. King diving in towards the bottom, taking out the Town Hall. And look at that one little wall breaker. Made it to the center. The Queen now has access to the central multi-target Inferno, which is where we tend to see a lot of red traps. And this has turned around in the favor of Eve Timo. RC helping to support. Looks really good here, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. This attack has been incredible. The Royal Champion just making sure they can take out some of the air defense on that right side to make sure the balloons won't have any trouble, or let me say too much trouble. And this is still looking very, very good. Still a couple of Archer Towers left. As turn as the Wizard Tower there, an Inferno Tower, as well as air defense, just a little bit more down the south if they want to try and continue and put the pressure on. But one of the air traps you saw there just came out and has already taken out quite a few of them and did so much damage.
A lot of damage, and can you believe the issue that he's ran into here with the Archer Queen? It looked so good, but the balloons on that left-hand side, particularly the Tesla, really added to the damage there. And whilst the Archer Queen can get through, she has lost the healer support. He's got nothing left in terms of spells, so I think he would lose this attack either way. Time also just adding to the factor. It looked so good. And yet Eve Timo doesn't get that 3-star that was required. Such a shame for Dark Unicorns here, because now they have to go flawless if they are going to spin this one around.
Oh, I was talking about how perfect it was at the start, you know, pretty standard, of course, with the Queen pushing on through, taking out some of the defenses, delaying that Royal Champion just to make sure it doesn't get caught off by any other defenses on the same side, taking out the air defense and trying to take out the Inferno Tower as well, just so that it can release all those balloons to the north end of the region and then just push on through from there. But you're right though, it did look really good until they pushed onto that center half, and a couple of the air traps just did so much damage to balloons because of the fact that they were clumped up pushing on forward. Maybe if they were a bit more spread, it could have made a bit more of a difference, but then again, there'll be a lot less DPS taking out some of the other of the defense. But we are going to go back to the attack from Time Fail Gaming to see if they can continue their tradition here, Judo, with 100% freestyle.
They're getting a reputation at this point, aren't they? So Tobias, even though they are in the lead and comfortable, it's probably a bit of pressure because once the perfect war starts looming, no one wants to miss that. Tobias with the Queen Charge Lava Loon. He does have the Power Potion active, so most of his pets are maximum level. See if that can make the difference here, as he's already set a funnel with the Baby Dragon down to the 4 o'clock area of the base. The Queen Charge can now move on in, and with the Super Wall Breakers, he's trying to get that Queen towards the Town Hall and probably even the central multi-target Inferno as well.
Again, still pretty patient, understandable. You know, the Queen Unicorn healer's a very standard comp to start with to take up some of the defense and to push on forward even more. Just using a couple more balloons to see if there is any traps. He used the first one. We didn't really get past the first stage of the walls, so just need to send another one in just to be absolutely certain that nothing is going to happen, because Tobias doesn't want something to go wrong here, considering how much of a consistent spree the entire side of Time Fail Gaming have been on. He doesn't want to ruin the tradition here, Judo, but it looks like he's still being quite cautious here, but still has the same and the right motive here. As the push, still looking good, but time is of the essence.
Time is of the essence, and he does have the Expos firing into his Queen. He's going to be battling against the Lava Pups here as well. Uses the minions in order to try and speed that up and protect his healers. Another rage spell is needed, but he had planned to bring this amount of rage spells, and he's being very patient on the Super Wall Breaker. Oh, he's used it! And it goes for the wall to the outside. That will allow his Queen to loop around into that area, but I'm not sure that's what he wanted. I feel like the better play would have been waiting and then trying to send it towards the multi-target Inferno, but maybe he had a reason for that. We do have Black Bombs picking off healer after healer here though, Lethal.
Certainly have done indeed. I love how the Lava Hound has taken up so much damage from their air defense, so that the balloons can come on in and help out nicely. They've been coming in as well, but still pushing on through, sending out the minions last just to make sure they clear out a lot of small bits here and there in terms of the storages on that left side in case things do fall short. But still, there's a lot to take out. The Inferno Tower doing a huge amount of damage. Still prioritizing on the Queen here, but the Blitz, sorry, not the Blitz. The balloons are still now pushing on forward, and have to see what he can do is, because it's not looking too good.
He could still get this because the Queen, from walking around, reached the multi-target Inferno and took that down. Oh, actually, it was the Royal Champion. That was difficult to say there, actually. I'm trying to count the tiles, but it's a little bit difficult to see from here. It doesn't matter either way because he's managed to keep this streak alive just in the nick of time. But look at the amount of balloons left over. A carefully planned lava loon. And that means that Time Fail Gaming are pretty much going to take this one. They would need to fail in their next attack, only getting a 1 star if Dark Unicorns could have any opportunity.
Yeah, they're taking the mick now, aren't they, with these four sets of 3 stars, 100%. Will it be perfection, Judo? You know, this is going to be the next question. I look forward to it. If we do, you know, that's going to be them saying, you know, not just creating an impact, but a statement that's saying, like, how much they want to do and how much they want to progress further. We know they're in the loser bracket, but didn't have a good start and winners, but they've kind of fell short only slightly again in their last series, but now they're going to completely change the pace. Again, like you mentioned earlier, the caution and the patience he had just to make sure to take out all the defense on that right and north side, and using that Lava Hound on the left side to take out some of the air defense, but not just take him out, but just soak up as much damage as possible, so all the balloons, when they're spread out nicely, can then continue on with their attack and have additional DPS going forward. So let's try and see what the attack can be like from Sin's side of Dark Unicorns.
Yeah, I kind of predicted that we might see a little bit more Queen Charge moving back into the meta, and we've certainly seen that today. The Queen Charge Lalo firing back into the stream at Town Hall 14, something that we didn't see a lot of at Town Hall 13. I noticed the King down there trying to dive towards the multi-target Inferno, but with the Tesla, it actually works out pretty good here for Simon, because with the Tesla out of the way, he knows he won't have to deal with that mid-attack. Battle Blimp flies in towards the Town Hall. I believe the Sneaky Goblin's in there, but they have been caught in the Tornado Trap. Are they going to get through the Town Hall in time as they go down? They don't! He's missed the Town Hall with the Sneaky Goblins. Now he has to allow the Queen to get it. It's not going to be a major issue because she can. I think he might have wanted to use the jump to jump her towards the Eagle, and he's had to change the direction here, is my assumption.
I think you could be spot on. The only difference is the fact that it's just going to waste a little bit more time, and you're right, the Queen will get there eventually, but in this situation, especially at this high level, you don't want to waste any time. But we'll see, as a few of the balloons have been sent on that left side to find out, not only just to take out little bits here and there of defense, but just to see if they can bang out any of those traps. As they're going to send out a few more, going to spread them around that left and north side. And already the Inferno Tower is going to try and do as much as it can, as the air defense still doing a chunk of damage to a lot of these balloons here, and now be pushing on forward. What more can we do? As the two crossbows are still prioritising the Queen down south as it's taking out the Eagle artillery, and that's going to be huge. But what are we going to do about this scanner shot and the sweeper?
A beautiful freeze spell because the Archer Queen, I don't know how she is still alive, but unfortunately, it's led to a lot of damage on the Lava Loon, and they've taken huge amounts of damage. Unfortunately, not getting that final scatter shot. Had they have done that, maybe the Queen would be able to get this done, because he's got minions around the base. Queen still has the healers. Wait a second, he's got one balloon in the dead zone of the scatter shot, and it falls. Does he have time? An Archer Tower on the outside of the base. The Queen does have to punch out of a wall, but 30 seconds. Simon might have clutched this right from the depths of defeat. I don't know how he's done this.
I know, this is ridiculous.
Wow.
I did say at the halfway stage of this game that, you know, if he wastes that much time, you know, going through, will he even have enough time to 100% this? Is the next question. It's only that Archer Tower left, which is still doing a little bit of damage. Would we finish that last minion? Yes, he does. So, you know, will he be able to get his 100 defense? I don't think so. It's going to be way too late here. But, you know, it's a good try, but a bit more time would have been okay. But never mind. Nevertheless, the final bit will not be taken. And sadly for him, it will be an excruciating 99%. So that little bit of time he could have gained early on for having, you know, a good attack could have made all the difference in the end. But sadly, it's not to be.
I'm not sure if he's happy with me for potentially. I'm not sure if I jinxed that attack. I thought he had it done, and right as I said it, a red air bomb wiped out that group of minions that were flying across. So unfortunate on that one. I'm not sure it would have made a difference either way, because time fail on route to a perfect war here. The final attack moving in. Can they do it? That would really put them in a good position moving towards Inquisition, who is in the next round of the bracket. Obviously, Inquisition unfortunately losing out to alternate attacks earlier on in the stream. So time fail gearing up and getting ready for that. Maybe Inquisition just feeling a little bit of nerves watching this war, to be honest.
Time will tell for time fail, but the last attacker coming up shortly, you know, like I said earlier, will he continue the tradition? If he doesn't, he might get dropped. I don't know. We'll see. No, of course he won't. He won't get dropped for anything like that. But it's exciting to see. It's good to see how much pressure all these players have put on. I think in terms of momentum, it's definitely go in their favour, but not just in terms of this series, but they're just going to feel a lot more comfortable pushing on to that loser bracket. But we could even see a Cinderella story. We'll have to see, because like you mentioned earlier, they do have to play Inquisition next, and it's going to be very tough, considering I wouldn't say how well they played against alternate attacks, but how much of a good fight they put up against them. Because like I said, with alternate attacks, we know how good they are. We know they're one of the best teams in the world. But it's just a matter of how these teams are going to progress going into the loser bracket. Because there is a lot of players in the in the world where it's very hard for them to reset their mindset going forward and reset their mentality. But we'll have to see as they go and try and push it into that loser bracket. It's all to play for, because you guys got to remember there's still 2 more spots left to go and try and gain or bag your challenger places, winning that winners finals and winning that losers finals as well. It depends what road you want to take. If you want to run out of a lot of stamina and take a lot more time and play a lot more matches, the loser bracket is for you. But if you want to do it short and sweet, it is going to be that winner's side. But looking forward to see this next attack to find out what's going to happen between these two teams. But yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Timefell Gaming are looking very, very strong, very good. It's pretty much inevitable at that point. It just depends on how the attack goes.
It's just whether they can finish it off for pride and glory at this point. I know which side of the bracket I would rather be on, but it doesn't matter because in this double elimination format, they are just competing to get to the Challenge Series. The top 2 teams from today move through in towards the Challenge Series. We've mentioned a bunch of times MCES taking the first place in the ladder, already moving through. And if you are sitting at home wondering how you can get involved, the second stage of ladder starts next week. So grab your team together, get on over to ESL Play and you can sign up. But we will be seeing that final attack momentarily. And I'm intrigued now. Can we see our first perfect war of the stream? Because we did see alternate attacks very close. It just didn't happen for them. Just one attack short.
Judo's just jinxed it, so I don't think we'll see it. But you never know, he might not have jinxed it. It might be okay as we go into the 5th attack going forward. But no, I'm sure you won't. It depends on the situation. It really depends on the scenario of what player they're going to send out going on to this attacks. But, you know, hopefully it will be, because like I said earlier, it'll be a good momentum swing, not just for this series, but going forward. And is there any key pointers you've seen in the past matchups, in the past attacks, where you kind of feel like, you know, there's a good reason as to why Dark Unicorns has fallen short on so many occasions?
It's difficult to say, but I always go back to the bases in this war because the first non-3-star attack was clearly down to the defender, and unfortunately Dark Unicorns took a perfect war in the round that we didn't see. It wasn't on stream, but Tribe Gaming did get a perfect war against them, and now Timefell Gaming within closing distance of that as well. So I wonder whether that's really where Dark Unicorns are going to have to look at their bases and see whether it was just, you know, putting up the wrong bases against them. I mean, again, we know how strong the German community is, Tribe and Timefell Gaming both being from Germany. So I wonder whether it's more, you know, that psychological warfare and just having that little bit of a prediction of your opponent and knowing the types of bases or attacks that were coming up. But it's difficult to say. I don't think they've done a lot wrong in terms of attacking. Maybe it is just the bases, unfortunately, this time around.
Yeah, it seems to be more in favour of the defenders. And one other question I want to ask you is, you know, it hasn't been long since 10 Hole 14 has actually been around. Is there any part of the meta which has been not fully established, but seems to be, you know, continuing on? You've seen a lot more things in the attacks which have been a lot more consistent, or any, you know, base layouts or any defense which you've seen which kind of not just caught you off guard, but you've seen quite a lot on numerous occasions.
Well, I think everyone predicted that we would see more Queen Charge attacks because the Super Minions in defense, which was the hard counter, if you will, to the Queen Charge, took a bit of a nerf in the last update, so that in itself makes it more viable. Then you have the pets on the Queen. We also had an added level to the healers, so it all just leans to a buff towards the Queen Charge, which is something that the competitive scene are very proficient with. We've used it through numerous Town Hall levels, and I just thought we would see that, and clearly, you know, that's what's happening today in the stream. On defense, it's difficult to say in terms of the battle builders, but we are into that final attack from Timefell. It is Papa starting off with a Grand Warden Walk. Electro Owl with the Warden is always a good choice for this, just to try and speed things up, if you will, because the Super Witches I see waiting in the wings there as well. This can be a very slow attack if you're not careful.
Certainly could be indeed, as the Warden is pushing through from that east side with the healers. And it's, yeah, you're right, though, it is going to be quite a slow attack, as you've got the cannon and the scanner shot just trying to do as much damage as it possibly can. That's not going to do too much, just going to be a slight distraction pushing forward, but you see the Mortimer just trying to do a little bit as well. The crossbow has got involved. But again, yeah, a very, very slow start with the Warden pushing forward. And now you can see the Queen and Unicorn at least pushing up towards that north side, as well as the few of the balloons, trying to bait out any traps or just trying to do additional damage.
Yeah, whenever you are watching a Super Witch attack, Normally, 1 minute is all that can be committed to a Grand Warden walk, and Papa actually committed 50 seconds, so he's 10 seconds ahead of the game, if you will. Nice funnel with the Barbarian King to the north, allowing the Super Witches into the center, and once they get there, there are no single target Infernos. It's all multis on this base, so as long as he keeps the healers alive, the Super Witches can tank all day long here. It's looking pretty good. He's just waiting with the Royal Champion to see where to send that in from. Probably from the 9 o'clock side, if I were to hazard a guess.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid. You can see from the defense of Chasso trying to do everything they can. Everyone's going well. The 3 crossbows, the Inferno Tower, and see if he can just try and stop this push, but still looking very good, still holding strong. But how long for is the Eagle Artillery finally gets taken down? Still the Archer Tower and the Wizard Tower on the sides, but now they have to freeze that left side to stop the crossbow, the crossbow, the Inferno Tower, and the Mortar as well as the Archer Tower. But now the freeze has come out, and it depends what more they can do here, Judo.
It's got a little bit unfortunate there, you know, because the Poison Blast from the Town Hall is incredible versus healers, and he pretty much lost all of them in the center of the base, plus the fact that these Super Witches, because it's such a large compartment, were able to split up, so he didn't have the firepower moving through. But having said that, he has managed to take down the core successfully and could still get this, but with the abilities now being used, the Royal Champion and Queen still in the center of the base, I feel with a grounded Expo, it's just going to be that little bit too much. It's a fantastic attack. I could see exactly what he was doing with the plan, but he's just fell short, unfortunately.
I feel like they could have increased the percentage a little bit more towards the end. The only problem was there was a few mines on that left side, and the Queen was actually prioritising going through the walls and trying to funnel through from there towards the mines. But once the mines was taken out, then obviously it went back through to try and help out with the rest of the pack for the defence. But by then, the DPS was way too spread out. Sadly, they won't get the perfect game, but near perfect is more than good enough. They've almost taken this series. It just depends on the side of Dark Unicorns. But fair to say, Timefell Gaming have had a very strong showing so far, especially on their attacking side of this series. And hopefully we'll see a lot more of that as they possibly pressure through into the loser bracket.
Yeah, well, I think that's War 1 now for Timefell Gaming. They've smashed that out the park, nearly getting that perfect war. Dark Unicorns can try and get a 3-star towards the end there. I think they might be attacking as we speak, actually, but Timefell Gaming, very good performance. Moving in versus Inquisition, who did only get the 10 stars versus alternate attacks. You've got to say, it's a really difficult one to predict. Inquisition finishing that little bit higher up in the bracket and, you know, moving further forward, shall we say, winning that opening game today. Timefell Gaming with such a great performance there. Difficult to predict that next match, but I'm intrigued to see whether Dark Unicorns can get at least one other 3-star, finish themselves off strong, give themselves a little bit of confidence. They did recently qualify for the ESL Miserschaft planes, so be good that they could leave with a little bit of confidence, the head held high for that.
Absolutely. A bit of pride, you know, on your back foot just to, you know, kind of recover from this deficit. But it's like they said before, you know, this is more experience for them. Maybe going into that other ESL tournament as well. It's that, you know, something like this is going to be important for them. And then even if they don't qualify this time, they can again try and qualify next time. There's still plenty of opportunities. It just depends on the circumstances of how they want to push you on. But yeah, you are right though. Like with Timefell Gaming, it's pretty much their playground, and it just depends on what the side of Dark Unicorns can do here. Just go for pride, just trying to at least get one 3-star, and then they can go, well, you know, we did our best. This is like, we are quite inexperienced, but then again, we have kind of gained that competitive aspect on what needs to be done next time, because it's extremely rare in esports, on any esports title, to come in as you're quite new to the scene and win like such a huge competition. It's very rare to see it. Maybe like 15-20 years ago you would have seen it, but nowadays it's just near on impossible. And if you do see it, then, you know, my goodness, either that player, that team, that have probably more raw natural talent than you've seen compared to any other person. But it's good to see him. I hope, you know, if they do, like, sadly, commiserations to them get taken out in this series, then, you know, we will hopefully see him back and with their future and see what happens in their endeavors. But speaking of devil, that's enough talking. You know, let's see what Chasso can do on the attack against Mavadoni on Timefell Gaming and what they're going to be up to.
Looks like we're going to have a hero dive into Lava Loon, and I am really looking forward to this, because this is one thing I feel with the pets, it's enabled. it allows you to take so much more of the base down initially before you even start the main phase, because you have supporting mini heroes, if you will, and you can kind of see the Queen and Lassie, interestingly, down towards the bottom of the base, and the Royal Chan has the one not used at the moment, but that is an interesting choice. Really looking forward to seeing where Shasu uses that.
Yeah, it's not really something we've seen so far. You know, it's taken out a few of the defense here and there on that south side. I want them to see what their next plan of attack is for Shasu and sort of what he wants to do. He's got 28 balloons to his name. It just depends on when he wants to deploy them and where he wants to deploy them. I assume we will to the south and east side, depending on the circumstances of this attack. But still continuing through the King and Yak, getting rid of that last bit, the air defense and the Eagle Artillery with the Royal Champion. Should be able to without, well, could say with ease. So that's a lot of the splash damage and a lot of the DPS already being removed from the side of Mabadoni on Time Fail Gaming. So we'll see what happens in this next minute, and it's going to be a tough one to decide where we want to go. So it looks like they will be going towards that west side. They've already released all their balloons already, with the love hand pushing out forward. And we'll see what happens in this next minute and a half. It's going to be an absolute doozy here, Judo.
He's taken apart that right-hand side of the base very successfully, nicely carving each area to allow the RC directly in towards the Eagle in the center of the base. Battle Blimp makes it to the Town Hall, and a nice Rage and Freeze spell means the Town Hall goes down. Hopefully the balloons can just move around the Poison Blast. As they do, uses an invisibility spell there just to make sure that they don't take any damage from that poison, but I think they actually moved around it nicely. He's got so many balloons left over here. We talked about moving out of this tournament with their heads held high, and look at this attack by Shasu, demolishing the base. Really showing the talent that Dark Unicorns have. It's unfortunately not been their day. This raid right here shows you exactly how good they are.
Certainly does indeed, Judo. A great way to finish things off. They lose the series, but they have their heads held high, and it's just a little bit of a shame for them. It's just one of those scenarios where they couldn't get themselves out of. And I like how they just completely avoided the poison as well. It's like, nah, you're right, mate. I'm just going to circle around that. That's not going to be an issue. But good last attack from Dark Unicorns for Shasu. Sadly for him and the rest of the gang, they will not be able to continue in this loser bracket, but at least they managed to take that last attack.
Beautiful job. That's what we like to see. Going home after a 3 stars. Commiserations to Dark Unicorns, but Time Fail Gaming, they were really strong in this war, and I'm impressed. You know, you think of all of the powerhouse clans within the German community. Time Fail, as good as they are, they're not one of the initial names you think about, but they really put on a show here.
Yeah, you can see here Time Fail Gaming 14 stars to Dark Unicorns with 12 stars. But Percentile still a fair bit of difference there, as you can see, 5.6% difference in comparison. But so far with Dark Unicorns, considering they're quite an inexperienced team, it's nice to see they showed some progress. Because don't get me wrong, when you can see some new teams will come out of the woodwork, they can get dominated, or it can be quite convincing in terms of the attacks and defense, but they seem to play a lot better than what we expected. I think we maybe kind of underestimated them a little bit because of their approach to the game and the competitive scene, but it's nice to see that they put in like a lot more work and a lot more of a bigger impact in comparison to what we predicted. So for Dark Unicorns, commiserations to them. They will be knocked out of the competition, but Time Fail Gaming will be moving on to loser bracket here. And Judo, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen in this next round. But before we even look at the next round, Judo, we do have to go for a break, sadly. So for everyone at home, just do what you need to do, get a snack, get a brew, and we'll see you in a few.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Plains for Clash of Clans. I am Lethal and with my beautiful man indeed, it is of course D-Man. Now D-Man, you've seen that last series, Timefell Gaming was looking very, very good, very solid, and I was just curious to see what you might have thought. But don't worry about it, we're just going to have a little bit of a summary to see exactly what happened. But I'm sure he can hear me now. But D-Man, good to have you back. Nice to see you. Nice to hear you as well. And, you know, we were just seeing that last game between Dark Unicorns and Timefell Gaming. And Timefell Gaming looked very, very solid compared to what we expected after they dropped down into the loser bracket. But now we've got to face some slightly tougher opponents in Inquisition.
Yes, and I'm not too sure how long this game is going to be because they've just finished their match, which means they're going to have certainly plenty of time to set up their attack and defense. So I got a feeling, Harry, that we have a lot of talking to do. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say because there was a delay between Tribe and Silent Sniper, so that's obviously been put on the back burner. That can't happen. It's physically can't happen for about 50 minutes as far as I'm aware. So I got a feeling we are definitely going to have a bit of a knock in the tournament in terms of time-wise. But yeah, Inquisition, one of the teams that obviously certainly looked decent enough against alternate ATACs. Obviously, you know, tough opposition, but you got to remember they had a 99% and a 97% time fail where they missed out on 3 stars. So it could easily been I think it would have been a 13-star game for them instead of the 11-star that they had. So overall, they've definitely got it in them. Obviously, they took down Rest in the first bracket as well. So it does mean, of course, they are up against Timefell now, who just picked up that win against Dark Unicorns. Dark Unicorns, by the way, I feel for them. They've been perfect gamed, both games, both matches. They actually lost out on, I think it was 15-12, I want to say, 15-13 against Tribe in the first matchup. So back to the drawing board in the defenses, I guess, if they've had 2 perfect games against themselves.
Yeah, Dark Unicorns did have a lot of players who had very good attacks, very, not even impatient, just very, very aggressive, and let the mental arithmetic, you know, do its work and just making sure they can figure out quickly exactly what they wanted to do in order to get through some of the defenses. But let's have a quick look at the upper bracket in terms of the elimination, and you can see there the alternate attacks is waiting for the next opponents on the winner's semi side. But on the lower bracket, we'll have to say goodbye to GH Rest and Dark Unicorns. But Dark Unicorns, commiserations to them. They're very new to the scene, new to the game. And in terms of the competitive edge, it came in quite relaxed and, you know, they decided to try and go for it in the ladder anyway. But they haven't done too bad. They've had they were quite impressive, but it's just a shame they couldn't really show that in the double elimination bracket here in the ESL Mobile Open Plains. But nevertheless, though, I hope to see him again. But Timefell Gaming had a very impressive start in the loser bracket, literally almost getting a full sweep of 3 stars and 100%. And I'm very excited to see how they do against Inquisition because they looked very strong. Their attacks were all so good here, but Inquisition is the team we need to focus on here.
Yeah, Mavadoni was in chat, so, you know, he was talking about how proud he was of his team. They did have a bit of a slip up against Silent Snipers. They lost that one 13-12. But yeah, turning around and delivering such a fantastic result against the Dark Unicorns, just slipping up a little bit there with the 14 stars overall. Papa just falling short, but still got a 92% 2 stars. So looking great for them. But up against the Silent Snipers, you know, they're a team that certainly can do it. We'll see, of course, later on how they handle it against Tribe Gaming. I got to be honest, though, this is a good run for Timefell. Let's see if they can take a run at Inquisition and see if they can take it on, of course. But Inquisition themselves, they're no slouches. I think this is going to be, we may be looking at a 14-star game for certainly one of these teams, if not both. Maybe we'll get a tie. I saw it happen a couple of times in the ladder. Obviously, we could go down to times, and that's when it gets really interesting.
Certainly does indeed. Look forward to it. Very, very excited. I'm sure everyone at home is, of course, excited for this next incoming series. But before we do any of that, sadly, we will have to go to a break. So don't worry, just do everything you need to do with me. I'm going to go get a brew, but we'll see you in a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains for Clash of Clans. I am Lethal, joining me is my main man D-Man. Still looking forward to this series, and before we even go any further to discuss how this series could pan out and what could happen, and a lot of give our opinion and our predictions, I think we should have a look at one of the players of Penta Esports to see what they think about the ladder and how they progressed.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hi, my name is GK Tim. I'm a player from Penta Sports, and we are taking part of the Mobile Open Season 2.
Well, what would you consider your team's biggest advantage right now over your opponents?
I think the biggest advantage is that we not only have like 4 or 5 or 6 players that we can take part in our team, but we have like almost up to 10 players which we can take part in our team to fight against other teams.
Nice. If someone isn't cutting it, you could just bring in another player to fill in their shoes.
Yes.
So if you had to choose one team in particular that you would consider your rival during the ESL Mobile Open, who would you say and why?
That's a hard question. There's a lot of good teams in this Mobile Open ladder. I think our hardest rival is the Inquisition team, because we play with them in a 50-person clan and we know each other very well, and it's always like a little bit of a rivalship between these two teams.
So Penta has done extremely well since Clash of Clans esports kind of began. So what's your expectations for this tournament?
Well, the first expectation for us is of course reaching the play-ins, so reach the top 9 of the ladder. And in the play-ins, I think it's a little bit open because there are more than 10 good teams in this tournament. So we have to really work on ourselves, on our bases and on our attacking skills to really reach the top of the teams to get to the final stage.
So you guys had a really strong start to the ESL Mobile Open, but the losses are starting to creep in. So what are you doing to make sure that you can get into that top 10?
I think the problem in our losses is that we don't focus enough on our plans. So every plan has like 1 or 2 little mistakes that we have, and we need to focus on the details so that the plans are mistake-free and we get more than 13 stars to get these 14 or 15 stars wars back.
Well, before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans before you continue on this journey in the ESL Mobile Open?
I hope I see you in the streams of the Mobile Open, and you can always cheer for us.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Do you know what's crazy, D-Man, is the fact that Penta Esports, we've known them for years and years, a well-established organisation. They were doing quite well in the ladder, and then it's dropped all the way down, and it shows how competitive it has been this season.
Yeah, they had just a bad week. Simply, they matched up against Alton Atax, took a loss there. They did pick up a win against Odin's Wrath, but then they picked up 2 more losses, and that was kind of the end of it, right? It was such a crazy last final week that they lost, I think it was in total around about 50-60 elo just from those 3 games, which was enough to send them down, unfortunately. So it just meant they missed out, as he just said, the God King Tim, or Gottkönig Tim, is what the GK stands for, to get the full German in there, as my German pronunciation is terrible. But it just meant they lost out. They slipped down the table. They're not the only team that happened to. One Hive were looking great throughout. Underdogs, Nolek, Silver Members, Bad Zinger, all these teams all slipped out at the end there because it was just such a chaotic week of games. So yeah, unfortunately, they're just one of the teams that fell foul. We will see them, of course, in Ladder 2 that will be kicking off next week.
Yeah, it was very interesting to say the least. I just couldn't believe it when I couldn't make it. But it's like you said, a lot of top teams couldn't make it. And like you said again, you know, they will have plenty more opportunities. But until we go into that next series and go talk about it and go through it and discuss what the ins and outs could be, we will be going to another break because one of the teams is actually in the middle of a match. And then we'll come back and then we'll make sure that we can go ahead with this next series. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah.
step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains full Clash of Clans. I'm Lethal, joined again with D-Man. Let's get this series underway very shortly. So won't be too much chatting now, as just waiting for both teams to get underway. And we look forward to this first attack, D-Man.
Yeah, Inquisition obviously falling down to the lower bracket after being beaten by Alternate ATAX. So a tough one for them, no doubt about it. Alternate ATAX don't look like they're messing about in this tournament. They wanted to push on through, but Time Fail, that's a really good pickup for them. Obviously, they were disappointed to lose out to Silent Snipers 13-12, but turning it around and 14-12 over Dark Unicorns means that the man of the hour, Mavadoni, had an absolutely impressive, with a minute plus to spare, attack against Dark Unicorns. Let's see if you can do it against Inquisition.
It's not the first time we've seen Mavadoni done this before. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though, in terms of his patience and how he's trying to figure out in terms of where he wants to attack. Very quick, doesn't delay things at all in the slightest, likes to get things done as soon as possible so we can have a better chance of getting that 3-star 100%. So that's why I'm going to be a little bit slower here, just trying to bait out any of these traps. The Dragon and the Blue comes from the south, and you can see a nice big one from the left side there, the King Yak and the Queen Unicorn.
I think that's our first appearance of an Electro Dragon today, if I'm not mistaken. Seeing him down the south side there, so let's see if this push works out. This is exactly a similar style attack that he ran against the previous match against Dark Unicorns. He was just swept straight across the board, taking everything out as he goes. Let's see if he can do the same again. Free spell comes down, working well straight onto the Town Hall with a Battle Blim. Out come the Loons straight into the middle there. Do manage to get the Town Hall down, doesn't obviously get affected too much by the Giga Bomb, but they just lost a stack of Balloons there as I open my mouth and curse them once again. That is not good. The Royal Champion is still out there able to come be put on the board, but there's not a great deal left. That's just backfired.
And the Eagle Artillery is still up here, Demons. The Inferno Tower, as well as the Crossbow, just going to keep them at bay as much as they can. But looking at left side, still got a little bit of defense there with the Teslas to, again, stop it in its tracks. It's looking a little bit too bleak here. It's still that central part of the base defense. Still, I would say, not that it's been untouched, but not really unscathed either. Not much damage has been produced going towards that center. And we saw this in a previous matchup earlier on today, where they just struggled to try and take down this central defense. So we've still got a little bit of time here. Still got the Archer Tower, the Crossbow, the Inferno Tower. Oh, we've got 3 Crossbows now, still trying to keep them at bay, which they have done. So a very good start there from the defensive side. But again, that defensive base layout overall just seems very simple, but very effective in numerous ways.
Yeah, just a 75% 2-star there. That's not what Mavadoni was hoping for. Mavadoni, sorry. That's a tough start. There's a tough start, no doubt about it. It looked like it was great, and then poof, everything disappeared. It was all stacked up in the middle there. I didn't exactly catch what caught everything out, because it all happened at once across the board. So it's incredible stuff there. So now it's Inquisition. You know, they've got it in their hands. They started off relatively well with Alternate ATAX. If I was just to look at that game, I mean, they did have 2 stars throughout. It was a 2-star performance versus Alternate ATAX, but overall the percentage wasn't that bad. So let's see what Lou can do now on Mavadoni's defensive side.
Absolutely, as they did send some balloons on that right side, see if anything gets baited out. The Testers took that out nicely, as well as the air defense. You can see just on the corner of my eye, I can see the King Yak as well. I think that's the Queen as well, coming from the side too. So how much damage are they going to deploy going forward? So you see the cannon and the Inferno Tower and the Crossbows just doing a huge amount. We've got to be careful about Mortar as well and see how quick they can actually push through. But we used a free spell anyway, just to delay the DPS from the defense of Mavadoni. But so far so good here, but still got a lot more work to do, as a lot of time's been wasted on that east side.
Absolutely, that multi-inferno doing work as well. I say that multi-inferno because all 3 of them were doing some serious work there. Working very well at the moment. The King's in trouble. He's going to go down. The Yak has already been finished out. The Queen's gone as well. His Unicorn her unicorn, had been dealt with a while ago, but now, has that done enough? Was that the plan to take this slice and now set up this Lava Balloon attack? Was it what they were aiming for? The Stonebreaker coming down as well, so to see if that can get what it wants. The Stone Slammer will come down. There's the balloons. Did they get the target? Did they get the focus? They're going for the Eagle Artillery. Inferno doing work. There's the sweep. It didn't really catch what they wanted, did it? That was aimed a little off to the left. He went to the balloon to the left-hand side. Maybe that's exactly what Lou was looking for. The freeze being timed perfectly well. Some more balloons coming down on the left-hand side. This is looking like a good attack now with that sweep missing its target.
The lava hounds were placed perfectly there and selected perfectly in terms of timing. They tank so much damage as the balloons can push on through. The problem is, it's still got that Inferno Tower and the air defense still waiting there to try and pick off any more if it can. Still a minute left to go, so still got a bit of time to continue on in this space. If he wants to try and go for that free start, the Warden and the balloons are still going to try and take out the last of that air defense, which they've done. And the Wizard on the south just clean up any of the mines from down below. Looking pretty good here. Just depends if we've got enough DPS and times in order to try and finish this off, but this should be fine.
Yeah, no, Tom, no worries whatsoever. Plenty of balloons around there. The Warden's still doing his thing. There we go. So 3-star start for Inquisition. That's exactly what they want. And I've just got to look at that and you just feel that sweep. It had about 15 balloons here and one there, and it went for the one, didn't it? And that was enough. That was enough. It had swept them all back. It could have been enough. And then obviously the freeze spell would have run out and they wouldn't have been able to catch it. But yeah, just the smallest of things you love to see and love to catch within Clash of Clans.
Yeah, I saw that earlier in a previous matchup where there was literally about 15 to 20 balloons on the left side and the sweeper actually knocked back the baby dragon twice. And I was just like, oh, dear me. Out of all the things to prioritize, I had to prioritize that. Oh, never mind, no, never mind. We'll have to see what happens here. I think it would have been okay anyway. Still would have been a free start. It's just the timing would have been, would have taken a little bit longer to finish off the rest of the base.
I think what impressed me the most over that is obviously, we've been talking about how the ground meta's kicking in and it's all about the pets with the heroes now. And then we just see a big old Lalo come through and wipe out most of the base. It was great to see, almost reverting back to last year. But Ice Golem off on the top there with the King and Yak, and of course the Queen Unicorn as well, and a whole stack of Electro Dragons along with Loons.
Definitely Waddy not mucking about here, trying to get through ASAP. He sent a few balloons earlier just to bait out any traps, but he seems to be okay so far. Inferno Tower doing a lot of damage from the center. He's trying to stop that blimp as everything has been focused on it as the balloons have popped out and going to see what they can do. The Electro Dragons still doing a lot of damage from the south and now going to push on from the west as well. As this push is looking pretty good so far. The Inferno Tower has been frozen along with the cannon as well, so at least it's going to stop the DPS on the defensive side of Striker with Inquisition now. Nice. A little bit worried here as the attack is going to continue on with Wummy.
Yeah, the rage just used on the King there and the Yak just to push them up on that north side a little quicker so it doesn't drag the E-Drags up towards that north side. Instead, it keeps them further down south. But this multi-Inferno, the Grand Warden on it now. The E-Drag should get in front of it, so it should be just enough damage there. The Queen's still trying to push around. Hasn't actually gone for that multi-Inferno. Doesn't matter. It's been dealt with. Just the Wizard Tower remaining. And it should be clean-up duty now with, obviously, the Royal Champion doing work. With Lassie still alive. Look at this. Lassie lives. Actually survives through it. And it is a 3-star for Woody. Love it.
Yeah, you love to see it, don't you? It's a good start from them again. The attacks have just been so aggressive. They just want to basically prove to anyone that it doesn't matter how your base looks and where you positioned your defense or, make an assumption where your traps could be. They just seem to just go straight for it and they're just not really bothered about, some of the cautious, activities which could take place halfway through some of these defenses. But so far, so good for Timefell Gaming as well. But then again, you've got to remember that they're still a little bit behind against Inquisition here. It all depends on this next attack. But, they don't really worry about in terms of the mind games with, a lot less defense on one side. There could be more traps here, etc., etc. Because a lot of that can be a coin flip anyway. It just depends how deep you want to think about that going forward. But everything was spent up perfectly, especially with the blimp going into that center and then being deployed straight afterwards. The defense wasn't really as great as it was expected, but it's funny that we've seen a lot more base layouts which are a lot more simple but a lot more effective in comparison to a few of the others. But again, both these teams really showing why there's some top dogs in this ladder.
Absolutely. It's Striker next for Inquisition to go on the attack, and he was obviously the one that had that time fail, ironically. 99%, just missing out on the 3-star against Alternate ATAX. So let's see what he can do here against Stefan's defenses.
Yeah, very excited to see what they're going to do here. It's going to wait to see exactly what they want to do and what they plan. Starting with the north position, going to try and take out a couple of those archer towers, using that one point as well to see if they can find anything else getting in their way in terms of traps. Haven't found anything as of yet, but the scatter shot cannon just sitting and standing by with that wizard tower as well. So not a bad start so far, as we will be slowly pushing through with that warden, and it's pretty much what we expected, pretty standard.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon getting a relative amount of value. I think he maybe wanted to push on a little bit further and get a bit of damage down on that tower, but the one with the healers backing him up does mean that Queen will come through. King down the south side here, actually tanking a lot of the damage. Yak, get involved. Hasn't got involved, instead is the one taking as much damage as possible. Now we see a couple of loons coming through. Warden's going to hop on over and continue through. There's a jump spell going down, so it should launch them over the wall along with the rage, and now they're trying to stack on and get as close to the middle as possible. They're onto the multi-inferno already, which is a great start. That's what they're aiming towards. There's the freeze spell just to make sure it mitigates most of the damage coming through, but there's nobody really going to get any damage done onto that multi-inferno. Here comes the battle blimp coming straight across towards that town hall.
And it does indeed so much damage from these Inferno towers now, just going to keep Striker at bay, but he's doing everything he can. He had to freeze Inferno Tower down south as well as the crossbow just to keep him busy a little bit. One of the spring traps has been already initiated, but Inferno Tower on the left still doing a fair amount with the cannon, just trying to keep him back just a tad. The air defense and the archer tower is still there as well, just adding extra TPS. But yes, I'll say so far so good in terms of staffing with his defending, but and also wasting so much time here.
Yeah, I think he put the Royal Champion down to deal with that the Inferno Tower, and I think he kind of pathed just a little bit. He's lost quite a lot of hit points on it, because it pathed up towards the tower rather than the Inferno Tower straight away. So did manage to pull away from that one, but I think it's still enough. Most of the defenses are taken down here, so it's a simple case of cleanup duty. Just got to get that cannon dealt with. There's the Tesla going down. There's a couple of Teslas down in the south side here, but obviously with the Grand Warden still going there and the Queen, it should be enough. The question is, at what time? 30 seconds remaining with still quite a lot of collateral to clear out here. The Queen, of course, should be okay to try and push around these buildings, has a path that works out well to go north and should be able to hit everything from there. I'm just wondering about the final building and the timing. 14 seconds and counted to get this 3-star. As I say, remember, he missed out. He had a 99%, so I'm being very cautious, but he's got it. He's got it. He had a 99% time fail versus Alternate ATAX, but this time he times it well and gets that 3-star in. You're muted, Harry. Harry, you're muted. I'm sure what you said was words of wisdom and gratitude. I gotta be honest, Harry, you'll never catch me doing that.
No, not at all. No, I've never seen anyone else do that before. You know, it's the first for me. I'm right. I'm allowed to do it at least once. Second time, no. But no, what I was saying before was the fact that with the Wizards on the west side, I was hoping like I would have, been so worried for him is the fact that if he didn't get that 100%, just due to the fact that the Wizards just didn't stay alive enough just to add that little bit more extra damage just to be on cleanup duty. But no, it didn't matter anyway. They cleaned up anyway perfectly. It was a great way to get that 3-star 100%, just making a little bit of misery of their opponents, now adding extra pressure onto them. But now Stefan is going to be attacking against Vendetta, and I'm looking forward to see what his plan is going into this start.
Yeah, Stefan's had a pretty good start so far. 3-star obviously against Dark Unicorns. Only 2-star against Silent Snipers, though, with a 92% 2-star. So pretty close, no doubt about it. Let's see. Very symmetrical looking, pleasing to the eye base here coming out from Vendetta. Let's see what Stefan makes of it.
Yeah, we're going to start on that left side as well, the Baby Dragon and the Warden. Just cleaning a little bit of the defense here with the air defense and the cannon as well, and it's going to Baby Dragon still going to push on a little bit here, so a very, very slow start indeed. The healer does come out. I think they just want to delay the healers just a little bit in case it does get prioritized, but at first though, the Warden just want to take out the air defense first before it can release the healers, which is perfectly understandable, and the Unicorn joins him.
So just a slow build up here from Stefan, just to try and clear out a little bit of that witches up on the top side. Maybe the first time, maybe I missed some earlier on, but I don't remember seeing too many earlier on. But nonetheless, there's a P.E.K.K.A up on the top right, along with the Barbarian King. He's going to pile on through there. Does he have a yak paired with him? Yes, he does. Just can't see it tucked in under his arm. There it is. There it is. Just saw it appear under his booty. Was tucked in there. But the freeze comes down. That's going to keep the Queen moving a little slower than he'd like, which is why he's going to drop the rage.
The mortar did a fair amount of damage on that northwest hand side. The Eagle Artillery just doing so much splash damage as they're coming forward. Which means now Stefan needs to try and get this attack done and quick, because you can't really stand around too much. Don't want the healers to get destroyed either. As the Inferno Towers have been taken down, but there's still one more potion to that center. So the Eagle Artillery is still up. So they had to freeze. They're very far back in the end because there was so much DPS coming out from Vendetta.
Yeah, the bats coming through now, though. Going to launch them all out on the right-hand side, see if they can focus exactly what they wanted. So many crossbows still in and around those tier 15 walls. Take a lot of work from them. The freeze spell now all times out, and he has to instantly freeze it once again because he needs to get a lot of value out of these bats if he's to try and get the base down. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The Queen just about being kept alive will drop down. There's the bombs. Goodbye healers. That will take all them out, and there's nothing really left, unfortunately, other than just a few minions and a couple of archers. This will be a 2-star for Stefan.
Well, the air traps come out late, better late than never, you could say, D-Man. But yeah, looking at percentage as well, 77. They really needed 3 stars as well to keep up with what's happening, because they are behind by 1, so they won't be too pleased about that, and the average percentile is not going to be too good either. I think they were originally on 87.5%. It's going to drop down by a fair few, especially after that one. Not what we expected. There was just way too much DPS in the center, and the freeze spell towards the end wasn't because of the fact that they were pushing too deep in the center half. You can just tell that he was trying to plan another attack on that right side, but sadly it wasn't to be. The plan didn't really go his way, and now they're going to fall further behind in these last couple of attacks.
So Fight's turn for Inquisition. He's been the opening player for Inquisition against both Rest and alternate ATACs. This time he's going to be the 3rd attacker out there. 100% against Rest, but only managed an 85% 2-star versus alternate ATACs. Of course, he shouldn't be filled too bad. Most of the team did the same in that game. So now up against Toby's defenses, 4-time fail.
Yeah, that's what they can do here if Inquisition can continue to trend with the 3-star 100%. But the Blues now, again, just baiting out the traps to see what he can find. But the Archer Tower and the Wizard Tower just trying to keep it at bay in case anything does get figured out. The Inferno Tower just trying to do a fair amount of damage onto that towards the north side. The crossbow and the cannon just still trying to keep up here. The Lava Hound does try and do its duty if it can, but again, a very slow start. Only 40 seconds have passed, and now we've got even more troops coming up from the north.
Yeah, the P.E.K.K.A and the King up on the north side. Going to wreck on through. The Eagle Artillery, though, is putting a lot of damage down on them. So he's going to hope that he can get in a little closer for that one. There we go. Popping the rage to try and make sure they can get it working. Just to get on over that wall, the King will have no problem. Now we see the Grand Warden coming out with the Hog Riders pushing in from that north side as well. Taking down the Tesla and working towards the Infernos. Just to sweep on through. The Queen still doing a great job down the right side. Managed to work out keeping that healing going. Just get a little haste to just make sure to speed things up to try and push on through on that crossbow. At the moment, this attack is working well. The King has gone down on that north side, though. But the Royal Champion, along with Lassie, is continuing to push. They're slowly sweeping through the base. The question is the pathing going to be good enough? It does look like it should be. There's the Hogs keep on going.
Yeah, the scatter shot is still there, as well as the cannon and Wizard's Tower, just trying to damage it as much as possible. That scatter shot has been taken down. It's going to hinder his defense by so much. But even then, though, still looking to try and push on if they can. But it's going to be looking very, very bleak here. Still got the Inferno Tower, the cannon, and a couple Wizard Towers. The air defense is gone, but it's just too little too late here. As now there's only a minute left to go. Again, could have been a little bit different depending on the circumstances. The Hog Riders was a very good idea. Did take out certain defenses which it needed, but it's just a little bit too late. But then again, though, you know, we haven't really seen Hog Riders used as much in this meta compared to what we've seen months ago.
No, absolutely. They were been many alternatives to them. So far, I gotta say, you know, while we've obviously had some players talking about the ground meta, and we've been talking about due to obviously the pets that are out there, I gotta be honest, the lava loons for Inquisition at the start worked better than anything we've seen so far. It was going back to it. The E-Drags delivered. So, you know, it's just going to be another time fail, unfortunately, here. I won't say time fail. It's going to be an absolute fail of the Warden. While he is fantastic, has quite a lot of defenses to take out, should get picked off in a minute. Going to get about 80%, I would say, out of this one. And now it's just going to come out Wizard Tower. And now the time runs out. There we go. 79% 2-star for Inquisition. So the first real slip-up, I would say, for Inquisition, and a real chance for Tribe to maybe try and get involved in this one and work it out. It is going to be Toby's turn to attack as well after this one, so he's just seen his defenses working well. So let's see what he can do on the attack.
If they 3-starred again, their team would only been 2 stars behind, and that's not what you want in the last couple of attacks. After 100% both times straight away, and we know how much of a struggle that can be considering how good Inquisition's defense has looked from the last few attacks. But we are going to go straight in, no mucking around here. We've got the defense of Kevin from Inquisition and Tobias from Time Fail Gaming to see what they can do here to try and catch up.
He managed a 3-star up against the Dark Unicorns, but it was only an 81% 2-star in his previous game against the Silent Snipers. So starting things out on the south side to try and work on through, and you can see just how much defenses is in and around there as the King tries to make it work. Meanwhile, you can see the Queen also coming out with that Unicorn. Will take down the cannon turret over on the right-hand side. Just going to see if he can pull some traps to save those healers with the single balloon coming through there, just to try and clear the way of any of those traps. The healers working well, doesn't really manage to find too many.
Pretty standard plays here with the Queen, Unicorn and the healers. It is pretty standard, but at the same time it's high risk, high reward in terms of the time you have to try and continue to push on the attack and how well the Queen can do pushing forward depending on where she is going to funnel from. You saw the Scash was taken down there. You still got the Tessus, the 2 crossbows as well, so not looking too bad here. You can see the King and the Yak taking out the cannon, soon to be the Wizard Tower as well, pushing forward. And still the Mortar is still up on the north, but has prioritised the Wizard Tower, which is exactly what he wanted.
Okay then, so let's see if it's going to sweep the rest through. Now we see that pace being put on the north side to try and sweep on through along with the Rage there. There's another balloon coming through just to clear the path for those healers. Meanwhile, a couple more up in the north. The Unicorn has been put to pieces. He's down. It does mean the Queen's going to keep on going, though, as the Town Hall will fall. Now come the balloons in the north, over towards the Eagle Artillery, focusing towards that. King being finished off. Is it going to be enough to keep on through? See that Royal Champion in a second that will come through. The Grand Warden with the balloon push over on the north side here to try and keep on going. The Queen working well. Does manage to come through. The sweep will just push the healers away, but not far enough to keep away from the Queen. Invisibility pop there just to save the day briefly as it almost timed out. The balloons come through, getting the damage down. Can they get on towards that multi-inferno? Just about. Now the question is, can the Queen do enough to try and sweep on through? Because there is not a great deal left here for Tobias to try and conclude this attack. The wall, of course, is there. Doesn't have a jump available as far as I can tell. I'm trying to see whether it's blocked by anything in that bottom right-hand corner. And now this is going to be a problem for the Queen, because you can see there, having to hit the wall, and that is going to run time down. There's just too much of the base remaining for Tobias to get the 3-star.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Even when the Eagle Artillery didn't do, a huge amount of damage, they still managed to push through quite easy. But even then again, there was so much had to be dealt with. All those Wizard Towers, the Scatter Shots, everything. The Inferno Towers did so much damage continuing on that push. And, the balloon idea was very nice in terms of coming from the northwest side. But sadly for him, I feel like the Queen and the King did need to do a bit more in terms of attacking their defenses as well as that Royal Champion. But nevertheless, so at least he got a little bit more done than he expected. I thought that was going to hit in the 70s in all fairness, considering the circumstances of the start. But he had to push him through at some point. There wasn't really enough time left. This is the problem you see. When you do have that Queen Unicorn healer push, that's the problem. It's high risk, high reward. It depends on how quickly they can take out some of the defensive which you want to in order to then release your full troops and full army and then to pressure on from there. But again, we'll have to see with this next attack from the side of Inquisition. Kevin's going to start us off to see what he can do against Papa.
got a 99% 2-star versus Rest, so a bit of a time fail there by the looks of it. Only an 85% versus alternate ATAX, so certainly yet to hit his 3-star. Maybe this is the time for Kevin to shine as he pushes on through and goes immediately for that Eagle Artillery, taking that down. Queen over on the right-hand side as well, starting off on the cannon, then on towards the Archer turrets. Should be able to keep on through just to clear out that north side of the map.
Queen just doing her thing, tanking all the damage she can, was taking out some of the defenses as she pushes on through, but she's going to meet and greet a couple of troops on the side of Papa there, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. The free spell will come out, which is perfectly understandable. The bloom will come through as well, just to see if there's anything unscathed or see if there's any traps laying about waiting for him. So again, very patient. In this series, we saw very strong starts and very aggressive starts in terms of the speed and the pace and the tempo of how they want to try and execute a lot of these bases, but it's been very different in comparison. It's pretty much night and day, and still the Queen doing a lot of work, just taking out the air defenses. And soon to be the Inferno Tower, just waiting to see what else could be done before initiating the next attack.
So far so good, still plenty of time. Now we see the King up on the top there with the Yak, as well as the Royal Champion. Oh, Royal Champion's taking some hits from that cannon. Should be able to deal with that though, no problem. Turns down there. The King was going to step forward as well. That Royal Champion taking a bit of a beating. We'll get the heal off though. And now the Queen pushing through. Queen obviously tanking out through that middle. Is there going to be a jump? Already used the jump further back, so not going to be able to get over there. We'll just have to use the freeze in the end. And the Queen just taking a bit of a moonwalk, will finally get across that little jump. I was going to say, is the jump quite close enough to the wall there, but he will get him across there. So he's going to get on towards the Clan Castle, take that down. Let's see what pops out of there. Should be clean. And now comes the balloons with the Warden. This is looking like a pretty nice, well planned out attack here. With a minute to go, still plenty of base to get in there, but here come the lava balloons.
Love that the King Yak made sure to take out that air defense before he launches his next attack with the balloons from the north and south side. Still pushing through here, only sending a couple from the south, so at least he can trigger that Inferno Tower to attack elsewhere. And now here comes the main bulk of the attack. Still got the Wizard Tower, the Inferno Tower, and of course the cannons and the air defense. It's going to be very difficult here, but it should be okay if he tries to finish off this air defense as well. But look at the time though, Dim. He hasn't really got much time left here to try and pursue this attack. Could be okay depending on the circumstances off to the left of the fence down the south. Still got the Teslas and of course those Archer Towers and the Mortar as well. So it's just a real shame. With 10 seconds left,
He's got to take the wall down.
It could have been a different story. Exactly.
Yeah. The Tesla's taking down the balloons, and you can see the Queen through now and would be great now, but had to take that wall down. I was looking at it earlier, and I saw him use the jump spot. I was like, okay, so you've used the jump here, so how is your Queen going to get out of the center? And that's exactly how it worked out there. Just, ran out of time, still had the units, but in the end, even the Grand Warden was trying to help. It was like, I'll get the wall for you. Don't worry, love. I got you covered. I'm not quite sure that's how the Grand Warden speaks, but there we go. We got to take it as we see it.
It might be, you never know actually. You have to try and find out one day. We'll have to see. But yeah, you are right though. Like, it was the right thing to do. Everything was just according to plan. All the pieces to the puzzle is just time, and that's all it was. And he wasted a huge amount of time trying to pick off the defenses on the side. But this is the problem you see, with the Queen and Healer and Unicorn, it's perfectly fine. If you want to play a little bit more patiently, it's just a little bit of a shame. Maybe another 30 seconds, it could have been okay, because it would have had the range of the Queen to push on through down south. There's a lot of, circumstances and scenarios you can talk about. But then, nevertheless, both these teams have already had 4 attacks. They're both on their last attack here, with Inquisition up by only 1 star. So that means that Time Fail need to really try and go for the 3 if they can, because percentile-wise, it's looking pretty bleak.
Yeah, this has to be a 3-star for them, really. You've got to assume Inquisition will at least hit a 2. So it has to be a 3-star for Paparis. Hasn't hit one so far today. 92% against the Dark Unicorns and only a 69% against the Silent Snipers. So he was one of the players that fell short. Pulling out the E-Drags once again, so we'll see whether they can get the sweep that we saw earlier on. Battle Blade backed up by the balloons, going to push on through. There's the free spells coming in to try and get down. It is actually going to path away from from that multi-inferno. I've got to feel the Blues will go towards it. That was a little costly there. It's going to take quite a bit of damage on the E-Drags as it comes on through. The freezes once again come down. It's going to be a straight towards the Town Hall. The E-Drags are actually pulling up to the north, though. I got a feel that he wanted them more centralized there to try and benefit from it. And you can see that has been pretty costly. We have now the Queen being laid down. Let's see if there's enough time. It's still 2 minutes on the clock, so the Queen with the Royal Champion that's been yet to be played have plenty of time to clear out the rest of the base.
Certainly do indeed. Papa clearly wants to go for this attack very quickly, very aggressively. It's just a matter of if he can take out a rest, as Inferno Tower still trying to do a lot of damage towards that south side. The scatter shots getting involved, as well as the cannon and the Archer Tower, but even then you saw where the freeze spell had to come in just to try and delay that DPS further if they can try and make anything more happen. The Baby Dragon still doing a bit of damage down the south, the Electro Dragon still from the north, but what more can they do here? Still 1 minute 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I got to be honest. I mean, I am sure it's not going to happen. Let's face it. Like, if there's anything I've ever been sure about, even with a minute remaining, that this Archer, these Archers are not going to get it done. I got to be honest. The gold mines will go down there, and yeah, it's just a shame there. So interesting seeing Mavadonna actually in chat saying. He never really plays E-Drags, so it's interesting that he chose to go with E-Drags, in the play-in tournament. But congrats to Time Fail. They did pretty well throughout this tournament, but unfortunately for them, they will be heading back over towards Ladder 2, and he's going to be looking forward to see how they do. The fact is, Harry, that it has been an incredibly tough, competitive tournament, and Inquisition will move through to the next round. They have another game to go, but they're going to move through now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. We can't really, avoid the inevitable and not talk about it, because pretty much, the chance of them getting 1 star and then having a super low, percentage is highly unlikely. Like I said earlier, probably a miracle. But yeah, it's a shame, really. They've really put on a good fight considering the circumstances. We saw a lot of flair from them in the previous series against Dark Unicorns, but pretty much said and done. So this last attack, which will be coming up shortly, is literally just about pride. And I hope they've gained a lot of experience out of this, and then see them in the next ladder.
Yeah, so Vendetta for Inquisition. Let's see what he can do here. Against alternate ATACs, 97% for him in that game. So he was also the one that fell short. I think he had a gold mine and something else remaining, if memory serves correctly, which is how he missed out on the 3-star in that game. With 2 or 3 seconds, he'd have been able to get them both down. So it was just unfortunate for him. In his previous game also, he only got an 86% against Rest. So, it's possible he could fail, but I'm pretty certain he's going to get more than the 1-star required here. Against them, and of course with just that 1-star and the 92% they already have stacked up there, you've got to feel Vendetta's got this in the bag.
That blimp starting off straight away, a very fast attack from Vendetta, just trying to see exactly what is going on to begin with. Pretty standing there with the Queen, Unicorn and Healers at the northeast side. Just going to do a little bit of damage here and there, but it's going to take a little bit of time with the Lava Hand and the Ice Golem and the Archer Tower. Not really doing too much, but it's just doing itself justice here. And you've got to remember, for this attack as well, on the side of Vendetta, it's pretty much said and done. He needs at least 2 stars, and once he's got 2 stars, that's it really. It's pretty much over. But again, it depends on the percentage. But we spoke about it earlier, and it's pretty much unlikely. So we're going to see the continuation of the attack on the east side, and you can see now a few more of the defenses are going to make a start with the cannon and the Wizard Tower as well. A couple of balloons coming from that southeast position, just trying to bait out any more of those traps. So the Baby Dragon just dealing with the outside along with the Wizard.
Inferno won't last long against the Queen, that's for sure. Builder's Hut just trying to pluck away, but as it stands, the Queen will keep on pushing. And honestly, this has been a pretty clean push, considering it's just been a Queen walk so far. She's actually done a heck of a lot of damage already with the way this has been working. So now we see the lion's share of the attack. It's going to be the Ground Warden pushing in there along with the King, also with the Royal Champ going down as well. So just going to pile on through with a stack of witches down on the south side of the map to go around the outside and flush out those buildings with the skeletons.
Thought the Queen was going to do a victory lap then, but instead it has fallen through towards that center side. Just taking out the tunnel, just making sure everything is covered just in case Amigo, the 2 stars, has been given to Vendetta. And it's pretty much his playground now and decides what he wants to do. But in terms of the attack, looking very good with the Super Witches and now moving through on that west side. But looking very good here, D-Man, and I think it's just been very good overall in terms of the side of Inquisition with their attacks and how they've defended as well, really. Just everything, like I said, the pieces of puzzles come through, but it depends on what they do against future matchups, which I do look forward to here.
Very satisfying push from Vendetta this one. Very just clockwise spiral, you know, the Queen being the central face of the clock effectively, and the Grand Warden with the Peckers just pushing around the outside. It's been a very nice, clean sweeping attack from Vendetta. So, as you say, congrats to Inquisition. They're going to be pushing on through here. It will be a 3-star finish as well, just to conclude it as well, just to almost rub salt into the wound. So, what was that? 13-11 overall. By Inquisition. So well played them. As you say, they're going to be moving on through. You know, they were up against a very tough alternate attacks in the previous game, which is what obviously cost them. They're going to drop down and face drop down. They're not dropping down anywhere. They're going to push on and face the winner of either Aphelion and Silent Snipers or Tribe. You know, we're in this awkward position where some things changed and we had to switch away from a winner bracket, so we've actually dropped down the lower bracket. So we're a little delayed. If you're just joining us, you're just wondering what's going on, a little delayed in where we're at. It does mean the Silent Snipers versus Tribe will be our next game.
Yeah, very excited indeed for that one, and we're going to find out.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. Oh, sorry, Jude. Oh, sorry. You know what? You know what? You can do it. You can do it.
I'm on the left. I'm on the left. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. What an amazing matchup you just got to cast there, though, D-Man. I was blown away, I have to say, by the Super Archers of Inquisition. What an incredible 3-star and a thoroughly deserved victory.
Absolutely. It was interesting to see really actually some dominance from Lalo play, which in the first couple of games, which is what surprised us. Obviously, you know, majority of the day we've been seeing these ground walk attacks, you know, the queen pushes, etc. But yeah, Lalo back, still just as strong as ever.
Well, I think particularly the Queen Chargers have been setting up the attack so well, and Queen Charge Lalo has always been in the meta, so congratulations to Inquisition moving on there. But we do move back up to the upper side of the bracket, D-Man, where we have Tribe Gaming and Silent Snipers finally getting into this matchup, and it's the first time that we're going to see both of these clans today. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to be able to continue their winning streak. Tribe Gaming beating Dark Unicorns, Silent Snipers taking out the impressive Timefail Gaming. So interesting to see who will face alternate attacks in the next round, who will be progressing.
Yeah, and Tribe had the perfect game as well against Dark Unicorns, 15-12 for them in that matchup. So, you know, they've started off strong. We know they're certainly very capable players, so we'll see whether they can bring to the table. I saw Rico's been in the chat for quite a while, actually. Been watching, obviously, some of these games play out as he's been setting up for his matchup and waiting to get in there as well from Silent Snipers. So, you know, Silent Snipers themselves was a close game against Timefail, 13-12 in that one. I gotta be honest, it looked like Papa's the one that fell short in that one, but just a 69% 2-star, so that was really where Timefail fell just a little bit short. So Silent Snipers coming into this one, you know, they did very well in the ladder play, but they are up against Tribe Gaming now, and Tribe look like they are on form today.
They certainly do. Silent Snipers actually finishing ahead of Tribe Gaming in the ladder play. Silent Snipers 3rd, Tribe Gaming 4th. But Tribe, I feel, were a lot more consistent within the ladder. They played a lot less matches than anybody else, really. Just playing enough to hover themselves in the playoff area, if you will. 14 wins, 2 losses. Silent Snipers with 20 wins and 5 losses. But Silent Snipers have been on quite a performance recently as well. We've just seen Inquisition putting on a great show versus Timefail, and Silent Snipers beat them last week 14-10 in the MLCW, which is a community-run tournament.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, these players all know each other well. A couple of them from our 11 Original all across the board, both teams. So, you know, they're certainly going to know exactly what each other are likely to be up to in terms of ladder play. I didn't actually check whether these guys had actually met each other in the ladder. I'm going to assume they did at some point. So I will dig into that one. They didn't. They didn't actually meet.
They didn't.
I mean, that's
I had a good look.
Games.
Yeah, it's interesting that they fell 3rd and 4th, but during the ladder in itself, they didn't play each other. Tribe did beat both MCES and alternate attacks during their 14 victories, but Silent Snipers, they beat some top teams as well. One Hive, Nolex, Inquisition, Aphelion, a lot of teams that really are highly rated. Silent Snipers put them down, so it all comes down to this one matchup. It really... It's difficult to predict. You'd have to say Tribe Gaming, moving out of a perfect war, is slightly favoring them, but Silent Snipers have got a great roster.
Yeah, the winner of this, of course, will be going through to the winner bracket final as well. The upper bracket final where alternate ATACs are sat languishing right now, waiting to see where they go. And the loser will drop down to the lower bracket, and they would be up against Aphelion. So either way, it's going to be tough opposition, no doubt about it. Aphelion, almost that dark horse team that's been pulling off wins against MCES, alternate ATACs. You know, they've taken wins off them all the way through the ladder. So no easy games, unfortunately, for either of these teams left in the play-ins.
I think even in the ladder itself, we've seen how ferocious the teams were, and I don't think there's been any easy games throughout this. Maybe a little bit of finding your feet, but particularly in the last week of ladder, we've really seen teams move up and down, and this is where it matters, though. You know, there's a little bit of prize money in the ladder, but really you want to get to the challenge finals. That's where the big money is. That's what the teams are aiming for. So this is their route into it, and it's where it all matters. This is where they need to put their best bases out, the best performance, and ultimately, if you win, it's looking good. If you win this matchup, you move to the final of the upper bracket. You've still got a little bit of cushioning. You only need to win one extra match.
And that's what it's all about, right? You want to be one of those 8 teams that will be in the ESL Mobile Challenge. You know, $45,000 up for grabs, $18,000 to the winner. You know, that's absolutely great money that you can get for playing in this tournament. Obviously, coming through from what is an open ladder. You know, open ladder play to get through to that qualifiers. And if you do have a clan out there that wants to get involved, well, ladder 2 will be starting just next week. So get yourself registered. That's what I'm going to say. But we going into game judo. Nebrax for Tribe Gaming up against Rupert from Silent Snipers Defense. It's a happy smiley face to base. Look at this.
It certainly is. Talk about the psychology of base design and trying to trip up your opponent. Let's see if Tribe Gaming will fall for that. We've seen multiple Inferno Dragon attacks that have been pretty successful throughout today, and with the Town Hall so close to the edge of the base, he can be more than confident that that area is not trapped. Actually has the Tornado Trap behind the Town Hall, so maybe expecting someone to blimp all of the way through their Silent Snipers. Tribe do not fall for that. Take down the Town Hall. He's actually started the attack to the north of the base. We can see up there.
Yeah,
there we go.
Good. Coming straight through. Grand Warden goes down. Everything's off. King, Queen, both up there on the north side as well, straight onto the back of the Eagle Artillery. Doesn't look like there's really anything to sneak it out there. It was a simple one and done on that Eagle Artillery, almost no defenses around it, it seems.
Yeah, pretty nice start here, you have to say, moving through. Eagle Artillery is always one of the defenses you need to get down with the Inferno Dragons, but a big danger for the Inferno Dragons is if you hit the Tornado Trap and it pulls them all into one alignment. Nebrax knows that is not going to happen. He knows he has that good spread of the Inferno Dragons, but freezes the multi, which actually is the main defensive threat to the Inferno Dragons, I feel, since they are a little bit squishy in their health, and the Inferno Dragon in the center solos the single target Inferno, which was huge. Now deploying the Royal Champion, just delaying her right until the end, might be the play here in order to swoop through the middle for those 3 stars.
Absolutely, Lassie charging through, making sure they get straight on it. There's Inferno 2, it won't last very long at all. Meanwhile, the bulk of the force continuing to sweep around. The King down south, Grand Warden over on the left. The Queen's going to rotate around, and this is going to be a 3-star beginning. And what honestly looked like a pretty clean attack. I mean, a minute plus still remaining. The Brax absolutely demolishing through Rupert's base. Even if it wasn't
he had it covered from start to finish. Pretty sad face now, we shall say, but he had that attack covered from start to finish. Very calm and collected as he moved through, blimping the Town Hall, early taking down of the Eagle. It just shows how the Inferno Dragons can swoop through a base, and as we've seen in a couple of wars, the Inferno Dragons are relatively quick to plan. There's only a couple of things you need to look out for in the bases, and it does tend to be one of the opening attacks, since the players don't have to worry as much about the planning phase as such. So maybe we'll see a response similar to that by Silent Snipers. Maybe they will try something completely different here and try and trip Tribe Gaming up, maybe.
Well, Troya's up next for Silent Snipers on the attack. Did get a 3-star attack against Time Fail earlier on. So, the strong start for him today to start things off. Let's see how he's going to do. Obviously, in Silent Sniper's first attack, he's going to be up against... I don't know whose defense is because he doesn't tell me. That's cheating. I thought I was going to be able to come out with that. Now I can't drop the knowledge bombs. I'm sorry. I've been sold down the river. But Troy is on the attack.
I guess once the bases are set, there's nothing else the defender can do. And maybe they decide to change bases mid-attack as they go. I'm not sure. I know we've definitely got the attack order there, and at least we know that Tribe started strong with the 3-star, and I've completely forgot what I was going to say. Silent Snipers needing to respond. Maybe we'll see the Inferno Dragons. I'll let you take it from here, D-Man.
It's been a long day. Give him this hosting role and it's slowly slipping away, but it's all good. I mean, obviously the difference being here, the fact is they were against Time Fail. Time Fail, unfortunately, just falling out of the tournament a moment ago against Inquisition. And of course, up against Tribe, who I've already had the perfect game, started off with a 3-starter. It's instant pressure on the likes of Troya and everybody else that's playing because, once you just get that pressure on the back foot. He is up against Czech's defense side. This time around, no fancy faces. This is going to be straight up attack. Let's have a look. What do we make of this base? It's looking pretty good. It's going to be the right side where Troya's decided to start things off. I can't tell what's there. It's behind. It is an E-Drag. There we go.
Yeah, so we see the heroes across to the north area of the base going to be able to try and swoop in. Again, get that Eagle early on. Battle Blimp will be deployed through the base to the Town Hall pretty soon. There it is. And what this allows is the Grand Warden ability to not just protect all of the Inferno Dragons whilst they are still somewhat grouped. It means the Battle Blimp is under the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome as well. And it just allows it to get to the Town Hall through any black bombs. The only risk is if there is a tornado trap. But you can see relatively safe there for Troya. Takes down the Town Hall. E-Drag does fall, and the air defense to the right-hand side could be a little bit troublesome. Probably we'll see the RC from that area.
Kings took a hell of a lot of punishment. Doesn't have the Yak. Okay, the Yaks are back up there. That's where it was. I was just about to see where the Yak fell. King will finally go down as well. The Queen not looking so healthy either. That Unicorn's taking some serious punishment, but will take down the Inferno. Inferno in the middle goes down. Now we see the Royal Champion with the Lassie down the south side sweeping through. This is where the E-Drag was pushing earlier on. The question is there enough still remaining? It's almost just a hero charge now to try and take down these remaining defenses. Now we see the Grand Warden getting in range with that Royal Champion. This should be enough now.
Yeah, it looked a bit close towards the end there. The Royal Champion really needed to make it through the final few defenses, and sometimes it's difficult to see. The Royal Champion ability can be so devastating to the defenses, and it heals her health. So Silent Snipers right back at Tribe Gaming with their 3-star, and, well, Tribe Gaming have got that perfect war. They've so far been 3 stars throughout today. Silent Snipers obviously missing a couple in their first war, but still anybody's game. We mentioned prior to this how both teams are impressive, coming out fighting to try and get up against alternate attacks. And that's exactly what we expected from both of them. Opening 3 stars, not cracking under the pressure, especially early on. So Tribe Gaming back up next.
Exactly. It's what you want to see. You don't want to see a team on the back foot from the first game. Immediately we get straight into it. Of course, Kronos coming up next. And as we mentioned, they did have a perfect game. So obviously everybody on their team had that 3-star opener, which is gets them set up nicely. And you got to wonder now, I wonder if they're going with a similar defensive system. Obviously, Dark Unicorns was who they played in the upper bracket round 1. And they only got 12 stars off Tribe Gaming. So I wonder if Tribe Gaming maybe try and stick to similar defenses. We'll see. Kronos, though, up against Wolf.
Oh, that is a very smart base by Wolf, because Kronos popped the Battle Blimp early to make sure that his Super Wizards were outside of the Poison Blast and the Giga Blast and the Poison. There's so much now added to the Town Hall at Town Hall 14. But the Tornado Trap just actually rotated them inside. Lost the Super Wizards. Got pretty much the value he was after, but I think he was trying to get the Expo there as well. Still has another invisibility spell in his arsenal that was probably for the Super Wizards. He didn't quite get full value, but took the Town Hall, managed to create pathing. Definitely still on track here for Kronos.
Keep your eye, the builder's repairing that Inferno. They just repaired the crossbow as well, as you were talking about. So the multi-Inferno is going to be at full hit points here as they Lava Loon's trying to come straight through. The Drag's up behind it straight away. Going to get it down. Okay, they managed to make it work. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, you can see this big, strong push getting straight on towards that other multi-Inferno. The Tesla's working as well. Wizard Tower will fall. Meanwhile, pushing through the middle side. The Dragon's still keeping very much alive. That Grand Warden doing wonders to keep them on his feet. The freeze has to come through there just to protect. Was quite a few things lost there. That multi-Inferno has been taking a long time to get down, and it has managed to dwindle the attack of Kronos.
Yeah, he used the invisibility spell very wisely to help the Dragons get the most northern scatter shot, but just lost the force moving through the center. The heroes to the right getting caught up and not in sync with the Dragons, if you will. Now the Royal Champion going to have a tough job finishing the final few defenses. It's going to be very close here for Kronos, but with a ground-based Expo and only the Royal Champion left, I have a feeling she will go down. Not to mention time, but wow, very, very close here by Kronos. Just that little bit extra, and just imagine, it's a ground defense that's left. If only there was one Dragon that survived in the middle, could have been a whole different story.
There's a single minion out left. We got faith. We got faith in the single minion. He's gonna do it. But the single archer, along with the Queen,
just a little.
Yeah, it's got 16 seconds to go. Well, the Queen's going to try and get as much percentage as possible here, so we'll be able to take down a couple of the units. There he is. Little. You can do it, son. You can do it. No, 6 seconds left. It's going to be around about 95%, I think, as he gets the shot off. The Queen not going to get the last building, damn it. 94% 2-star. The first we see fall. Kronos with just the 2-star, and I gotta feel just a little too much damage done by that multi-Inferno on the south right side. South right? Is that a thing? I would say southeast was what I was after.
We'll say it's a thing, just for you. Still a good attack, we've got to say. 94%, definitely a good percentage point. We've seen, well, averages all over the place today, actually. Many down in the 70s, some 99% time fails as well. But 94, I think Tribe will be pretty happy with. But we've got Rico moving in, who did get the 3 stars for Silent Snipers in their opening matchup. And we've seen the Super Witches used just once or twice today to varying success. Interestingly, starts with the Grand Warden towards this multi-target Inferno. That is the target, but with that one Battle Builder, it will be able to gradually repair things and just slow the Grand Warden that little bit.
That Yak lost very early on there. Interesting to see coming out with the Yak there with the Grand Warden. Very, very different. I don't think I've seen the Grand Warden with a Yak yet. I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, I normally have the E-Drag with it, right? It's got the E-Drag with the Queen.
Yeah, you normally have the Electro Owl with the Grand Warden, especially with the Grand Warden Walk, because it speeds it up. But also, the Electro Owl is targeting the building that the Grand Warden is. So since the Grand Warden has greater range, that's why you like to use the Owl with the Warden. So I agree, a really interesting move, but he's got the funnel set with the King on the outside of the base. Now the Super Witches move into the Town Hall. It will go down, but he's got to be careful on the healers next to the poison. The Super Witches are getting rotated into it, and the healers, they could go through the poison, and it could be disastrous.
Here come the Hogs piling on over. Try and get that crossbow down as quick as possible. You can see it's pummeling the Witches right now. The Super Witches trying to hop on over. There's the jump spell being used to try and get them over. Oh, the bomb's coming through. Doesn't get to the healers, though. Just about stopped in time, so the healers are able to keep up behind there. We'll see whether there's going to be enough left in this attack. I'm not too sure it is. This is looking like it may fall short to a 2-star.
Yeah, I think so. I think the time could be a factor, and you've got to say, Nabrax of Tribe Gaming had a fantastic giant bomb next to the scatter shot. That's where you normally see Hog Riders swooping through, and it worked perfectly in conjunction with the bomb tower to wipe them out. It left the Royal Champion vulnerable, and that is what you rely on with a Super Witch attack. The RC and Hog Riders just rotating around the outside of the base. This is where time being a factor. Tribe Gaming got the 94%, but this is going to be much lower, so it's still going to be advantage to Tribe.
The Queen pathed up to the north. The Queen pathed away from them, went up to the north and got took out by the crossbow. I thought it was going to stick down, took down the multi-inferno and then pathed northwards. You can see her just in that little divot there and pulled away from the healers and the Grand Warden. And that's costly. And in the end, 83%. Like you say, still got that free spell in the pocket. 84% 2-star for Rico. Oh, just fell apart towards the end there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a spell not used. Like you said, even if he knew the Queen was going to go down, maybe even just using the freeze on the Expo might have helped to get one extra building. And think about the very first war that we casted together, D-Man. It was 2 buildings across the entire war. So you never know when that one building could make the difference maker. But Tribe 10% in the lead. Now, both teams having their opening 3-star, Tribe ahead on percentage. And really, it's whether they can continue a Super Witch attack themselves, but we have another ring-style base with the defenses clumped in the middle with the battle builders, and this has been defending, or this style of base has been defending very well today, D-Man.
I was just thinking, I don't think we've seen a 3-star against this style of defense right now. We saw alternate ATAX using it earlier on as well, and they managed to hold on very successfully there. So we'll see whether it does work out. There's the healers going down. Electro Owl taken down early on, as you would expect. Doesn't tend to last too long. And the Unicorn going down with the Queen. So now the Loon's going through with a couple of skeletons to try and push on over on the right hand side. The north side, you can see the King with the Yak. Standard pushes at the moment, so going to try and sweep counterclockwise it seems around the base, which has worked a few times. The question is, can they get to that Sentinel? Here comes the Battle Blimp to see whether he's able to get there. Should have enough to get into and get that Town Hall down, but can he do anything after it? I'm not sure. Don't think he's going to get it. Oh, he has
just about got it, and he got the scatter shot. He would have liked the Yeti Mites to actually bounce the other way into the base because the Queen was about to get the scatter shot anyways. However, with the Town Hall down, all of the defenses in the core now are reachable from the Archer Queen. His only issue is that his healers, or I can't quite see, there's maybe 1 or 2 left. They've gone with 1 Super Witch and left the others up with the Queen. But that could actually pay out in his favor. Eve Check of Tribe Gaming is one of the best players in the world, I feel, with Super Witches. So Exorcist here probably taking some advice from him in order to take down this base with it. Queen's ability still alive. Oh, those healers with that 1 Super Witch. Move to the Queen, please. There they go. But, oh, it's trapped like crazy.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
Trap. That's all gone wrong. And as you say, just a simple little pathing problem that cost in the end there. Well, 51 seconds to go. Just the Queen remaining. Okay. Cannon, Archer. Oh, it's not too many defenses that the Queen should be able to deal with. The Unicorn should be able to heal it through. The question is, can she get through the walls? That's the problem. That's what's going to delay her, really, if anything. You can see having to pop the ability to get through that single wall. 30 seconds remaining. That Rage Stone will be enough here to try and get through. Can put a lot of damage down. 25 seconds and counting. Is this possible for a 3-star as we push on through? We'll certainly have the damage.
Where's the other buildings?
Has he got the time?
Zoom out. There must be another building somewhere.
Zoom out. We need to see
there it is. Army camp at the top. And there's barbarians there, but
too far
that's
away.
going to be the difference. Oh no!
It's going to stop it.
So close here from Tribe Gaming. We've seen it time and time again. Words can't even be spoken right now. Heartbreak for Tribe Gaming. I was speaking highly of the Super Witches and how good Tribe Gaming are with them, but they'll still be relatively happy with that, I think. But it does leave the door open. Silent Snipers could get a 3-star here and leapfrog them.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the healer's splitting away. I mean, at the end of the day, the Queen stayed alive, right? So it wasn't the end of the day that they split away. It's just, because the Queen obviously stayed alive, managed to do. The Unicorn kept it going. Earthquake going straight down on towards that Inferno, and immediate lightning coming down here. Didn't actually get it down, though.
Yeah, interesting enough on that side.
Boom.
He just wanted, yeah, there we go, the Royal Champion. So you can use the Seeking Shield of the Royal Champion in combination. The thing you have to be careful about now in Town Hall 14 is the Battle Builders, if they are close, could repair the buildings, and you might actually miss it. Oh, maybe he wanted the Eagle. If he did, very ambitious. I'm pretty sure he wanted that Eagle, and he's missed it. Sending in the Dragons, Eagle activates. This could be devastating.
Here we go, Battle Blimp down the south side as well. There is the Eagle pummeling down on the Dragons as well, so keep your eye on that, see if that's going to be enough damage. Meanwhile, you can see this Town Hall not going down. That Battle Blimp absolutely failed. Finally, they do get it down, obviously, with the spawns. It took a long time coming, but they're going to eat through the poison, and they're going to drop down as well. The King with the Yak will come through. These Drags continue to go, but as you mentioned, that Eagle Tower is still pumping out the artillery onto the Dragons.
He needs the scatter shot in this compartment where the King and Queen have just entered. He should be able to get that, and he's going to have to start the bats over at the 11:30 area to swoop towards the Eagle pretty quick. I'm surprised we haven't seen that already, to be honest, just to try and get that Eagle down. Interestingly, moves in from the right-hand side to try and take the Wizard Tower whilst it's tanked. Multi locks on. He's got to use that free spell, pretty early here. Do the bats get the multi? Eagle locks to the bats. That was the issue. Fortunately, they split, but they group together again and then dodge out of the way. What are we witnessing?
Well, I mean, they got the tower down and moved the second the shot came through. Luckily, managing to avoid it as much as possible. Considering that was his initial target, the fact is, it may well be the last thing that gets taken out in his base right now. The Queen finally pushing on through. We'll get around the side there. It's going to get spawns on him. And now the the E-Owl, is actually going to be the thing that takes down the Eagle artillery.
Amazing. I was worried with this attack, to be honest with you. I thought it was looking a little bit sketchy as the Dragons were moving through. I guess everything worked in his favor, other than the Royal Champion not getting the Eagle. Whether that was or wasn't the plan is debatable, actually, because it was quite ambitious if it was the plan. But sending the Dragons in, nice use of the Sneaky Goblins to get the Town Hall, King and Queen into that far side scatter shot. Plan was perfect, and it puts Silent Snipers in the lead. Tribe Gaming hot on their heels, though, because the attacks they have missed have just been that couple of percentage. So I still think Tribe Gaming, particularly moving out of a perfect war, could still catch up here, but it's advantage to Silent Snipers.
Absolutely. So let's see what Tribe will respond on this one. They are on 7 right now. And they are chasing the game. So it's Czech's turn. He's already defended once. So now let's see how his attack works out here. And is this a reverse smiley face? I mean, it's close.
It's a nice symmetrical base, put it that way. And it sometimes makes it difficult to know which side to enter from, which side of the base is trapped necessarily. Evechek, one of the most experienced players, arguably in the tournament. He's been in the competitive scene and the top of the competitive scene since the birth of Clash of Clans esports, really. Using the Grand Warden to take out that multi-target Inferno. Only 35 seconds on the clock burn for this. Now 40, in fact. But still, that is very quick for a Grand Warden walk. He can feel confident on time at this point with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash moving into the center.
Pushing on through, Freeze comes down. King's going to work his way round counterclockwise around the outside of the base as well. Try and work through those defenses, see if he can get towards that Eagle Artillery as they're pushing on through that multi-inferno. And look at all those crossbows getting a lot of value down here, and you can see that's why the Freezes had to come through to try and get that P.E.K.K.A. to get that damage down. Will in the end start to smash through those towers. And the defenses of the Grand Warden continues on round the back there with the healers.
It's just losing a little bit of momentum through the middle. It's tough to say what's happening here as the Super Wizards, every time they locked onto a building, the P.E.K.K.A. would take it down, so they couldn't chain through. But he has managed to take the core. He's still got healers on the Queen with her ability, so if she would... Oh, she's going through the wall. Take this gold storage and redirect the Queen. There we go. She goes up towards the Expos, and that's perfect so that she could take those down. That could be the difference maker here, because he still has the RC ability. As long as the Queen gets through the RC and the scatter shot, I think we're looking good here, D-Man. Oh.
Nope. Scatter shot down. It doesn't go down.
Don't want to jinx it.
Not too sure. Yeah, the Royal Champion, like you say, is the one that did the damage really there. Will get finally taken down, but has the damage been done now? You can see that scatter shot. It's going to absolutely decimate these forces, and that was the real problem. He needed to keep the bulk of his forces alive. But the Royal Champion coming through. 38 seconds to go. You got to feel the Royal Champion's certainly got enough here to finish this one. It does look like it will be a 3-star for a check there for Tribe Gaming to keep this game alive.
Easy, easy, easy. I didn't want to jinx it, especially after the last attack where I semi-jinxed it, I would say. So. Tribe Gaming back on form, nevertheless.
I think it was Inquisition I jinxed earlier on, yeah, so I'm very cautious to say whether they've done it or not right now. Jinxed it at a 99%er, but yeah, so 10-8 the score. That's going to be down to Silent Snipers to see what they can do here. Who's on the next attack order? It is going to be Rupert's turn to come out for Silent Snipers here. Did get a 3-star in his game against Time Fail earlier on as well.
Yeah, and this is the difficult part, because Silent Snipers are kind of in the lead. They've already got that 3-star on the board, but if they do not 3-star here, Tribe are arguably ahead on percentage. Even if they were to get a 99, I think Tribe would still be in the lead on percentage. So Silent Snipers have to keep the 3-star pressure going. Did manage to get the Battle Blimp into that central area where he wanted, but look at the scatter shot! He damaged it so much, but the Battle Builder next to it can just repair it all of the way up. It's devastating as an attacker when you see that. That's where base building now really does resolve around the Battle Builders, and if you can repair your most dangerous defenses.
So let's see. Keep your eye on that scatter shot. See if it makes an effect later on, whether that small little fail goes against them. So the Queen starts off her walk. Balloons coming through just to protect those healers, to pull any traps out. Continues through. Hidden Tesla pops, but no worry for the Queen. And now where's the bulk of the attack going to come from? Little Archer over on the left-hand side as well, plucking away just to try and find something. Second, third Hidden Teslas pop up there, find out, and the Balloon doing a great job at detecting any traps so far.
Yeah, beautiful stuff with the King towards the top of the base. Already opened up so that he can sideswipe that left-hand side. The P.E.K.K.A. Smash can just move directly in towards the Town Hall, but the scatter shot that has been repaired is going to be one of the last buildings. And I do love that one Archer to the left. Whenever you can use a single housing space to just take out a building or two during the raid, it's always helpful. We've seen how important that can be. Only a minute left on the clock here and only hitting 50%. Now this attack can be pretty quick, especially with these Super Wizards being quite explosive. Still has the Royal Champion to use, but we've got to get around this core effectively.
Oh, the Queen stood in the Town Hall poison there, actually getting caught out by that. Gonna get healed through it. I can't even see as that much going on through that central at the moment. Will actually end up getting back around the outside there. But yeah, taking a lot of damage. Now the Grand Warden going through it as well. The Grand Warden's taking so much damage. That Town Hall 14 going down has taken so much off them. And that may actually stop this attack being a 3-star, because other than that, it was looking golden.
It was, and you've got to say, the scatter shot was slamming into the troops all day long. And again, if that went down early on, it could have been a whole different story. Now, I think Rupert has actually taken out all of the defenses, but with 10 seconds left, it's going to be a time fail. He's got archers around the base, but nothing fast in order to take this out. So it's a great attack, but it's actually going to mean that Tribe Gaming are in the lead on percentage now.
So, okay, Rupert, just a 2-star, and as you say, both tied up now, 10 apiece as we move into the final game. Now, for Tribe, obviously we were talking about the fact they did get that perfect game earlier on, so obviously Maxi got himself that 3-star. It's Demo that's still got to attack for Silent Snipers. He only got a 2-star, 88% earlier on against Time Fails, so pressure's going to be very much on Demo. He will be the last, obviously, to attack as well. So let's see what Maxi can do here on the attack for Tribe, see if whether they can put that pressure on, make it a 13-star game, or see whether there's something alive for Silent Snipers to chase here. As you say, 98% for Tribe Gaming, so really the percentile is with them. Even this is a 2-star game, you've got to feel that they have a big advantage.
They do, and it is captain versus captain, Maxi versus Demo. Who is going to be triumphant for their team? Like you said, if Maxi 3-stars here, it's victory to Tribe. So it's really figuring out what he does. It's an attack strategy that we've seen throughout today, the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, this new variant that we've seen in recent months with the Super Wizards, and it works really well if you can get them into the center to just explode through the big buildings. I can't quite see what was used at the top. I missed what was used there, but he only just missed the cannon. 2 battle builders repair it up. Honestly, it's devastating as an attacker when you see that. But Eve Maxi nicely taking out the scatter shot here, and as soon as that goes down alongside the air defense, that's when we will see the attack moving towards... Ooh, I'd like to say probably that left side. Yeah, there's the Queen in order to pull her around. I'm surprised he didn't go for the air defense in order to take that down before deploying the Queen. Obviously just worried on time, I guess.
Maybe Golem coming through. Gonna smash through those walls. Eagle Artillery popping off. That's actually going over towards the Queen Warden. So keep your eye on that. King going to push around the side, drawing the attention of the crossbow now. The Multi-Inferno going off. Going to pop that rage in the middle there to try and get that P.E.K.K.A. through, as you say. Trying to get the smash down. Seems to work well at the moment. That's going to be picked off there. The crossbow's doing enough. Battle Grid comes through, but the sweep pushes him away a little bit there, delaying things. Actually almost got caught out by the bombs as well. Now we see the Super Wizards coming out. Let's see what they can do.
He's looking pretty comfortable here with that Town Hall moving down, but losing a lot of the troops through the center. Queen has a lot to do now as she's going to take on the enemy Royal Champion, has to take down the multi-target Infernos. Royal Champion skipping over that area as well, but he's losing a bit of force here. If he can get the Queen healed back up, then he could still get this, because the Royal Champion has her ability. Queen is taking a lot of damage though, and now you see the damage of the air defense that could have been taken at the start as the healers are just getting picked off. Can the Royal Champion finish this one off? Scattershot is going to take her out. And with the healers down, the Queen is unfortunately not going to get this one either, I don't think. So close.
This is gonna be a 2-star for Tribe, and now the question is, what percentage can they reach? That's going to be the real issue. Go Unicorn, go! We have faith in you. It's going up there. That's not the final unit, because I saw the Unicorn up there. Lassie's been picked off. Pan up, 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 up. The Unicorn's up there. Keep going, up, up, up. Yep, that's the Eagle Artillery. There's the Archer.
We'll go the opposite.
It's the one above that we want to look at. There we go. There we go. Now, we missed it anyway. The Unicorn's down, and it will be an 84%. Okay, what does that calculate to be for Tribe Gaming. Obviously, 12-star game opens the door for Silent Sniper's demo to try and get the 3-star and take this game by the horns. 13-12 would be the result. It's exactly what they got in the quarterfinals or winner bracket round 1, whichever you prefer to call it. Can Demo do it?
Well, the percentage definitely dropping a little bit there for Tribe Gaming. Silent Snipers could take this with a high percentage 2-star. I have to calculate exactly what they need, but the high percentage 2 would be enough here. 3 stars obviously gets the victory.
Well, the balloons straight at the start. Straight up to the tower. Battle Blimp straight in on the town hall. It is in the north side, so it's almost inevitable that they will drop it straight down onto that town hall. Crossbow doing its work though, defending out, and they didn't get the town hall down. Finally finishes off. Took a little while to get going. Won't get too much off the back of it though. Now the queen out, and that's actually going to draw all the minions towards it at the moment. Skeleton's being shoved over there by the witches. Going to pile on doing that will slow things down. The poison down as well. Healers covering that off fine.
Good start by Demo, you have to say. Nice entry here with the queen. She's going to walk directly into the scattershot and the enemy queen. Nice rage spell in order to help just make sure she's got enough health to get through. Assures that with the freeze, and a beautiful balloon actually takes down. Couldn't quite see whether it was 1 or 2 black bombs, but at least gets one of them. And with the jump spell, the queen is going to be able to run directly into the middle. If she can get this central multi-target Inferno, I'm presuming there's a lot of traps around that area. And I'm half expecting the Royal Champion to move in here, but it looks like we're probably just going to Lalo and use the Royal Champion for support, as long as the Queen gets through to the center.
Absolutely. Pushing on down. The Queen, with that jump, should be able to work her way down, but she's got to be careful. The enemy King coming straight towards her at the moment. Will be able to swing on through. The healers, ooh, one of them's getting hit by that multi-inferno. Just split off a little bit there. Getting caught out by Hidden Tesla as well. Will lose one of the healers, so just takes it down for now. Here comes the Loonzo. Going to try and push on through from the right-hand side. Got the little baby dragons out. The minions in there as well. There's the Grand Warden to try and keep them alive.
This looks very good, I have to say, for Demo. The Queen finally falls, but has she done enough to get through here? The Royal Champion still has her ability, and really there's only the scatter shot that has any immediate threat. Balloons moving in from each direction. He still has a freeze, nicely used to catch the scatter shot and the air defense. Lovely use of that one balloon to try and get the wizard tower to the left. I think he'll probably send an archer and a wizard in there as well to try and take that down, but can you believe the balloons fall and it's now all on the Royal Champion? Can he keep her supported with the rest of the troops? You see minions moving through the center to try and help out. She's going low on health though. Is it going to be enough? It is super close here, D-Man, but I think even on percentage they might get this.
He's got it. I think he's got it. I think it's going to be 5 seconds left. It won't be a 3-star, 98%. Can the champion finish things off here? 99%. It is a 2-star, but I feel that percentage, it was a 1.7% difference between the two to squeeze it up. I got to feel the percentile difference is there to just drag it up. And there's the score. No, it's not enough. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Oh my word. Had to be a 3-star. Oh, try.
I guess it did.
Go through. Wow.
Fantastic job. I mean, I think they were in control of that war. I have to say, they got a little bit unfortunate. Silent Snipers kind of fell back, I feel, at the start, and I really thought they'd pulled it back. I didn't necessarily do all of the math, but looking at it, I thought they had enough percentage. They moved down to the lowest bracket, but they are not out yet. It's going to be Tribe and alternate attacks, but Silent Snipers could still be one of the teams going through if they start to win again from this point.
And I mean, we said it throughout. We were talking about it in there, you know, how the difference of 2 buildings was what cost Aphelion versus Rest. And you know, you're looking at the percentages, and it is just a building here and there over the 5 attacks that would have made quite a difference. Oh, that is absolutely tilting. You got a feel for them, but Yeah, unbelievable stuff, whether it had been simply a crossbow or an X-bow. Chat, I see what you're saying. I hate to tell you, but an X-bow is a crossbow. The X stands for cross. Thanks, guys. Just spotted that one. A couple of people in chat tilted on that one, but yeah, you got to get the wording quite right here, Judo. Yeah, just gonna. But yeah, I mean, overall, honestly, tilting, no doubt about it, because obviously the winner of this, you know, is going to go through now and play alternate ATACs. That is going to be a tough opponent, no doubt about it. The loser is not done, is not out. They are going to drop down and face Aphelion in the lower bracket. That will be the next matchup.
Yeah, we could even see a rematch of this one, depending on how the wars go. Tribe versus Alternate, though, to see who automatically moves into the challenge, whoever wins that one. And then, depending on who wins the matchup between Aphelion and Silent Snipers, that is who will play the loser of Tribe and Alternate. So maybe we'll see Tribe and Silent Snipers again, D-Man. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket so that we can see exactly how it's shaping up. Tribe and Alternate, as we've been mentioning, in that match now to see who joins MCES in the Mobile Challenge Series. And the loser moves down to this lower bracket.
Yeah, Inquisition obviously playtime failed already, so they're awaiting the winner of Silent Snipers versus Aphelion. And of course, what is the point of this tournament? Well, it's all about getting into the ESL Mobile Challenge. 2 teams will progress. The question is, who will they be? Obviously, we're going to have one from the winner bracket finals, which will be obviously coming up later on tonight. Some fantastic games so far. Definitely a couple of meta changes. We'll figure out how things are going to go. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll be moving on to that next lower bracket match. See you in a few.
Let's see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you. All I ever do is think about you, is think about you.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. We are moving through the matches super fast here, Lethal. We just had a fantastic match between Tribe Gaming and Silent Snipers. Silent Snipers unfortunately taking the loss on that one, but they are coming up right now versus Aphelion. What did you make of that last matchup, buddy?
I'm just getting jealous now that you and D-Man are casting all these incredible series which are so close in comparison to what we can see. But it's great to see. I don't feel like there's as much pressure now going forward into this loser bracket as well, just due to the fact we've seen a lot of aggressive pushes, we've seen a lot more patience and caution, but also this is what we expect at the top level, especially in the EU and MENA's region. So from what I've seen for the last match, incredibly close, very hard to predict, and it's nice to see that there's so many top teams that are absolutely neck and neck, but this next series should be a right belter.
It certainly should be. Aphelion Esports have put on a great show today as well, so it's going to be a difficult one to predict, but we first have a quick video from the Silent Snipers.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
I'm the Demolisher and I'm from the team Silent Snipers.
So what would you consider is your team's biggest advantage in this tournament?
We've adapted very well to the meta because in the first couple of weeks of the Mobile Open, most wars were won on time, so we were running strats like Inferno Dragons, E-Dragons, strats like this to have the advantage on time, pressure the enemy.
And if you could choose one team out of the lineup on the Open right now to be your rival, who would you pick and why?
I guess Inquisition, because we've played them like 3 times.
That's so funny because you're literally the third clan that said Inquisition when it's their rival. Who are they rubbing up the wrong way? What are your expectations for Silent Snipers in this tournament?
We want to go the whole way, to be honest, one step at a time.
And the last time we spoke was just before the World Championship qualifiers last year. So you're currently top 3 behind ATN Attacks and MCES. So how does that feel and what's the secret?
Feels amazing, to be honest. Like I did not expect going into it, but well, yeah, just going with the flow now.
So the secret is to just go with the flow, yeah?
Exactly.
And is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans who are supporting you throughout the tournament?
Thank you, I guess. I'm just speechless, to be honest. I don't even know.
Thank you so much for joining me and best of luck.
No problem.
Interesting that they said Inquisition, the clan that they wanted to face, because Inquisition have been on top form today, and they could indeed face them if they are to get the victory here.
I think the real question is, who have they been rubbing the wrong way in terms of Inquisition? Because yeah, you're right there. It's the third or fourth team to say that now. So I don't know if they're, BMing in any way. Like, it's hard to tell because it's just a little bit suspicious. But maybe it's just a complete coincidence. I don't know. But I think one of the talking points here with Demo is the fact that he mentioned that he feels like his team has adjusted to the meta a lot quicker than most of the other teams, which is why he probably got an early advantage in actually taking a lot of these teams earlier on in the ladder as well with the Inferno Dragons, etc., etc. So there's of course a lot of talk, but there was a few questions that I probably would like to add as well for Demo in terms of like how he managed to adjust to the meta so much quicker in comparison. But it's nice to see that we've got an in-depth coverage on how they feel going into this matchup, and they're not that they're not fast, it's the fact that they just want to try and get as far as they can, and just play their best. They haven't got any pessimistic or any kind of optimistic approach on this. They've just been realistic and say, well, either way we want to try and get to challenges, even if it's from winners or losers, and if they even struggle a little bit, at least try and qualify in one of those 3 spots for challenges. But so far, they haven't been looking too bad. They are in losers round 2, so they have got a fair few matches to go until they can at least qualify.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all they can do, right, is just put up their best performance. They did finish 3rd in the ladder, so certainly adapting to the meta. You can see here, the bracket, Silent Snipers and Aphelion. Winners will move forward to face Inquisition, and then whoever wins that match faces Tribe and Alternate.
Yeah, see, Silent Snipers has got a little bit of travel going into that loser bracket, but let's switch to the upper bracket now and have a quick look and see how everything in terms of the path shown going towards this winners finals. So you can see Alternative Attacks versus Tribe Gaming. That's going to be an incredible series later on in that winners finals, and I'm very excited to see who's going to come out on top between those two, because at least by then, once they win the winners finals, they can put their feet up and watch the rest of the games go by instead of having to potentially run out of stamina and have to continue from the losers finals straight afterwards.
Yeah, and that match is certainly going to be... I mean, they've all been very explosive, as you've mentioned. Multiple 3-stars from each and every clan. But particularly that match, 2 top names. Nobody knows what can happen. Moving back to Aphelion and Silent Snipers, though. I mean, do you have any predictions for this, Lethal? Because I always love picking into different people's opinions, just seeing... as the day progresses, how potentially that can change in terms of predictions. And do you have any thoughts given what you've seen from Aphelion and Silent Snipers today?
I feel like Silent Snipers, especially the last couple of series we've seen, seem to adapt a lot better to people's bases compared to a few of the others, especially with Aphelion Esports. They did drop early on, but we can't just go by the fact that they dropped in the losers bracket straight away, because that's not statistically a way to try and establish how far they can go. But I would say just straight down, Silent Snipers seem a lot more confident, a lot more patient in terms of how they attack, and if that adaptability proves a lot in comparison. Yeah, sure, when that adaptation comes, sure, they may not get that 3-star, but at least they'll be able to get a high percentile going across.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. The only thing I would say about Aphelion Esports, we can see the team rosters on your screen now. Aphelion Esports were behind to rest in the opening match of today, and it was looking like it was going to be a slaughter match for rest. Let's be honest. Aphelion were so far behind, but they just kept their head held high, and mid-war spun the matchup and ended up getting the victory by 2 buildings, but that's all that's needed. And I think as long as you can keep your head down and grind a victory like that, you can beat anybody. I would say I agree that Silent Snipers I would put as the favorites for this, but Aphelion showing their strength earlier on today.
Yeah, they've played a few more games in comparison, so they're more than warmed up and ready to fight this next engagement, depending on if they're first on attack or defense. But yeah, Silent Snipers, from what I've seen so far, keep talking about adaptation, but they do read their opponents and download them very well. They're very quick to adjust to try and at least figure out a way to attack as efficiently as possible. You don't really see that with many teams. Sometimes they just go ahead and continue with their original strategy rather than, trying to make any kind of subtle changes going forward. But I like what I've seen from Silent Snipers so far, and I think the fact that they try to establish the meta so early on is a great example of that as well. And for one of those kind of teams, sometimes they will say, oh, we managed to figure out the meta very early, but then again, when everyone catches up, sometimes they can just go above board and actually get ahead of them whilst they just stay the same. But they've been looking very, very solid so far. I think it would be an upset if Aphelion Esports do manage to topple them, but we'll have to see though. Anything could happen going into this double elimination bracket, and we've got to remember the winner of this actually faces against Inquisition afterwards.
Yeah, exactly the team that Demo said he wanted to face. So I'm sure he will be captaining his team to that victory. And let's remember, this is only ladder 1, and there are 2 ladders in order to try and qualify into the challenge series, where the big money really starts to come down. So even if the clans do get knocked out, they could move into the ladder series. And even if at home you are watching, the next ladder stage begins on Monday, 2 days' time. So you can be sure to check the ESL Play website in order to sign up. But I think we're going to be momentarily getting into the matchup here, Lethal. Tensions building, and who's actually attacking first here? Have you looked at the bracket? Do we know if it's... I guess we're finding out. It's Aphelion Esports, and it is with the Inferno Dragons, a strategy that we have seen early on in the wars for, well, pretty much all of them today.
I was doing the exact same thing. I was quickly checking and I was like, oh, never mind. I can see it's Maz in the top right, so that shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, just taking a real patient look just to see exactly how he wants to start, which is, not really too much of a common trend, but we'll start on that left side just to take out a few of these mines. But you see some of the lightning spells just doing a nice dish of damage on the defense. And we can see if we could go a little bit up north to find out exactly what's going on with the super, which is with the scales as well. Just pushing around that north towards that west side. Again, just trying to take out whatever they can. Almost took out the air defense on that west side, but sadly didn't finish it off. But then again, literally, it's just a sprinkle of damage. We'll be able to finish that off, no problem.
Yeah, particularly since there's no builder hut around it. We've seen how devastating that is today. But I love the use of a Yeti to funnel, because often with this attack strategy, you just see an E-Drag as the standard. So like you said, a lot of the teams adapting to the base. I like the use of the Yeti there. Maz has actually got a perfect streak so far today. 2 3-stars for his team, hoping to continue that. And with the Town Hall falling, he's got a good spread on the Inferno Dragons. Really just has to hope that the skeleton spells continue to distract the major defenses, but he doesn't really have a lot of force moving into the center, having to freeze that to try and help out.
Yeah, that was definitely the right play. The Inferno Tower just doing way too much. The Sky Shot's been taken down on that northeast side. Both of the Expos are still trying to tickle within that damage from that far range. And you can see the Sweeper just keeping it back a little bit, but not a huge amount. He's trying to prioritise that middle side, but it was around the left anyway as the Wizard Towers have been taken down. Still one more left as well as the Expo. Again, still trying to continue on. The Mortar just doing a large amount of damage directly in front of the troops on that right side. So not looking too great here. You can see already another free spell has been dropped down and a minute 15 left remaining.
Yeah, just got a little bit unfortunate towards the end there, especially with the Queen's ability left over. You could see where if the defending Royal Champion wasn't there, maybe he could have used the freeze spell a little bit later for the Royal Champion to potentially take out some of these defenses, but ultimately just going to fall short with that grounded Expo. I feel moving into the center, he just didn't have the momentum with the Inferno Dragons, and Silent Snipers will be rubbing their hands at this point. A defense right out of the gates, and so often today we have seen explosive 3 stars to start us off. So this one maybe showing a little bit of tension or nerves to start the war, but it's really whether Silent Snipers can capitalize on that, because we have seen they've had a couple of low percentage attacks themselves.
You're right, though. It's literally opposite end of the spectrum here. Normally do see a 3-star 100%, but a very slow start. But it depends who is attacking, who's their best attackers anyway. Maybe you want to start things off quite slow and steady. But you saw right at the very beginning, he used up the full 30 seconds just to have a look around to see exactly what's the best way to try and execute an attack, where he should start. So telling me and also the viewers as well, the extra time he spent, he wasn't really too sure how he should attack and in what way. And very little things, such as, for example, the air defense on that left side didn't get taken down, even though it had very little HP, still did, enough damage to keep those balloons back at bay on the east and north side as well. And you saw there as well, there was just too much time taken right at the very start, and that's why you think to yourself, okay, they're in a little bit of trouble, and it's just signs that they're not too sure how to progress forward into the base. But like you said, at least if it was in a 90% percentile going forward as well as 2-star would be okay, but 85%, it's not the best of starts, and already the momentum is in the Silent Snipers' favour. But speaking of Silent Snipers, Judo, we're going to look at Rupert to see how he is going to be attacking the side of Aphelion.
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A. Smash attack that we have here. I noticed the inside of the base has all 4 Expos quite nicely around the town hall. Looks quite picturesque, actually, this base design. But the Queen will charge directly in towards the the multi-target Inferno. It's not quite a smiley face as D-Man likes, but it's quite nice either way. Queen will be able to take down the multi-target Inferno at this area, but it's interesting to see where he's going to send the P.E.K.K.A. Smash in from, because the Battle Blimp is already diving to the Town Hall. Maybe he's trying to take that out with the Battle Blimp and then just move around the base with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Interesting approach.
Yeah, not something we've really seen so far, as the Inferno Tower, the Sweeper, and the 4 Expos is now trying to dish out
he's missed the
damage
Town
if they
Hall!
can. Oh! You're right as well. So that's going to delay so much here. That's unbelievable. And there's still only 2 minutes left. But then again, that's going to cost them so much time here, Judo.
The builders repairing it. He had sneaky goblins, but it looks like he had regular goblins come out of the clan castle first. And the sneakies just had too far to travel to the town hall, and it had a slither of health. But look at it. It's nearly back to full HP now. Wow, what a defensive move there from Aphelion. And how does Rupert adapt to this?
That's the exact question indeed. I was going on about how well Silent Snipers have been in terms of reading their opponent and what to do, but of course with the rebuild, it's going to make things even worse. He can't even get to the centre part of the map unless he deployed all his units and work around, but he simply just can't do that as the attack finally continues. And the scanner shot is still trying to dish out the damage on the outside, and you can see now the Expo's trying to do a lot of work, especially the Town Hall. Even then, what more can he do here? As the Town Hall, because it's already regained back to full HP, that's more time, more damage that needs to be done, and I don't think it's going to happen here, Judo, because there's still only 50 seconds left, even if he gets through.
Still has the Royal Champion to deploy, but I agree, there's just so much base left. You can see with the jump spell to the right, he kind of did want to just rotate around the Town Hall, but it's done so much damage. He also had a couple of his Super Wizards walk to the outside of the base, which I don't think helped because he could have really done with the splash damage in the center. And unfortunately, just nothing going right here. The Archer Tower survives with a tiny little bit of help. 15 seconds pretty much remaining now. And, well, it was 85% from Aphelion. Silent Snipers, if they are going to get 85, they're going to cut it short here. 83, is it going to be level or is it going to be 1% in it? Oh, it's not. Wow. You couldn't write this
I'm
stuff.
just shocked still. I know, Judo, sorry, man. It's like, I'm just so shocked because I made the assumption that Town Hall was actually going to go down and then it can continue on with the progression off that east side. But when I saw that happen, that was just unbelievable because I can tell how shocked you were and I was just still flabbergasted. I was just like, did that just really happen? And now they can't even clean up the Town Hall after being recovered. And the fact that, okay, fair enough, it's not going to do a huge amount of damage. The stats on it in terms of the HP, they're going to have to spend so much more time focus fine on that attacker with the Expo still surrounding it. There was still too much defense to go through. And like I said before, even if they went through, it doesn't matter. All that time is going to be wasted. So I think he may have panicked just a little bit. And I'm hoping that, you know, that's not just the start of things to come. But still, we're level pegging. And I feel like Aphelion are going to be wiping the sweat off their eyebrow a little bit now. They're only ahead by 1%. But I don't think that's what they expected right at the very get-go on their first attack as well. But Sammy from Aphelion is going to be starting this off to see what he's going to do against Rupert's defense.
Yeah, I think both teams can breathe a little bit of relief there after the first attack. It's not how you want to start a war, but both teams know that they are still very much in this. Now, Sammy did get a 98% time fail, I might add, with this attack strategy in the previous war where they unfortunately... Well, it came very close down to the end of it, but Sammy got the time fail either way. Very close, and let's see if we can get the 3-star on this one. Looking like we are charging the Grand Warden to the Town Hall, and probably looking at another 15 to 20 seconds, so decides to use the Rage spell, not necessarily to protect the Grand Warden, just to speed him through this process. Look at that builder repairing it as well. Rub salt in the wounds.
You know, yeah, it's just another way of saying, you're gonna try and waste my time, I'm gonna waste your time, and you know, I'm the one defending. It does not matter in the slightest. It's gonna take a little bit more than usual, probably an extra 10 seconds due to the rebuild, but now you can see the witches on the left side now, and also the actor are gonna push on through as the cannon and the archer tower as well as the wizard tower are gonna try to do the best they can, as well as the scanner shot. And already you can see in the center both Expos and the Inferno Tower have been frozen, so this is the perfect opportunity for them to continue that attack, and it's looking pretty good here, Judo.
Yeah, it looks very good actually as they move into this area. The only thing I notice is a jump spell I feel would be really good to move through the center, and I didn't quite see what happened. Maybe he failed a wall breaker because he used the jump spell early, and the troops are going to have to pound through the wall. Now, it's not the end of the world because the P.E.K.K.A. will bunch up and get through that, but it's just a little bit extra damage that I don't think he was expecting. Nevertheless, they do get through. Super Wizards chain through the high hit point storages to that multi and then continue to do the same. And with the Queen's ability and a minute on the board, maybe Sammy can get this and it wouldn't be a time fail this time, but it's very close to call, I feel. There's still a lot of buildings down to the south of the base there.
Yeah, and he hasn't got any more troops to actually send from the south. He hasn't got any minions or archers or anything like that just to pick away at that south side buildings on any mine storages, anything like that, in order to then add to the percentage and try and get that 3-star. But even then, though, still 30 seconds. I don't really want to call it yet. It is doable, but it's going to be very, very difficult. I don't think he's going to 3-star, but if he does, congrats to him. But he's still pushing on through quite nicely. Still got 22 seconds, and then really any much defensive. Still got the Archer Tower, the Wizard Tower there as well. Still got the air defense, but even then, there's still only 15 seconds left. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it's really going to come down here. It's still too close to call. I mean, 10 seconds, but he has so many troops. And the Super Wizards, remember, can actually chain through these buildings. So here we go. Queen takes down the Archer Tower, takes down the Builder. 1 second. Oh, if he literally had another second or two, it was it. And can you believe it? Sammy got 98% time fail in the previous War versus Rest. and a 98% time fail now. I mean, what more does he need to do?
Be a bit quicker. That's literally about it. But you saw the rebuild earlier with the town hall. See that exactly? Like even with those 10 seconds with the town hall being rebuilt, you saw there it's the fact that that was the 10 seconds he needed for that cannon mortar right at the very end to basically survive the final remaining moments. Again, very close, but in terms of percentage, much better compared to before. But it's a start to all that count. But at least he got 2 with a 98% anyway. So it's not going to be 2 plays, but he's going to be happier compared to what happened in that first attack. Over see Rico from Silent Snipers attacking the side of Sammy from Aphelion and see what they get up to from that west side.
Yeah, Aphelion managed to pull their percentage lead a little bit further in the lead, but the Owl has actually activated the Town Hall here, which isn't ideal since the Warden is not necessarily going to that area just yet. Probably will use a rage to speed the Warden up anyway, so I don't think it's the end of the world there because that will help to heal the Warden up. But actually the Warden taking even more damage because of the Expo and has to freeze that area. I'm sure Rico would have recognized that. He has to use a second freeze as well. This is hugely expensive in order to take down that Town Hall.
It's a bit of a worry as well, because now when he pushes in and needs to use any more of those free spells to stop some of the defense on the side of Sammy, then, you know, this is where he's really going to struggle. But we'll find out what's going to happen here as the attack does come through, takes out the scanner shot, and you can see they're still pushing through towards the Expo, and the Eagle Artillery is still doing a huge amount of damage. And you've got to remember though, the Inferno Tower is still on that north side. He's got to be really careful about how he's going to try to go ahead of this, but it's still not looking too bad. And again, the Eagle Artillery has already been taken out as the Expos are trying to get involved, as well as that cannon on the right side.
Yeah, what I like here is we'll probably see Hog Riders. Yep, there they are from these siege barracks moving down to the bottom area. And there's not really anything in this region that could do huge damage to the Hog Riders. So as long as the Super Witches stay alive, the Hog Riders could move around. But he's lost 2 Super Witches to the outside. When did that even happen? I think it might have happened early on and I just completely missed it. But that is huge for this attack. And Rico is... well, the builder repairs the scatter shot. He's not going to be able to take that. And it's really on the percentage that he can get now. Wow. I didn't see those Super Witches.
No, there was just on the corner of our eye, I think, at the time. We just kind of barely missed him. But the Queen was still pushing, still took out a lot of the defense on that right side. Still, though, pushing up from the north, taking out one of those Inferno Towers, as well as the cannon. The Wizard Tower will be going down very shortly by the Royal Champion. And now the Expo still trying to keep his distance. And I love that, the fact as well, they're using that Giant just to, you know, soak up the damage to give the Royal Champion a chance to take up any more defense. But sadly for him, does get taken down by both of those Expos. Still trying to keep him at bay, but he's still got the King there as well. It's just a matter of what they can do as they're trying to at least funnel their way through and try and build the gap. But I don't think it's going to happen. And the 2 Expos are still making sure the King doesn't come any closer. But let's be real here, Jude. There's only 5 seconds left. But what percentage are they going to get as we look in the dying moments in the next couple of seconds? Looks like it will be 93% 2 stars. Not as good as the last attack, but you can see the approach there. Those 2 Expos, we know we don't do a huge chunk of damage over time, but at least we're there just to try and keep the King at bay eventually. But good defense there.
Yeah, just those little things like the witches walking on. I say little things, I mean it is, but it makes all of the difference. Just not having the firepower through the center, or the tankage for that matter. And I think that still means Aphelion are slowly pulling their percentage ahead, but I've seen it many times where you gradually build the percentage lead, and at the end of the day, it is all about 3 stars. And it's happened so many times where a clan has pulled so far ahead, slowly built the lead, and lost it at the last moment. So Aphelion really need to try and get a 3-star on the board to make sure that it's not just the percentage that they are in the lead, they've also got the star in order to have a little bit of cushioning.
Well, I look forward to see what Toby is going to do here on the next attack. And already just doing some damage on that center side. But what is he going to do next in terms of his first attack? So send that Giant out, just consume some of the damage and see if it plays anything out. Just making sure they can get that wall wrecker to destroy part of that wall. And this is a great start for Nen, as they're going to try and charge on through to that north side, and is going to continue using that wall break, sorry, the log now, to make sure that they can push on any further, which they managed to be able to. but it's to be looking to see what they can do on that east side as well, the world champion.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible, to be honest with you. With the enemy queen already down and that scatter shot, taking out a lot of damage in that area, but also pathing. It means the heroes can move from one side of the base to the other. The log launcher damages the town hall, but the unfortunate thing is there are builders in that region now repairing it, whilst the queen is stuck on the clan castle troops, and I'm not sure if she will be able to get down there fast enough. She probably will with the ability, I guess, but I think he just wanted that down super quick. Notice the builder to the right-hand side as well, healing the multi-target Inferno. He will get that Town Hall, with the Queen now using the ability. It's actually on the Expo, so he might not. Ooh, has to use the freeze to make sure he gets it. Nice move.
Absolutely, that's one way to create a straight line going in, but it's not about that's about the balloons will be coming up very shortly. Still has another 22 left, just spreading them out, making sure that they can split the DPS from the defense side, and it's still not looking too bad, using those lamp hands as well just to soak up a lot of the attack and see if they can actually push it on further from there. A free spill will come in, so it can take out those Inferno towers, the rest of the storage and everything else. Those Archer towers are going to do a little bit more damage here as well as the Expo, and want to see if it can carry on pushing through. But that Eagle Artillery is so important if they can try and take that out, but they are clamped together here. How much damage are they going to take here going forward? But they have lost quite a few here and now. I'd probably say lost about a quarter of those balloons going further, but now the Eagle Artillery is still there, but they had to use a free spell on a scanner shot on the air defense on the right side, which is perfectly understandable considering they're now in range going further towards that Inferno tower here, Juno.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate, actually. A beautiful Grand Warden's ability helped the balloons right of the way through, but the multi-target Inferno ends up taking a lot of the balloons down in combination with the Tesla, and that's actually where the Royal Champion was sent in initially. You can see her down there with Lassie. Didn't even get close to the multi-target Inferno, really, but had the Royal Champion of taken that down, it could have been a whole different story. The slightly higher percentage than what we see of silent snipers, or at least their average. So building that percentage, but they need a 3-star because they're just leaving the door open, I feel.
Certainly have done indeed. It's not the first time we've had a percentage in the 80s, 89%, 2 stars there. Yeah, I think he had a really early plan on what he wanted to do, like he said with the World Champion at the start. But, you know, if you're not even going to make it to that east side in time towards the end, then, you know, that's it really. It's, even though they created a pathway right at the very start in order to straight line towards that town hall, it didn't really matter. They used those balloons around the east, north and south side just to spread out nicely to make sure they can split up the DPS from the defense and then push on from there. But the only one sad thing was the fact that the balloons actually decided to prioritize the right side rather than the Eagle Artillery, which delayed things further, which means had to soak up even more damage, and then they couldn't even get towards the east side to finish up the rest of the base in terms of the defense and some of the other parts of the base left standing. But we'll have to see so far. Aphelion has been, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, I think we have to say. Some attacks have been good, some of them have been okay, and it's still, you could say, early days as we're just approaching the halfway mark into the series, as Troya is going to be the next player on the attack for Silent Snipers as Toby. We'll see what his defense is like, as we can already see a little bit of attack from that east side.
Yeah, and Troya, arguably the MVP so far today of Silent Snipers. 3 stars against Timefail Gaming, 3 stars against Tribe Gaming. Will it be a 3-star against Aphelion Esports? This could be what puts them in the lead. And Hybrid is not a strategy that we have seen often today. The Queen, though, moving to the other side of the base, so he has to use another Super Warbreaker to try and re-break her back in. And that could change things pretty drastically here, depending on where he wanted to break the Queen into the inside of the base. She will take the Town Hall down, but now he's used an extra Warbreaker, and let's see what Troya decides to do here.
That was a real shame indeed, going for the mines up north instead, so it is going to delay things a little bit more as he's going to try and punch on through to get rid of some of the air defense. The scanner shot and wizard tower is still there, and they're trying to push those healers back with that sweeper now, and you can see a lot of things have been challenged on the north side as already the troops are going to try and come out, but the Queen's still been able to survive on, but I think I can sort of the healers get taken out for the Queen, so now the Queen's going to get taken down soon here, Juno.
They did. The scatter shot locked to the healers. I was watching the hybrid being deployed and then just seeing it slam against the healers. Down they go alongside the Queen. And what's worse is they can't rotate around towards the hybrid either, which is often what you want. He only has one heal spell left, and the hybrid has gone everywhere. So where does he decide to use it? Up to the north by the Hog Riders is the choice, but with a scatter shot, a multi, and a single Inferno left, surely it's too much here. And again, a percentage game for Silent Snipers.
Yeah, and the Hog Riders did come in eventually, but only took out a small amount of the defense. Not sure if it was too worth it pushing up from that north side, and it's just a matter of time now. Only 50 seconds left, but it's not going to last that long as Troya from Silent Snipers do drop a 65% here. They're not going to be too happy about that, as now they've got some serious catching up, as when that percentile averages out, they know that they may fall behind so drastically that they may have to rely on stars instead. I think you said Troya as well has been basically on a 3-star streak, if I remember rightly, unless I'm mistaken. And, you know, to go from that to 65%, that's literally night and day compared to his progression in this final.
Yeah, I think with 3 super wall breakers, maybe what his plan was actually was to walk the Queen down the entire east side down towards the southern area, because he could continually break the Queen in. But since he lost the healers, not to mention her walking around anyway, she basically got no value, and the pathing for the hybrid just wasn't there. So now we see Aphelion 10% in the lead. But the stars are tied. I keep saying it, but it's still anybody's game, and you do not want to rely just on percentage, Lipo.
Absolutely. They're definitely not going to be thinking about that now. Silent Snipers needs probably at least a 3-star, depending on the percentage of what Aphelion will get on his next attacks. Kairos against Demo. We can see what Kairos can do here already, because he definitely wants to continue on from how well they've been doing in comparison to Silent Snipers halfway through this series. But it's not looking too bad so far, taking all the mines on the bottom side and making sure we can take out this Wizard Tower as well as the Arch Tower with the World Champion. And still, the scatter shot is still there. He's going to be looking to try and take out if he can, but we'll see what we can do on that west side as well with that Queen.
Yeah, it's an interesting move, because I like how he broke the King in towards this area with the scatter shot and with the Eagle. He ultimately just didn't have the force to get there. The Eagle will remain standing, but he's managed to strip the entire west area of the base. And he's in a little bit of a dilemma, actually, in terms of... Actually, I was going to say, does he Lalo the Town Hall or move in from the Eagle? He sends the Wall Wrecker to the Town Hall, and that will mean... Did the Sneaky Goblins go straight for the Town Hall? Pretty sure they did. Can't really see what's in there, actually. There's a Yeti, and I guess he didn't even have Sneaky Goblins. I'm not sure what happened there. I couldn't really see, but that definitely did not go to plan.
No, and the Blizzard still coming out. They had to use that free spell. It's not really looking too great here, depending on the circumstances in this next minute. The Inferno Tower doing a nice chunk of damage, but for how long, considering what they're going to do from that north side? The Town Hall has been taken down, so not looking too bad here, but they need to take up this Inferno Tower SAP, which should be able to in the end. But he's still got this air defense. They have to freeze that south side to stop the scatter shot. The Wizard Tower and the Arch Tower causing any more damage, but how much more can we do here? They're still trying to push on through, but with only 50 seconds left, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm still just puzzled as to what happened. I'm pretty sure I seen Sneaky Goblins in the Town Hall, but he had a Yeti in there as well. And whatever happened, the Town Hall not going down was a huge problem, because he then had to send all of the balloons into that area to assure it, and it has dropped the percentage for Aphelion. This one is definitely the most nerve-wracking war that we've seen today for the two clans. Really pushing their limits, no one able to break the boundaries of the enemy team, but whoever manages to do that could just take this war, because it looks to me like it might be one 3-star that decides this entire thing.
It really could do indeed. You know, with Silent Snipers, I think they're going to be a bit relieved with that percentage. They can know now that if they don't get a 3-star, there is still that chance, but, you know, with the limited remaining attacks left, I'm not really too sure. What you were talking about earlier, in terms of the Goblins. I'm not really too sure because I was actually focused on the Royal Champion to see how much more the defense he was going to try and take out. But it took out quite a lot on that southwestern side, but it was still trying to take out the Inferno Tower in the central side as well. But sadly, he just lost out in that predicament, and that meant the Inferno Tower in the center was able to do a lot more damage than expected, considering the range and how he's going to try and push back the attack. But even then, though, it's been a very, very weird series. Not something I've actually seen today compared to the other matches. It's just been back and forth. The fact that we see a team with such a huge advantage, you'd think, okay, you're going to try and get a free start. But it's hard to say really, because some of these defenses are so good, but some of the attacks as well have been a bit shaky here and there in terms of the pressure. Maybe the pressure is hitting a lot of these players, because a lot of these players, for what we've seen in the past series, they've been very adamant and kind of like got the drive to try and actually force these attacks out super quick and try and force out some of these engagements. And they kind of got to adjust of what they want to do in terms of adaptability. We were talking about adaptability before with Silent Snipers, but it seems like they're struggling a lot more against Aphelion in terms of what read they want to make and how they want to try and push their attack going forward. But don't worry, Silent Snipers still have plenty more time. They've still got a couple of attacks left, and they will be attacking against Aphelion's Maz. So we'll have to see what he can do here at the start going forward.
Yeah, the base is proving difficult for either clan, and Wolf with an early stab using the Royal Champion, which has worked out relatively well to take out a multi and potentially a scatter shot here, but he's invested 2 invisibilities. It does pay off, takes down the scatter shot. Those builders again on defense just really taunting the attackers today, and I thought for a moment the Royal Champion wasn't going to get that scatter shot, but thankfully she did. Now just has a couple of moments to take a breath as the Ice Golems move to the south of the base, then he can refocus and take those out for the next phase of the attack.
I think the builders have actually stopped 2 free stars during this series, so they've definitely had a big part to play in this, no matter what anyone says. And you can see from that southwest side, you've got the King of the Yak and just driving on through the Expo, just trying to do as much damage as possible. But it does have the Cecifer, it does have the Wizard Tower as well, and it's the Archer Tower also. He is going straight in towards the middle, and the Wizard Tower on the right side is just going to be out of range, but still done a nice damage in terms of defense. He's probably looking for a little bit more here, as he does have to re-heal him, and going to try and turn his Town Hall, which he does.
Yeah, nice stab into the Town Hall with the King. Managed to take that down. And I love the use of those 2 balloons as well. You can see the ground expo, but all of the other defenses taken out around that. And the balloons can just casually fly in and take that out. No problem. Now the Lalo can move in from the right-hand side. Stone Slammer to help that out. But I am wondering how he's going to move through the center towards that scatter shot. He's going to have to hope that the balloons to the right take down this quick enough so the Stone Slammer moves into the middle.
And the Sweeper not really going for the actual troops that he would like to, but in the end I think Wolf is going to be quite happy about that. It's going to continue on pushing through, but the scatter shot still doing a fair amount of damage here. Both Expos are still trying to clear up anything on the ground, and now this is what we're going to see. How much damage can they do in terms of the balloons up north, especially going for that Eagle Artillery, but there's still a bit more there in terms of the Expo and the cannon. So they're taking their time, being able to clean up, looking pretty good here so far, Judo, but how much more can they take it? Is already still got a fair few balloons left, not really much defense left going forward, with 20 seconds left to go, taking out that Wizard Tower and still continuing to push on here, and it's looking very, very good, as we're going to see that first 3-star and first 100%. Silent Snipers are going to be quite relieved and quite happy about that.
Yeah, I don't think we could have jinxed that towards the end. I really like how he took advantage of the grounded expos, actually. Just every once in a while sneaking in a couple of balloons from the outside. And you've seen how pivotal that was, actually. They just slowly moved towards the Eagle, and there was nothing the Eagle Artillery could do. Just sit there or stand there or whatever an Eagle Artillery does as the balloons clumped around it. And I mean, what a turnaround for Silent Snipers. I did mention earlier they've been gradually falling behind on percentage, but moving into the last attack, they find themselves now in the driving seat.
Wolf should be very happy about that. That was a very calculated and methodical approach to that attack compared to what we've seen in the last previous attacks from Silent Snipers. You can see he's just taking his time, just trying to trade everything out perfectly, so he's got more than enough troops to then send on forward, and then that way that he'll have more enough time to at least take out where the defense is left. You know, trading out the 2 balloons for the Expo, you know, halfway through and taking out again from the north, and making sure that Eagle Artillery has so much trouble and issues on the north. So it's nice to see that he really thought about that wisely. Even though he was running out of time, he seems to be one of those players who is a quick thinker, being able to adapt to that base. And it's nice to see that he gets that first 3-star. But now, Aphelion now, they can't just rely on that percentage, because now they're going to need a 3-star of their own at some point.
Yeah, and if they get the 3-star, they then also need a defense, because what Silent Snipers have done is took the war into their own hands right now, meaning that no matter what happens from Aphelion, if Silent Snipers 3-star again, then they are moving forward to play Inquisition. And I think with Demo, I believe it is, waiting in the wings, is he the only person not attacked? He will be pretty much giving everything he has. We heard the interview from him. He wants to face Inquisition. He wants to beat Inquisition. So I'm more than confident that he will be putting up those 3-stars.
This is exactly what we want to see, but Inquisition, they've got so many rivals from what we've seen in the past interviews. I think whoever matches up against them, they're just going to get annoyed against playing against them anyway. So they're probably thinking, where's all this hate anyway? But we are going to go into the next attack, the last attack for both sides. Ooh. And the Aphelion will have to see what they can do here, going up against Rico of Silent Snipers. Now, we've seen this base layout quite a lot and quite a few times on the odd occasion here and there throughout the day, and it has worked out very well and very efficiently, and we'll have to see if they can continue that trend. But Aphelion need this 3-star.
Yeah, I think after the stream, the first thing I'm going to do is screenshot one of these bases and get them built, because it has been defending incredibly well with all of the defenses, or the major defenses, stacked around the town hall. But you've got to say, Elec of Aphelion has wiped out the most northern area with an E-Drag, which can now merge in with the main attack. We've not seen an E-Drag attack versus this base, and maybe this is how you take it down. With the Battle Blimp moving into the center, it will take the town hall, and the E-Drags can chain through all of these buildings pretty good.
This is looking very good, actually. Much better than we expected. Of course, a few free spells came out, but what do you expect when there's so much defense in the center half of this map? And now they're still going to try and push them through. We'll be able to continue on here, as the sweeper's only working on that one dragon on the left. He's not going to be too happy about that, as the Scalasher is also working on that one dragon. So in terms of priority, he's not going to be too pleased, but still, the defense is looking not too bad here, Judo.
If that grounded Expo had have gone down, it could have been the difference maker. Actually, the Royal Champion moves up and takes that out. So I might have spoke too soon here, because the Royal Champion now has a pretty easy path to the next defenses and a freeze in the pocket. He's not using the freeze, deciding to save it for the Queen, actually. And as long as he gets that freeze timing right, he can do this. He's got the Unicorn with the Queen. There's the freeze. Didn't catch the King within the freeze. Is that going to be costly? Oh, but he's got a minion which could take out the King now. Now that he's took down the air defenses, all the minions have got to do is take down the rest of the buildings. Ignore the King, actually. They can just go for the platform. And Aphelion fighting right back here with a 3-star.
It's amazing what you can do with a couple of minions, an archer and a wizard on that side. Just the last bit to clean up, and they do get the 3-star. I actually can't believe it, Judah. Wow. I've seen that base layout 3 or 4 times, and it always seems to be that center part. No one can really figure out exactly how to crack that defense. And we've seen it quite a few times, a lot of different mixture of, you know, calculated plays, methodical plays, spells, anything they can do. And there's also a lot of different compositions with their troops to try and take it down. And when they're sitting there thinking to themselves, well, you know, what can they do? What kind of composition is going to work against this? And you've seen it right for yourselves. I feel like, you know, on the side of Aphelion, I feel like the player in particular has seen this base layout plenty of times. We've only seen it 10 or 20% throughout the entire course of the day, but after 3 or 4 times, we've seen no one even 3-star it. No one even really hit 80% on that defense. And now we're going to have to see what Demo can do here, as he has to try and answer back. It's still based on percentage now if he gets a 2-star, and he's 4.5% behind. So at least hitting the high 90s or getting a 3-star will help Silent Snipers potentially through to the next round of the loser bracket. But this is going to be an absolute banger here, Judo. I'm looking forward to seeing how this last attack pans out.
Absolutely. I don't want to try and calculate the percentage this time because I got it horribly wrong when I tried to do that with Tribe earlier on. Let's just say he needs the high percentage to start, or even the 3 is what Demo is going for. Quickly diving in towards the Town Hall. Queen will take that down, and the balloon actually pops the Tornado Trap, which is somewhat helpful for a hybrid attack, particularly with those Hog Riders. And it's looking pretty comfortable right now, sending in those loons just to try and help test the area. I'm surprised to see the final loon there where we didn't really go ahead of the healers, so not sure if he was trying to snipe something off, but it doesn't matter because the Queen is now entering the center of the base. A very calculated strategy so far.
Yeah, I wasn't really too sure about that either. I thought that was just quite a debatable play, but again, like you said, probably just trying to bait out any traps or just trying to be extra cautious in case, the Archer Towers, multi-towers, anything like that do, to a small amount of damage, which can obviously accumulate to a lot later on. But with the healers on the Queen, it doesn't really matter too much anyway. As you can see, a big attack from that left side with the Hog Riders trying to take out that scatter shot. And like I said earlier, Demo needs to hit a high percentage 2-star or at least a 3-star in order to try and take down Aphelion, as the attack is going to continue pushing on through here, Judo.
Yeah, the Queen's doing a brilliant job in the center, about to use the ability, but I'm carefully watching the hybrid because the Tesla are going to pull it down and around the scatter shot. Will they move back in towards that scatter shot, or do they just continue moving around it? We have a couple of miners got there, but a spring trap flung them off. Thankfully, some Hog Riders will get into the dead zone of the scatter shot, be able to take that down. But actually, the miners and hogs are taking a lot of damage. The Queen has fallen, and the area with 2 multi-target Infernos look dangerous. He's still got 2 frees and the Royal Champion, so more than enough to get this done, Lethal, but it is getting close now.
It certainly is indeed. 40 seconds left. A free spell has come in just to try and delay the DPS on the side of Carlos from Aphelion. What can we do here? The Inferno Tower just doing so much damage here, so they're trying to build through and funnel through here, but both Inferno Towers are still standing. Finally been taken out. That was a great play there from Demo. Is going to continue with his attack, but he's got 20 seconds left, putting his minions and wizards around the outside to try and clean up the rest of the mines, and still trying to do whatever they can. Inferno Tower's always been taken out. Still 12 seconds left there, Judo. The Archer Tower is one of the last remaining defense. As they push on through, 7 seconds left. Is it going to help them qualify into the next round of the loser bracket? There's 3 seconds left. And will we be able to take it? Yes, they do. 100% 3 stars. Demo clutched it right at the very end. And I think they'll be the ones going through further into the losers bracket. My word.
My heart was pounding at the end there, so
Same.
I have no idea what Demo was thinking because it was so close. And even once we realized the freeze spells had been used perfectly, time was still a little bit shaky, and I'm unsure the percentage that was needed, but a 3-star wins it either way. Silent Snipers bringing out the big attacks towards the end, getting the 3 stars again and again, and that will move them forward to face Inquisition. What a nail-biting war there, buddy, as, well, it seemed they both had a nervy start and then both finished super strong.
I can tell you now, I bet every member of Silent Snipers were clenching on the edge of their seats, hoping they hit that 3-star, because looking at it now, percentage would not even matter. Even with 100%, they were behind by 1.6%. So they needed that 3-star, and it's just crazy to think that series ended up just with a 1 second difference in order to try and make it through to the next series. But what a series to, walk away from. Silent Snipers, the momentum, I hope it continues in their favor. And sadly, commiserations to Aphelion Esports, who will be knocked out, but they will have another chance in the future. But
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once again. ESL Mobile Open play-ins for Ladder 1. Ladder 2 will be happening in just next week, so get yourself set up for that if your clan is ready to go. I'm Lee Demon Smith, and joining me once again is Harry Lethal. Wow, what a finish. I gotta be honest, I was looking at it. I saw the Royal Champion go down. I think there was 3 seconds left. I was like, wow, that's it. They're going to fall short at 99%. And the King Yak just got around that corner in time to get the last swing and take it a 3-star. So incredible stuff there. Really, really tight. Just about as tight as you could get, really, honestly. Going through in, I think it was 13-12, right? At the end? Was it? No. It was 12-11.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, the deficit was right anyway, no matter what you say. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not going to lie, my blood pressure went up a few ticks here and there watching towards that last. Because, you know, the percentile difference didn't make any difference anyway. I was hoping maybe if they had a high percentage 2-stars, they'll be okay. But not even that would have made a slight difference, you know, at all. And like I said earlier, the entire team of Silent Snipers must have been clenching onto their seats towards the end because they needed that 3-star, like you mentioned just now, 2 or 3 seconds towards the end. And from what we saw so far, we was a little bit worried about how the attack was going to turn out. But a lot of things went in their favour in terms of the sweeper prioritising on certain troops, which they wish they didn't. And I think in terms of like how we used the minions and how we used the wizards going towards the end, just to try and clean up as much as possible on the mines towards the end and then going through straight afterwards. I think the prioritisation was absolutely correct. So the funneling was magnificent. And I think Demo is going to be extremely relieved, of course, for the rest of his team as well. And I look forward to seeing how Silent do in towards the rest of the loser bracket.
Yeah, of course, they are now going to be going through. They'll be facing Inquisition. But up next, we're going to be going over to the upper bracket. Let's check it out exactly where we're going. As you can see, we are now finally up there. That Silent Snipers progressing past Aphelion up against Inquisition next. Could it be that big run for one of these teams? But up in the upper bracket, here we are. Alternate ATAX versus Tribe Gaming. The winner of this game will be through. That is it. They're done. They're in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and that's exactly what they're looking towards. Alternate ATAX, of course, coming off this with a straightforward 2-0, same as Tribe. I would say Alternate ATAX has been a little bit cleaner. They've been sat waiting in the wings for a while, but Tribe have been through it, that's for sure. Check Kronos, Exorcist, Maxi, and Nebrax for them. They had a tough match. 12-12 against Silent Snipers, ended up coming out with a percentile difference victory of just 0.6% difference between the two. Incredible stuff overall. Alternate ATAX, of course, Jojo, Boom, Valet, Leonade and Ast. These guys, you know these guys well. They've been around. They're the world champions.
Yeah.
They are the Meisterschaft champions. They were the ESL Mobile Open champions. I mean, just about everything that they've entered, they have won. They were languishing a little bit in the ladder, but I think that's safe to say that, they were just working through the kinks, working through Town Hall 14, getting the upgrades all done. And now, well, we're in knockout phase, Harry, and they mean business.
Yeah, I'm very excited indeed to see exactly what these two teams are going to do, because I want to see exactly how they progress further. If you don't know all the players on attacks, then you must be hiding underneath a rock somewhere, because they, like you said, they've been here, been everywhere. But before this series even begins, we're going to take a little break, and we'll see you very soon.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up. against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call. I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell. Know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Open, and we are into the play-ins. I am Lee Man Smith, and joining me is Harry for this one. Don't worry, Judo will be back in a moment. I wouldn't want to worry the Clash of Clans community. I know you guys get a little touchy when he steps away from, but he does need a break now and again. You know, he can't cast absolutely everything, although I'm sure you guys would love him too. Harry, we're into the upper bracket. It is alternate ATAX up against Tribe Gaming. One of these teams are going to be progressing through to the ESL Mobile Challenge and joining MCES, the #1 ladder team.
Very excited to see how ATAX actually do here, but even then, Tribes have had a very strong showing and a strong run going through that winners bracket. But the only problem is, though, we know what alternate attacks are like as a team. Very methodical, very calculated, very fast in terms of some of their attacks, depending on the circumstances of some of their defense. But they've been looking really, really good. But we are going to go into the first attack here, D-Man, and see what Nebrax is going to do for Tribe Gaming and see how good the defense is on the side of alternate attacks. Very curious.
So Nebrax 3-starred both of the matches he's played so far tonight, so has been fantastic on attack, opening once again, just like he did against Silent Snipers, trying to get things rolling for Tribe Gaming.
Something I've done indeed is quite early in terms of the pressure on, especially on that right side as well with the King of Yak, and already their army's been completely deployed around that southeast side, and so much is happening. You've got the Scalar shot, the Expo, the Inferno Tower, and the air defense. I think the air defense just barely out of range here. Finally gets taken down. Push is not looking too bad. Another Scalar shot has been taken down, but look on that top right side as well. The Queen just continuing on to put the pressure with that Unicorn as well, and the King Yak just focusing more about north and outside to finish off some of his Archer towers and mines.
Eagle Artillery is popping off, but I think it's going to get focus fired any second now. There it goes, job done, down it goes. Free spells both north and south being put down on the Infernos, so that's going to try and slow things down at the moment as that King continues his romper stomp around counterclockwise in the north. Battle Blink comes in straight for the Town Hall. Let's see what that's going to drop off as it comes on down. Out come the Loons. That's what you love to see. And this is looking like a great start so far for Nibrax. But there's still a lot of base to be had with not a lot of units. And they're starting to run and dwindle down. He still has the King in there, still has the Queen. King around the side, the Warden in there to try and help them out as well. Actually, the Unicorn just getting focus fired there by the X-Bow, aka the crossbow, taking it down, and finally the Royal Champion out.
Yeah, still pushing on through here. Their Royal Champion as well is actually focusing on that scanner shot. Needs to re-heal the cannons, trying to do everything he can as well as the scanner shot, and that Wizard Tower. The Expo is going to play a big part in this as well, but it's going to be very, very tight. And to be fair, though, there's still 1 minute and 15 left on the clock.
There's nothing left.
Is it too little, too late here? Exactly. There's nothing more you can actually do. There's too much defense, nothing you can do. Pretty much of a surprise there from Tribe Gaming. And I think, not that we expected a bit more, but it was a real struggle because at the start, the attack looked very good. It looks to have a strong point, but what can you do here? As now we're going to see the final minion just tickling the mines and see if we can get as much percentage as possible.
For a full minute.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm putting my feet up for this one.
Please get close to one of those defenses. I mean, okay, we're joking aside, we have seen obviously, and you know, the smallest of percentile damage being the difference. You know, just think of just a building or two. That's what this could be. Yeah, now he's going to finally get closer, and down it goes. 82% in the end was what we got. So Nibrax, the first time tonight, he actually hasn't 3-starred. So 2-star start for Tribe. Alternate attacks. Going to be looking at that, licking the lips and thinking, okay, we can improve on that. Let's see where we can go.
Yeah, Alternate Attacks is going to be very happy about the fact that that was a 2-star, but also they didn't get into the 90s in terms of percentage. It's going to average out very badly for Tribe, and Tribe are going to have to step their game up in these next 4 attacks. Just depends on the circumstances on the defense of Alternate Attacks coming up next. But for what we've seen so far, just looking very, very good. But now we're going to see if Leonade can do a much more of an impressive attack in comparison to what we saw on the side of Tribe Gaming.
Again, the Warden out early with the Owl. Healers on him as well, so going to be taking down the Archer Tower there. The balloon coming through just to clear the path for those healers. That's going to get swept aside. Does do its job, finds out one of those traps. So immediately looking like a good start. Going to get that air defense down as well. And now we look to see. So with this right-hand side slowly being cleared out. Oh, the Owl just stepped a little too close to the Town Hall.
It was a little bit of a shame, but the Warden still looking to take down that Town Hall. The cannon's just basically tickling him with damage as the healers is going to continue on doing a great job sticking by his side. The Queen and Unicorn's going to go towards the north. The cannon will take it up momentarily, but now we've got to focus more on the defense on that east and north side as well. Exactly is going to be done. The cannon, the Wizard Tower, the Archer Tower is going to be taken out. The Expo has already started attacking on that north side, as well as the Eagle Artillery. Very curious to see which path he's going to try and take in order to push him forward, as some of the Wizards has come out already from the north, but the Mortar already took out quite a lot of them as they were pushing back through. But so far so good. A few more healers have come to the party to make sure they can try and continue on with that pressure from the east. But now they're back into the central part of the base, and Leonade is going to see how much of a percentage he can get going through with 1.5 minutes left remaining.
First jump used, does still have a jump out there, just to see where he puts it down. There we go, straight dead center. That's just was almost like I asked for it there as they try and get on towards that multi-inferno. Freeze being used in the north side there to get that scatter down. That should be finished off before it gets its second lunge out. No, it did get a second attack off, so it does manage to get the damage down. The loon will fall, but now you can see the Royal Champ moving and chomping down that Inferno. So both Infernos now dealt with. Expo down the south, just getting the pummel damage. The scatter still actually hasn't been dealt with. That gets a big hit onto the Warden. That is going to hurt this attack. The Unicorn and Healer is going to get caught out. Oh no, down goes the Queen, and you can see the Royal Champion down to nothing. And that attack, oh my word, almost gone. Well, just the Queen left. And we'll be able to get some damage down, but it's going to be percentile only. I don't believe she's going to have the hit points to keep. Let's see, will those minions get ahead and take the damage? No, it's going to get focused. And down goes the Queen. And at the moment, a 90% attack. So, well, we talked about the 2-star start for Tribe. It's a 2-star start for alternate attacks here For Linade, it will be 90%. Let's have a look further up because that's where the action is. There's the little minion coming through and down he goes. So 91% just takes down that last final building. So very close start. No 3 stars. That's going to give a lifeline to Tribe. They're going to be thinking, you know what? We've got a chance again. We're back in the game. Nabrax, of course, you know, has been their anchor man throughout here, starting things off absolutely brilliant with 3 stars in both of his first matches. So he can be relieved now that it hasn't cost his team, and now I see whether his team can try and step it up as they go forward. The next attack for them will be Czech getting things off. Let's have a look. What's Czech done so far tonight? He's got himself a 3-star against Silent Snipers, so very well played by him there. And in his first matchup, of course, it was a 3-star because Tribe got the perfect game against the Dark Unicorns.
Alternate Attack should be quite happy about that. I know they didn't 3 stars, only 91%, but it could have been 83, 84%, but because the Queen took a different direction towards the end, it meant that it can get healed a little bit more by that Unicorn in order to take out the rest of that left side and then pushing back down the south. So of course, I'm not going to be happy about the 3-star, but going for that 91% instead of the 83, 84, they're going to be a little bit more pleased considering the circumstances they put themselves in. And already the Warden's doing a great job here down the south.
The healer's gone off with the Giant instead of the Warden. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but either way, we'll see if it works out for them. The Warden will track back up here. Now the Pekka's going to come on through and join the rest of the healers, and we'll see what the healers latch onto, but the Wizard Tower will finally fall. I'm not too sure if that was a mistake or fully planned, the way he put it down at the start, because it looked like they just sort of tracked off and said, you know what? This guy up here needs some health. Let's go lay it down for him. They're going to sweep. That's going to actually catch quite a lot of the loons. And of course, it will finally get down there. Out they pop. That's going to be a freeze onto the Town Hall. So the Town Hall should fall. And now the rest of them will push on through. That's a good freeze. That hit a lot.
Yeah, need to use a couple spells just to keep the DPS back at bay for Valley, but now we're going to see how much they're going to do for Tribe Gamers. So the attack still continues on, trying to take out some of his testers, the cannon, and of course the mortars and the archer tower up top. The Wizard Tower and the Inferno Tower still there doing a nice chunk of damage and just trying to keep some of these minions at bay, but it's going to be very, very difficult considering the circumstances. And now they're in range of more of the defense on that right side, but how much more can be done here? Still got 1 minute and 22 left, have plenty of time, but does he have the troops to even be able to push on forwards and keep him at bay? It's going to be very tough to call, and he still managed to push his on.
Absolutely, there's the jump, that's what they needed, gets them through, takes down that Wizard Tower, and they can sweep on round. Not a great deal of defenses left. They've got to get on that scatter that's putting the damage down onto the Queen. The healer's just about struggling to keep up and will actually go down the Queen now. There's only 1 healer left in there, I feel, but the Warden's still alive. This is still looking good. The Royal Champ's got the damage down. This is looking like the first 3-star of the series. It will be Czech that manages to deal the blow against Alternate ATAX. It is a great start for Tribe Gaming. They put the pressure back onto ATAX.
That was a much better performance, as you saw. But those 3 spells were so important, but the main thing is it was so well, perfectly timed, just delaying that DPS to let the attack go on through, and he did it in just such precision as well. This is what I mean. Even though Tribes Gaming, they've rode the struggle bus here and there in some of the series, pushing forward towards the winners finals, sometimes they're also quite calculated with some of these pushes, especially with some of the players in particular. And even with the Giant at the start, I think the healers were just there because, you know, the Giant is just there to kind of soak up damage to help the push go forward as they continue on. But in that way, if the sweeper does push back the healers anyway, then it doesn't matter. It will support either, you know, the King or maybe the Queen pushing on forward, going around from that west side. But very, very good attack there. I think there's a little bit of a surprise from what we expected. Both players and also both teams have been having similar performances going forward, but I'm interested to see what alternate attacks, what not just Retribution, but also their retaliation going into this next attack.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at alternate attacks tonight, they've had a 15 and a 14-star matches. So, you know, in the quarterfinals and semifinals, so they don't make too many errors. The one error, maybe that was it. Maybe that's all they're going to get from Linade. We'll see how it goes. It's Ast on the attack next, I believe. So we'll see whether he can turn things around and keep the pressure on, get that 3-star, because as you can see, the percentage is back even between the two. It's all down to Ast now to try and see if he can keep his team within the competition.
That's right. What can Ast do here against the Brax
hidden Tesla straight away.
Yeah, that's not too bad. You know, we could have asked for worse starts between these. All the three testers are still trying to put the damage on, as the Warden now will push up with the healers to continue on taking out some of this defense. And you can see a couple of the balloons and just trying to find out exactly what's going on in terms of any kind of, you could say, bait out any of these traps going forward. And again, doing it on that left side as well. But Warden just doing its job here, just making sure that it's going to be a slow approach going towards from the north. But it's just taking his time a little bit too much here. Just taking out that storage, and now he's got to move towards the Teslas. And even though it's quite slow, I'm interested to see what we're going to do from this next approach.
Trying to speed up that Warden a little bit here. Rage down on him, onto, and as you say, a slow approach. A minute gone already in this. We got to be careful we don't have time issues. So, King down, which is with. We'll see where that goes. Eagle Artillery triggered. That's focusing on the King. As you can see off the side there, which is okay, acceptable for now. We'll see whether he gets over towards the range of the healers. Now we're going to see that multi-inferno starting to kick in. The healers spreading out a little bit now. You can see the Eagle Artillery. Oh no, it's focused on that clump. It's got a lot of damage down. Now they're going to push on round. See the jump already down. He's got it planned, the move, but at the moment the majority is forced. The King already pushing round. That's going to go for the second multi-inferno as that comes around the side. The jump now going to come into it, but this, I feel, is split a little more than he maybe planned here, but let's not take any way through Ast. He's an absolute brilliant world champion, so he knows exactly what he's doing. But at the moment, those healers are being put to work, and meanwhile, the south side attack is starting to work wonders as the Peckers come out.
Yeah, both of those Inferno Towers did so much damage and did more than what it's actually worth. And the third one still trying to keep him at bay around that centre bit. But the Eagle, I tell you, has been taken down. So will the Cannon, the Wizard Tower, the Expo as well from that south side, continuing on to put the pressure as well as that Archer Tower and that Tesla as well, with the Cannon getting on forward around that south side. But still going to take a little bit of time. 45 seconds left. I don't think it's going to get 100%. But at least he'll be able to push him through a little bit more. But what is the percent going to be here? Like you said, D-Man, it's 91% between the two. It's only be one less starhead that's going to push towards that west side. Still taking out as much as he can. 30 seconds though, running out of troops. But at the same time, can they continue this course of action?
We're going to push on through. Still got the Queen, of course, with the Royal Champion. Pushing around. The healers have actually locked onto one of the witches, which is less than ideal, but you know, we'll still see whether that witch can push on through. And the fact the Queen has that unicorn, it should be enough right now. 8 seconds left, so it won't be a 3-star. The question is, what will I get? 96, 97%. We could be looking at percentiles. 98, 99. One more hit. Oh, they get it! A 3-star in the dying seconds there. Ast absolutely pulls it off for ATAX.
Oh, I'm going to say that's like a quarter of a second. Literally. I'll be honest, when I saw the Royal Champion there doing the damage and he was on the front line, I was like, oh my God, actually, he could pursue this and get the 100%. I'm sure, I don't know what the players feeling at the time. But yeah, we weren't really too sure. It just depended on how many troops was going to be left towards the end. We knew the defense wasn't going to be enough to hold that attack. It was just a matter of how quickly they can get towards that west and north side. And literally, by the skin of their teeth, managed to scrape that 3-star, and they're going to be extremely happy about that because now they've caught up with Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, pressure on. Kronos coming up next as well. Didn't only get a 2-star against Silent Snipers, but it was a 94% 2-star within that tournament, of course. And don't forget the Dark Unicorns game, they had that perfect 15-star game. So we'll see how it works out for him. He's obviously had some very good attacks tonight. Obviously, these guys have been sitting planning for quite a while, looking at these defenses, figuring out exactly where they're going to go. So it is a relatively symmetrical base set up. Not that setup that we've seen so far, that ring base, which has been really abusing everyone tonight. I'm surprised we're not seeing a bit more of that because people have been struggling with it. There's no doubt about it. The E-Owl's going to take the brunt of the damage in front of the Warden, but he's going to start off on that western side. Meanwhile, down the south side, we have the Troll.
We've seen a lot more Warden starts in comparison to what we've seen previously with the Queen Unicorn or the King Yak. So it's nice to see a slight element of change in terms of compositions at the start. But again, it is going to be another slow approach. The Warden is going to take up that scatter shot momentarily. It's just a matter of time, as when he does that, he'll be able to take out the cannon as well next to it. So you have to wait for a little bit. As you can see, the Queen is just on that outside in terms of rain. It will be pushing on through now. And we're going to see what Kronos can do here for Tribe Gaming as it continues on to the south.
Oh, that Eagle's going to get onto the Peckers. They do step in a little bit closer, taking a bit of damage there. The Yeti actually got quite a bit down that south side. Now we can see the King coming out with that Yak to back him up, with the Witches alongside. Now they're going to get in. Look at that multi-inferno putting a lot of damage down. But again, that Eagle artillery continuing to pepper down onto the Peckers. The Wizards coming through with it. Now they get the jump spell. They're all going to go over. Did he? I thought he put a double jump down for a minute there. I thought he'd miss-hit and gone and put them both down. But the multi-inferno still yet to get to it. Now they're trying through the clan castle right next to it as well. Will manage to finally get it down, but the Tesla's doing a lot of damage here. This is a slowly but surely dwindling down for Kronos. He's losing a lot of units. Has to use that freeze. In goes the blimp. Tries to drop down in there and try and finish off that town hall. The King continuing to romp and stomp around the south side as the invisibility used by the Royal Champion.
And a few of the healers actually got taken down by some of the air traps you saw in the center, so it's going to be a lot more of a slower push in comparison. Unicorn's still there with the Queen, but how long for? Just taking a look around to see how much defense is left. Not a lot. You've still got the air defense there, you've still got the cannon and the archer tower on the left. You do have the cannon on the north and the archer tower as well, but nothing really to try and stop this attack. It just depends on the circumstances, what the percentile it's going to be going towards the end. So has still a bit of time, but the defense shouldn't really be too much of a hindrance going forward.
Yeah.
But at least he's got some means, he's got some troops going from the north to the east side, so it's to the west side, just so they can clean up anything which could happen momentarily. But still 25 seconds left. But the question is, D-Man, is it going to be 100% as the Queen now? Still look and see what more to do. It's actually going to focus on funneling instead. Yeah, exactly. And the question is 15
it has to
seconds
get through
left.
the wall.
Still got a couple more bits, but it will be 100% free star, D-Man.
So good stuff from Kronos. I was a little concerned in that little funnel in the middle, and I'm sure you know he was pretty hot on his heels as well. The amount of spells he was having to throw down, he obviously planned it and realized just how much he's going to have to focus at that moment in time. So it worked out well from in the end, and especially with the Peckers tanking out and absorbing that Eagle artillery, that worked out very well because he pulled away from the main pack of wizards, etc. that he sent through the middle. So really worked out well for him. So Kronos with the 3-star. Back to you, alternate ATAX. It is time for Valor to step up and attack, and let's see what he can do.
Maybe ahead in terms of percentage, but remember, it's all about those stars, as he needs another 3-star on this attack to make anything happen. For anyone joining us, this is the winners finals. Whoever wins this will qualify for the challengers later on, but the loser isn't out of it yet. They will be playing in the losers finals for a second opportunity to go into challenges. But like I said, with the percentage, it doesn't really matter too much. It's all about the stars here, and now this is going to be Tona ATAC's third attack, and we'll see what Valley can do here, as it's quite chaotic in terms of what's going to happen on the west side. The scatter shot and that Wizard Tower's getting involved to try and keep them at bay as long as they can, but not looking too bad here, I would say, D-Man.
No, so far. Okay, King coming in there. The Queen, sorry, very low. Jump was used to get her over. She's in the poison, and he's gone down. So, okay, let's have a look towards the north side. How's this one going? Well, at the moment, a little rough. The King coming through, but you can see the Expos pummeling him down. And now, where do we go from here? Heroes. Well, 3 down. Just got the Grand Warden remaining. So, I feel this may have fell flat. We're going to see the lava loon coming through to see whether that could draw any attention, try and push them on through, but I think he just triggered a trap just down on the side there. They will push on through, but they are very bunched up on that air defense. Oh, and it's all into the multi-inferno. They're going to take a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the Stone Slammer down the south pushes through.
And one of the main things is the Eagle artillery was taken down straight away thanks to balloons going up together. They knew that this is a possible situation that could happen, but you can see the Expos trying to do as much damage as it can in the center. It does not, and the freeze spell comes out just again to delay the defense from that scatter shot as they're still continuing to push on down south. And look at this, O'Demon. Even though the tornado's been initiated, there's still a full minute left to make something happen. It just depends how much air defense they have. They do have one on the south and do have the Wizard Tower, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Valley is going to be okay here and still have plenty of time to take out the rest of not just the defense, but the rest of the base overall. Just a couple mines, storage here and there, and this is looking very, very good.
I think based on the fact that we've seen so much hero play, I was a little concerned in the first minute, but
I don't blame you.
I shouldn't be. Well, I had this one absolutely in the bag with plenty of time to spare. Another 3-star victory equals it up 8-8 apiece. So far, anything you can do, we can do better. Vala's definitely with the time as well. We should be looking at, obviously, the percentiles being the big difference, but don't forget the time could also come into it.
You're right, Bo. Tribe Gaming, it's now your turn to see what you can do. And if you can do it better, you know, the attacks have been getting better and better. But that one was a lot more convincing in comparison. You were right, though. The fact that the heroes were taken down very, very early. And it was just lucky, but at the same time, when he's sending out all those balloons across that northern side towards the eastern side, they managed to take out the Eagle artillery straight away. And the tornado just popped way too late down the south. Maybe if it actually pushed from the south, it could have been a little bit different. But sadly for him, that's not going to be the case, as that was one of the best attacks we've seen so far this series. And, you know, it's from alternate attacks, it's from Valley. What do you expect?
Yeah, absolutely. Maxi up next for Tribe did only unfortunately get a 2-star in the battle against the Silent Snipers, and it was an 84% 2-star, so wasn't the best in the world. Let's see how he handles JoJo's defenses as we start things off.
The blimp does come in straight away from that west side, has been popped back. And not too bad so far from what we've seen, as we've seen this push coming through, the sweeper managed to push it back momentarily anyway. But so far, what can Maxi do here? He needs to get another 100% in order to continue their tradition of being able to carry on through with those stars after a great attack earlier from alternate attacks.
I get scared. I get scared when I see a delay like that, a time, you know, because we've seen so many time fails. When I see like 10, 20 seconds of nothing, I'm thinking, oh, I'm just going to remember, if this cost you, this could hurt. Maybe I just got to feel it. Maybe something didn't quite work out for him at the start, and he's just trying to recalculate, replan his attack there to see if it would work out. Now we see the drags coming down there with the loons to try and set things going. Eagle artillery starts popping off. Let's see whether that's going to make any effect as they try and push up through. That multi-inferno is really the focus that they need to get towards. You can see the dragons are now on it. That should go down soon, but how much damage is it going to do? You can see the Tesla also getting a lot of damage down on these dragons. Now the Queen gets involved down the south side as well with that King and the Golem.
And the Eagle artillery still did a fair amount of damage to those dragons earlier on, but now they focused onto that, as well as the cannon. Oh, it's just looking pretty good here, as well as the wizard tower as well. But how much more can he take, though? This is the problem. He's still got the inferno tower in the middle, which is just about to clean up the dragon, as well as that air trap managed to finish him off nicely. And still only a minute 10 left. The Expo is just trying to do as much damage to the Queen as possible, and he won't be able to stay alive for long. And even though there's a minute left, it's still probably too little too late here.
Yeah, that unicorn is going to go down in a second. The Expo was on the unicorn for a large period of time there, looking like he's going to finish him off instead of going on to the Queen there. Now let's see the Royal Champion defensively doing a lot of damage. The Queen will fall. The Archer Tower, the one that managed to put the damage down, and I've got a feeling this is a long way from a 3-star at the moment, and it may even be a low percentile. This is a little worrying for Tribe Gaming here. 71% and counted. You can see the Grand Warden with next to nothing. There's dragons in front of him, a little low on health at the moment. That one's drifting to the right, so the Inferno Tower's putting the dirt down on that, along with the air defense just at the side. And now the Grand Warden is going to be left in his lurch all alone. The little owl cannot. 75%, that is a worry for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, that air defense Inferno Tower, just enough to make sure they can keep them at bay. We did have a strong initiation, a strong feeling that that was going to be the case as they're pushing on round. It was a good flank, but not enough to take out the rest of the defenses. 75% though, that's extremely low from what we've seen some top caliber players. But then again, that defense was also very, very good. And the reason why they took a small amount of time around that north side to push out some of those dragons was just due to the fact that I don't think he was really too sure which area he should pick or select in order to carry on with his attack. And again, that's what I'm talking about, fast or quick adaptation. But I don't think it really mattered too much anyway, because he don't think he would have got 3-star no matter how long he would have taken. And look at that though, it's dropped down to 89.3%. But let's see what Boom could do here from alternate attacks against Exorcist of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, immediately things working relatively well for him, using that invisibility early on with the Super Wizards to try and get as much damage down as he can. They've managed to certainly wreck and make a hole on the left side of the base. Now the Archer Queen out. I'm gonna have to deal with all those pesky little lava pups out the side. Now the King with the Yak. Okay, Unicorn with the Queen, standard stuff. King's going to help out and get that wall down with that Yak. That's really what the benefit of the Yak is. They can just punch that hole. Going to use the Golem as well to try and keep on punching those holes in those walls to push on through the defense. Little baby dragon up on the north side as well. And now 2 minutes to go. Looking like a pretty solid start from Boom.
Yeah, the Royal Champion was deployed from that northwest side and already took so much damage so quickly that he had to quickly use a reheal in order to carry on through. But Naz is going to push the center. All the Expos are just focus fine on that champion as well, and the free spell had to come in. There was just way too much DPS coming out from Exorcist there in terms of the defense, but you can see the cannon is still being pushed through, as well as the Expos just doing such a great job, just trying to stop the attack from the Inferno Tower. The Inferno Tower is still up, it's on the brink of defeat, and now it can try and continue attacking the balloons, but that free spell is going to give it a little bit of leadway. But look, the Inferno Tower is still up. It's so low HP, but needs to try and take it down if it can and try and prioritize it, which is able to. The Eagle artillery is still there. It has come on top of it. The sweeper does push him back a little bit, but does clean up that Eagle artillery in the end, and the sweeper.
The traps, though, did manage to catch quite a lot of the balloons there. Now you can see the Grand Warden coming through to try and help out, but he's running out of balloons. There's not too many left here. Down the south side, you can see this attack is starting to fall very short. With just 85% gone, it's not going to be as bad as it was for Tribe just a moment ago, but this attack is certainly not going to be a 3-star. It will fall short, and it's going to be Boom with a 2-star as well. You can see just all on the pups to see if they can keep on ticking that damage down. Not a great deal left. You can see the air defense will be able to pluck them off one by one. That little Electro Owl still trying to carry on through as the pups push on through. 94 should be a 95 if they can get it. Yes, it will. 96, 97%. So while it's not a 3-star, or will it be? Can that air defense get these pups down? The Electro, it's getting exactly what the Electro Owl should do. It's pinging off the buildings back and forth. 2 seconds left. He's gonna get a 99. Oh no, a time fail
no.
in the end. The Electro Owl almost certainly would have won it for him.
If only that Inferno Tower died straight away not at the start, sorry, but halfway through that game, where, you know, in the middle, it still did a huge chunk of damage to a lot of those balloons at the time. Even after the free spell, that could have kept some of them alive and continued down south. But there was so much anti-air and the path of alternate attacks at the time, it was just very, very difficult to comprehend if it could be 100% or not. But it's just amazing how that one little instance, that one minor error, just completely changed the pace of the game. But still a great job from alternate attacks there, but it just wasn't to be.
It's one of those ring defenses. Asta's done it again. Exorcist.
Your favourite.
Let's see if you can break through this, because this has been really the struggle for all the teams tonight. You know, the cluster of defensive buildings in the middle. I would say this is probably not as tight as we've seen maybe in that middle section at the moment. It'd be even more packed, if anything, a little wider spread than so far, but we'll see how it works out.
I'm not going to lie, I'll probably get back tonight and copy this layout, D-Man. Like, you know, after what I've seen so far, this is probably the 4th or 5th time I've seen it being attacked, and only one player's actually been able to break through and continue on it and actually defeat it. So it just shows that it's very, very difficult. We don't see it often, but again, it's a great layout in terms of defense and keeping your opponents at bay if they're not very good at, you know, being able to adapt to their attack. But we'll see what they can do here. As already on that northeast side, they're still trying to take out some of the defensive there. And the lava pups just continuing to delay time and just be a nuisance as the King is up on the north.
Get artillery down on the Grand Warden, but he manages to tank through that, no worries. And now We see the Loons coming out. There was a sweeper in there that's just going to keep them back, actually. It's primed on them. We'll go for the Loons, of course, keeping the healers off to the side there, but it does mean that the Loons are not able to get in close enough to prioritize that damage. Now the artillery coming down, that looks like, was that on a witch or a queen? I can't tell this, we just found out it was on top of the queen. It does mean the king, of course, still doing a fair amount of damage around the outside ring of this base, and this is what it's all about. This is the problem with these bases. It's the outer ring, the inner ring, and then, of course, the central area that they have been struggling to. What do you prioritize as we have a small timeout here? Where do they prioritize? And I've got to be honest, this attack is struggling at the moment. And oh no, it's coming back to us, Harry. There's a minute 35 to go. We want to see how this attack's going to finish.
How dare they not show us the rest? How dare they? But, you know, still a little bit of attack left. A couple of Inferno Towers still left standing and not taking out the Town Hall. So it was going to be a bit of a delay. But I was very excited to see that because, like I said, not many people have actually been able to establish themselves and actually conquer this style base. I've only seen 1 out of 4 or 5.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen it quite a few times tonight, this sort of ring setup base, effectively. As Judo said, you know, he's going to copy it and study it, really, and try and figure out how he can make it work for himself. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It works. So absolutely try and mimic it as best you can until, of course, people figure it out and then everybody knows exactly how to do it. But at the moment, certainly at the level we're looking at, there are some of the best players in not only Europe but in the world struggling against it.
You are on the money there as the cannon's just taking a little bit of damage there from that south side, but the push is going to carry on. The healers are still alive, trying to help out as much as they can. The Inferno Tower just taking so much, but the DPS from the Inferno Tower is just so much here, and already it's going to try and go round with the Queen. And Queen taking a little bit of attack here. I know this is going to be awful, and I've still got a minute left, but it's not going to be great here as they're going to get taken down momentarily even after that. It's going to be so close, but then again, it's not going to be looking too good for Exorcist here. What a shame.
The Eagle artillery absolutely pummeling them, and you saw, okay, he's still got enough. Yeah, we got the Royal Champion, but there is a lot of base with 37 seconds remaining, and well, I'm not even sure if he's attacking. Is he disconnected as well? 60%. This would not be good for Exorcist, or is he just trying to replan and figure out where I can go from this one? Because he has obviously the Wizard available, a couple of archers, a couple of minions, and the Royal Champion. But oh dear, I think he's timed out.
Yeah, I think he has done. He definitely would have carried on. Still got a few minions, a wizard, and of course that champion left. But even then, though, I know he wouldn't have won this. You know, you can see, look at the defense. He's still got a couple of expos as well, a couple of the archer towers, some of the mortars there. He definitely would not have been able to, in any way, shape, or form, continue that attack. Just trying to increase the percentage in any way. But 60%, I'm not sure what happened in terms of the ruling as well, because he disconnected. He did disconnect quite late, but we'll find out from the admin surely if we're just going to continue on with the series or if there's something else that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, no doubt about it. Alternate ATAX, though, once again, that defensive setup has absolutely paid off. And now, of course, with one game to go, they're still looking at chasing this. They still need 2 stars, but of course, the percentile very much in their favor. They just need honestly, a semi-average 2-star performance. It is going to be Jojo on the attack for this final game. A player that, well, he's always delivered, hasn't he? He's got himself both 3 stars tonight already. Looking good. He was the anchor man for them against Inquisition where they needed it, and he delivered right there, then and there. They didn't need anything really from that game because they'd already won it by that stage. So let's see whether Jojo can do it again.
I hope so for his sake. You know, in terms of what we just saw there, they've got an incredible advantage considering that circumstances of that last attack. I do feel sorry for Tribe. If it was a disconnect, it must have been in somehow, some way. He wouldn't have just left those troops just sitting there doing nothing, you know, in his inventory. But we'll have to see as we're going forward. But so, yeah, 60%, yeah, it's a real cut-off point. They're going to have to try and get 3 stars, I feel, just to even try to make, you know, anything happen in this series.
Well, hopefully we'll get this going. Now, remember, I should point out, you know, the fact is that alternate ATAX, if they do take this one, and it's looking like they will progress to the ESL Mobile Challenge, and that's going to be happening later on. $45,000 on the line in that tournament. 8 teams will be competing. MCES already there as the number 1 team from Ladder 1. Ladder 2 will be kicking off in just a couple of days, and obviously all these teams are free to get back in there and compete to try and qualify one more time throughout the play-ins. But of course we have another 2 games actually to follow this. This is not the last game of the night. By any stretch. We'll be moving down. Of course, we will have Waiting in the Winds, actually planning right now, will be the Silent Snipers and Inquisition. Hopefully they'll be ready to go when this one is finished, because it does look like it's going to be wrapped up soon. And then, of course, the winner of that matchup will be playing, well, the loser of this game, which at the moment looks like Tribe Gaming, for that final chance place into the ESL Playoff Challenge. A playoff challenge? I'm actually making it up. ESL Mobile Challenge is the word. Maybe there's a playoff in there as well. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I've just give the admins an idea.
Maybe you have. You know what? When there's a brainstorming session, I'm coming straight to you. No matter what, I've made a decision already. But yeah, for anyone who's just joining us, this is sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, come to me after I've been going for 12 hours. That's the best time to come to me. I get some great ideas then. My brain starts to go a little wacky.
Mine's already past that, so don't worry about it. But no, what I was going to say is, if you just joined us, anyone who's watching, thank you for sticking with us. This is the winners finals. We're just on the last attack going forward. Whoever wins this, like D-Man said, will be going to the challenges, and whoever loses this isn't completely out as of yet. They do drop into the losers finals, but they'll be waiting between the 2 teams face off against each other in the losers semis. So it's going to be extremely important to see exactly who comes out on top and who they'll be facing in the losers finals. But that's enough talking here, D-Man. We are going to go straight in with Jojo to finish off this last attack and to see if it can bag that 3 star.
Well, I'm hoping you're going to do a little bit more talking. It's kind of what you're paid to do. Jojo on the attack, King straight out there with the Yak. The Queen comes through with that Unicorn to try and come around, and immediately those Expos are going to work. The Unicorn is just going to keep him alive. Oh, he's going to drop the healers with the Queen as well. That is a lot of healing power on that Queen. We've obviously seen the Warden being taking those for a lot of times here, but the King done. He's gone and out of there, and the Barbarian King on the defense is already pushing around. He's going to start beating on that Unicorn in a moment if he's not careful, but no, gets dealt with and taken down.
Queen just pushing in quite comfortably with the Expo, and the Wizard Tower was going to get taken down surely. Not before the defense here trying to delay the Queen as much as they can. Did have to pop the freeze spell in the end, but those lava pops again just continue to delay the Queen further. And this is the main plan, this is the main goal. So even if you don't get 100% due to the time limit, at least that way, when the Queen continue pushing, it means that Jojo is going to have to be a bit quicker on the attack going forward. But now you can see pushing across the Royal Champion on that west side, taking out defense of the cannons and the Archer Tower. But the Queen is still taking out some of the defense on that northwestern side, with Royal Champion joining in with some of the fun as well.
Oh, that Scatter's going to take down the Unicorn any second. Yes, there we go. Unicorn done and dusted, focused onto the Queen, but of course the splash damage causing effect. Now the jump comes through, forces and then to use that spell to get things moving a little bit quicker here. Stone Slammer and Loons up on the top side with that Grand Warden to back them up as the Queen continues in and around that central area, putting a lot of damage down right now. Great attack from Jojo already. The free spell coming down there, but they do manage to find themselves a little trap. That will slow things down, but the Loons will get in and get that Town Hall down now as the Queen continues to push. Finds himself a single Inferno at the moment. The Loons coming in on towards that other Inferno. The multi popping off as well, but these Loons, this is looking like an absolute set in stone 3-star attack to me, Harry.
Yeah, literally tearing him to pieces. 37 seconds left, plenty of time. And alternate attacks is definitely going to win this winners bracket final against Tribe Gaming. They will be the second team to qualify into the challenges, joining MCES. And commiseration to Triumph Gaming, but like I said a few minutes ago, they have their second chance in the losers finals.
Absolutely. So 13-12 alternate attacks. It is actually their lowest score so far. They've had a 15-star in the first game, then a 14-star, now they're down to 13, but they are done. They are in the ESL Mobile Challenge. They will be joining MCES in there, of course, 2 of the top teams that have been representing Europe for a long time. So Tribe Gaming will drop down, as you say. Not done. they have another chance, but we will be dropping down over to the lower bracket. Of course, Silent Snipers are sat waiting in the wings along with Inquisition, the Germans, to see who will be facing the likes of Tribe Gaming in that final lower brackets. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will, of course, be continuing on the damage. Hopefully, the guys have had a chance to plan. They've had certainly plenty of time to set themselves up, so no big long breaks this time, I promise.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins time, and we're looking for the final team to reach through to that ESL Mobile Challenge. If you just joined us, you just missed Alternate ATAX going through in style towards the end there against Tribe Gaming. Tribe will now wait and see who comes out on top in this matchup we're about to cover, Judo, which will be Silent Snipers versus Inquisition.
Yes, and this one's going to be interesting because both teams have had an up and down day, shall we say, and Silent Snipers have actually become a little bit of an enemy team for Inquisition, shall we say. A lot of people selecting Inquisition in the interviews, but Silent Snipers beat them twice in the ladder, and they actually beat them earlier on in the week as well in the MLCW community tournament. So Inquisition will be wanting revenge here to move forth and play Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge for them. Silent Snipers themselves obviously had a bit of a tough run through the tournament so far. You know, they're still going to be probably reeling from that really close game with Tribe Gaming, dropping out 12-12 in that one, just falling down in the percentile in the end. 0.6% difference between the two teams on the attacks, and they're going to make sure obviously that doesn't play too much in their mind. They did of course progress past Aphelion. That was 12-11 earlier on today. A little concerning with the Troyer attack, just a 65% attack in there. So we're going to be looking towards it now. Obviously, Inquisition themselves, they came through a tough matchup against Timefail, 13-11 in that game. So let's have a look at the squads for tonight. Of course, Inquisition will be Fight, Striker, Kevin, Vendetta, and Lou. That is going to be the setup for the German team. And of course, Silent Snipers, Rico, Wolf, Rupert, Demo, and Troyer. And if anything's to go by what we've seen so far, Demo will be taking the anchor role effectively, the captain carrying his team through in what was an incredibly close finish against Aphelion, where he got the 3-star in the last second.
Yeah, and he's really put on a great performance towards the end of the war. I feel like he's been a strong player for Silent Snipers today as well. But I have to shout out as well, if anyone missed it, the Super Archer attack that we seen earlier today by Striker of Inquisition. I always love to see out-of-the-box strategies, and I'm looking forward to see if he brings something like that again. He's been on top form throughout the tournament. I think only missing 1 3-star, and it was a 99%, just double checking there. So maybe he can keep that streak alive here and bring Inquisition the victory.
Absolutely. They've been planning while we were covering that game, of course, with alternate ATACs, and they're ready to go. Let's get that game on your screens to start things off on the attack. It will be Striker that you mentioned. Let's see if he can pull something else out the bag.
Starting off with a Super Archer attack. I love it. Absolutely love seeing this. And I don't think I've seen many attacks with the Super Archer. Striker obviously fancying his chances with that again. Grand Warden Walk striking in towards the scatter shot. I hope you like what I did there. Alongside the Super Wall Breaker to the western side, where we will see the King, no doubt, dive in towards the next scatter shot.
Oh, he's lost his owl early on. We just saw how much of a superhero that thing can be sometimes. You know, don't discount your pets early. They can sometimes deliver for you. Unicorn with the Queen alongside to try and start focusing down towards this Eagle artillery. The King also going to be the focus of that alongside the Yak. They should be able to get the damage down onto that in just a moment. The Wizard Tower will fall. That crossbow expo on the south side there. I'm going to keep calling it a crossbow, guys, just to really tilt the community out there that are enjoying the fact that it should be an expo. Multi-Inferno going to get focused out. That should get finished off pretty quick. The Sweepers, though, going to push the healers away. Looks like it's going to be ineffectual, though, because the freeze comes straight down, and in goes the blimp.
Yeah, it's moving across, but it's being frozen by the Ice Golem, actually. There was a black bomb that was following it, but I think it must have missed. Tornado Trap is active. The back end of the Town Hall baited here, but I think he should be okay as the Yetis move out of the Tornado Trap. Has to use the freeze spell, and they are inside the rage to take the Town Hall. But will the Super Archers outrange the rest of the defenses? There's not a lot left, and with the Royal Champion only now being deployed to the left side of the screen, I think it looks pretty good here for Striker again with the mass Super Archer strategy.
Does get the heal off on that Royal Champion, should take down the Expo. The cannons stacked up as well. We can see both pretty low at the moment. Lassie's still managing to lead the charge as well. So now Lassie's going to be tanking those few hits for the Royal Champion. Will finally go down, but the damage has been done. The defensive structure's finished off there. The King's going to fall to that arrow turret, or will he? He will eventually, but now the Queen comes in to save the day with that Crown Warden behind, and it's a 3-star start for Striker.
Beautiful job. And well, I said before the war even started that I loved that first Super Archer attack, and he went and did it again. But it looks like Rupert is next on the board, according to the attack list, for Silent Snipers to try and respond here. He did get a 3-star earlier on in the day, but has dropped down in the percentages, an 84%, I think it was, for his attack in the previous war. So will be wanting to bounce back here, and kind of needs to after the 3-star of Inquisition.
Yeah, the pressure's on. That's just about the best start you can hope for, right? You know, you don't give your opponent a little entry into the matchup. You say, you know what, we're going to try and go for that perfect war and see whether you can try and match us as we go there. As you say, did have a slip up previously, so well, let's not hope that's going to be there once again. Rupert for Silent Snipers to start things off in this first match in their war, and it's going to be straight over on the left hand side. The Queen out to start things up. The Queen walk with the healers.
Yeah, looking to finish off with the hybrid, a strategy which was all the rage at Town Hall 13, but it's not really been seen as much at Town Hall 14. Just became a little bit more unpredictable. And a little bit more risky, shall we say, with some hard counters you can have on defense. And interestingly, we do see some players using power potions in order to boost the level of the pets, but not for Rupert. This war matters, and the pets are lower level, so he's going to have to hope that his plan is sufficient enough to take down the base in itself. It is a confident start, taking out the Clan Castle troops now. Queen will slowly move forward and hopefully get to the Town Hall after this. Then it's just where he decides to send the hybrid in.
Got to deal with all those pesky pups first while the Expo continues to hammer away. Another balloon sent in towards that air defense, trying to see if you can find any little defenses in there. So maybe that's a little inkling as to where we expect these to go. The bombs are going to reach the healer at the back there. Didn't quite in the end. The Queen managed to focus on, and now we see the Hogs. This is the lion's share of the attack, with the Pecker and the King up on the north side, with the Warden pushing through the middle.
Trying to just swoop through this top area. 3 multi-target Infernos with the Eagle Artillery triangulated in the center. A nice water ability does catch most of the Hogs, but you're right. The Queen goes down. 1 Expo with a tiny little bit of health now locks onto the troops in the center. I was too busy looking at the hybrid, to be honest. The builder's going to repair that back up. I'm not sure. They do have the force to get through now. Could still be close, though, with the Royal Champion ability and a freeze spell.
The sweep just pushed the healers away, and now he puts the freeze spell down in it. It's probably not something he really wanted to use earlier on, but it still should be enough in the locker to try and finish off this attack. You see the Wizards around the outside will, I think, go down towards that turret at the moment. The Royal Champion is going to fall. The Warden goes, and now it's just all on the Electro Owl to try and get this down. Will not be enough. I think there's a Wizard just over the right-hand side. I can see a little fireball zipping through, but that is going to fall short. And it's just, I just feel that sweep just pulled the healers away from the Queen. The Queen then took too much damage. They got just about back in range, and the Queen got taken down. They were in the poison. They dropped to the poison. And then, as you say, it left the Expo alive, which then turned immediately on this middle stack and took them down.
Yeah, it was huge. The poison from the Town Hall is no joke, especially like you've seen there. If your healers go through it, they will pretty much get taken out. If you're charging a smash attack directly into the Town Hall, you've got to be careful with that poison blast, and it really did cost him there. Striker, though, MVP in this match right out of the gates. 3-star and then a defense. I did mention before the war kicked off, though, Silent Snipers, a little bit of a bogey team for Inquisition, because they've beat them again and again throughout the ladder and last week in the MLCW. So things looking good here for Inquisition so far.
Maybe it's finally time for revenge. Kevin on the attack, starting out with that Queen Walk Unicorn on the top. I feel like we need new names for these now, because you gotta include the pet in there as well. So it's like the Queenicorn, something like that. I don't know. Pushed out there. Bloom going out does manage to trigger the trap and finds exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, I think Banks in the recap video made sure to name one of them the triple super W, whatever it was anyway, but trying to keep it simplified anyway, because like you said, it can get a little bit complex when you're trying to shout everything out, but it seems pretty standard in that today we have seen this pet composition for most attacks. The Yak with the King, Unicorn with the Queen. Sometimes you see that switch, but for the most part, people are going with the Unicorn today alongside those healers.
Yeah, I feel the only time they're really switching it up is they want to get that Yak in there to get a wall down perhaps for the Queen to try and maybe bust through something, which is where we see that small adaptation. The Expo just popping off at the moment. That will get taken down. The Royal Champion, this is a hell of a stack on the south side that's actually getting focused by the Eagle Artillery. That's a lot of damage splashing down on what was, and I say was because you can see the King and the Yak already gone. What was a large amount of troops, and now you can see the Eagle Artillery smashing down on the Royal Champion, and oh my god, I feel this attack is falling apart on them. This is the first time, though, I think we're going to see the Wall Wrecker coming through on that north side.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's doing great here, actually, because the Queen has cracked the inside of the base, and the Royal Champion taking out that right-hand side means the enemy Queen and Scattershot go down. Now that the Town Hall has fallen, it's really just getting through the multi-scatter and Eagle. It's unfortunate that the Eagle Artillery is there at the end of the base, but he has the Warden ability now to adapt, so he's got to hope that he can protect it through the Scattershot and then use that freeze at just the right time. And here come another couple of loons on the back end of the base, but it's really tough to say whether it's going to work or not.
It's just triggered. I'll get back to it in a moment. Something's just dawned on me about we've not seen the log launcher at all today, and that was something we saw throughout the ladder play, but now we see the artillery focusing onto that Warden, who's continuing to try and keep those balloons alive at the moment as he pushes on through. Should in the end get through there. There goes the Warden down, the balloons get dropped, and are just not quite enough remaining to deal with it. That Eagle Artillery has absolutely decimated Kevin's forces.
I think the main issue was that he just ran out of spells. He used them for the heroes and the initial phase of the attack, and when the balloons came in, they, I think, had more than enough to take the base, really. It's just that he didn't have the spells to help them through, only just falling short. Good attack, nevertheless, because I always enjoy seeing strategies where you're picking apart different areas of the base, and I said it earlier on in the stream, but that's one thing I feel the pets are great for, is allowing the hero dives to get huge value. And I always like to see a Wall Wrecker just delayed towards the Town Hall as well. But that opens the door back up for Silent Snipers. If they were to get a 3-star, they pretty much tie things up.
Yeah, we haven't seen, I think that may have been the first Wall Wrecker we've seen. I may have missed one earlier on, but yeah, like I was saying, you know, throughout the ladder, throughout the weeks, we saw log launchers almost always. And I don't believe we've had one today at all. But nonetheless, we'll carry on. We'll look at what's going on. Wolf now on the attack. Got it all to do here with a 3-star to respond to. Silent Snipers now with still a lot to do. There is a chance. Blimp straight away towards the Town Hall. Let's see what comes out of that. While the rest of the balloons do get triggered. So good work there. Invisibility being used. And in comes... I will tell you what it is. I was going to say, because wait for it to pan down.
Oh,
to see what it was.
no! The Super Wizards hit the poison blast of the Town Hall.
Yeah.
He popped the Super Wizard blimp early to try and keep them away from the Giga Bomb, but seemingly they were drawn into it. He hasn't really got the value he wanted there. Wanted to get the Expos, the heroes, and take down pretty much that entire area. With the amount of invisibility, maybe he was hoping to chain towards the scatter shot as well, but he really wanted more value than that nevertheless. And Wolf is Silent Sniper's top player today, 99% and 2 3-stars. So they're putting up there. Oh, he's misplaced an invisibility as well. It's going from bad to worse.
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't just me looking at it. He has to get the second one down in the end there. Now the lava loons come out, but you know, he's going to get that Eagle Artillery down. The champion's doing what he can. As I say that, the builder base is just doing some serious damage at the moment, but now the lava loons come in, sweeping through. But I just wonder, you know, he's basically focusing on this south side of this base, which is what he felt. Obviously, the Super Wizard, that's what they should have taken out. So he's almost having to go back over the tracks that he felt should have already been done.
Yeah, fortunately the Expos are on ground, so the Dragons aren't really going to have much of an issue there, but the enemy Queen is going to be a big threat, and a beautiful invisibility just clips the Dragons. They do get to the Queen, and they will take it down. He's still got the Archer Queen to get that air defense, and with a minute left, Wolf, believe it or not, has this base crushed. All he needs to do is take out that... As long as he takes out the central scatter shot, which the Owl nicely does, I'm amazed at how he's turned this around. That was incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw 2 mistakes, and yet he still managed to get the 3-star. That's just how... It's amazing how quick these players can adapt. Obviously, we talk about the planning phase, you know, we give them all the time in the world, but that's literally on-the-fly adaptation that he's had to work there. Clearly, he's obviously looked at this and had a plan in his mind, but as we saw, you know, missing those Super Wizards at the start, missing the invisibility, having to use a second invisibility. The little builder that could, just delaying it a little bit longer, but it was only inevitable in the end. You can't fend off a queen like that. But so 100%. So we're all square. We're all square, 5 apiece.
He had a skeleton trap in that area, and all of the troops focused on the skeletons, and the battle builders just there repairing his builder hut. That would have been, I mean, nobody wants to see that happen, but that was, you only get those moments every once in a while. Anyways, 3 stars it is, and I really feel like the strategy that he selected for the base is what helped him get that done. If it was a little bit more of a risky strategy, or it wasn't as overpowering for the base, I think adaptations aside, he might not have been able to do it, given we've seen a couple of mistakes, but it was the perfect strategy for the base. And that means at Inquisition, it's tied up on stars, so they want to get another 3 here.
Over to Loot. They do have the smallest of percentage margins, but as you can see, just 1%, that could change. The tornado trap immediately being triggered over the side. That's pulled them all in. That's taken a hell of a lot of damage. They will finally get the town hall down, but I feel that's absolutely cost him a lot in terms of troops and value working out well there. The poison, the Queen not quite stepping into it, but has to deal with his lava pups now with that Expo plucking away. Oh, the unicorn's going to go down. Oh!
I don't think he wants much more than this, taking down the town hall and just that area. A little bit of a hero dive. He does have the skeleton spells ready for the inside, the Archer Queen and the Royal Champion, as the Lalo will fly through. And interesting to see Ebola up there alongside the Royal Champion. I wonder if he was planning to snipe something off with that bowler and then just sent it in anyways. But here comes the Lava Loon. He's got the Battle Blimp to fly in, or switches to the Stone Slammer, sorry, didn't see when he switched, but trying to get that Stone Slammer in towards the Eagle Artillery and allow the Lalo to fly around the right-hand side of the base.
Good freeze, bypassing the sweep there. We'll go down the south side, but you can see it's focusing on the single balloons rather than anything. The Stone Slammer will turn onto that and focus that, so it stops causing any more problems as they go down to the Archer Tower. Now you can see the Infernos just going to be the real focus now as he tries to sweep on through that air defense, doing what it can at the moment. But that Stone Slammer is getting massive value. It's still going.
That Grand Warden ability was about as good as it gets. Managed to protect all all of the balloons as they split into different directions. And despite the Royal Champion not going down and taking down his Grand Warden, it's not really going to matter because the balloons managed to get through that area so well with the Grand Warden ability. And he's got a lot of damage now to take out the remaining buildings and push Inquisition back in the lead, putting the pressure back onto Silent Snipers. And although it was a shaky start, things have certainly heated up here, D-Man.
Yeah, and done in plenty of time, no doubt about it. 100% for Lou. So Inquisition back in control, answering immediately to the Silent Snipers 3-star. Next up for the Silent Snipers will be Rico. It's his time to shine and see if he can step up his game, perhaps. Let's have a look. How did he do in previous games? Silent Snipers, of course, it was a 2-star, 93% for him against Aphelion, and only an 84% 2-star in the winner bracket semifinals against Tribe.
Yeah, his other match, though, he did get the 3 stars. The one that you didn't read out is the one where he got the perfect. So he time failed?
No, against time fail.
Oh, against time. Confusing. Yes, he did get the 3 stars in the war against time fail. I forget which war it was, but that clearly is the one that it was. And it means that he's at least got a 3-star on the board today. He just needs to spin it around, though, because that was earlier on, and he's now taken a couple of 2 stars. I think, if anything, this is when it matters, right? This is the last war that they can take part in unless they progress, because we're in the lower bracket. Loser goes home, and they have no chance to move forward and play Tribe Gaming. So I think everyone's on their A game at the moment, pulling in those 3 stars. And Silent Snipers, I think today have really put on a good show in terms of just managing to push ahead of the enemy teams. They've not necessarily smashed anyone per se, but they've grinded out the victories, and I think they will be hot on Inquisition's tails here and just continuing to apply the pressure.
Okay, we've seen this base a few times today. It's sort of similar-ish setup. We'll see how Rico deals with it. I don't think it's had too many problems for some of the teams. The Eagle Artillery down that south side. It's going to be the Yak that will start out on this right-hand side and maybe try and push on through for some of those towers and air defenses around the right-hand side there. Is going to have the healers with that Queen. And should... Oh, the Yak's down already, but it did get the walls down. So maybe enough done. Having to use that rage because it's going to get frozen up.
I like seeing the Yak with the Queen here, actually. The reason I like the reason I like the Yak with the Queen is because he's using the hybrid, and he doesn't really need to crack too far into the base here in terms of... it's quite a simple wall break, and whenever you're trying to create pathing on the outside of the base, the healers... the unicorn, on the king means that he can just move around the outside of the base and pretty much be alive the whole time, keeping pathing for the hybrid. So there you see the wall break did allow the Queen access towards the center. She's not going to get into the center, but she can reach things within it. And the hybrid now driving to the town hall. Notice the king on the outside with that unicorn, and he will just stay alive all day long now.
Yeah, it's just going to path around and smash all those outer buildings, which means they can focus on this central point at the moment. So now the town hall down, the poison ticking, but not enough. We'll just boot the owl backwards a little bit there on the warden, but now they're on towards that multi-inferno. Should be able to get down without too many problems. As I say, that will fall. Eagle Artillery focusing onto that Royal Champion. Will be able to smash him down, but the Royal Champion has to get that ability off. Now the Hog Ride is coming through to try and focus around the outside. The Queen will fall. Now where the healers are going to try and go to. Oh, they've triggered the traps. That's going to be the healers done and dusted. But the king continues to push around that south side, around the outside. Now, is it going to be enough? That's the clan hall down. There goes the Eagle Artillery, and not too many defenses are left standing.
Keeping my eyes open for another giant bomb in between that wizard tower, because since it's a symmetrical base, we did see one towards the left. I haven't necessarily calculated the amount that's already gone off, but a giant bomb there could be devastating. However, it's managed to push through. I think he's got more than enough wizards now with the P.E.K.K.A. on the inside of the base. 99%, and the inevitable is about to happen. Silent snipers keeping the pressure on. Nobody wanting to go home at this stage, D-Man. And again, we see the 3-star, but I think Inquisition will be holding on to that percentage lead. And it is very marginal, though. I think it was 1%, wasn't it?
Absolutely. If there's a time to step up, it is now. And yeah, it was 1% difference. Inquisition held over them. I think it was 92 to 91. That's probably stepped up with a couple of 100% games coming through as well. Fantastic stuff. This is what you love to see. Teams starting to deliver their absolute best of their abilities. It's going to be Fight up next for Inquisition, who's had a relatively decent game tonight as far as I'm aware. Let's have a quick look at his stats. As actually, you know what? Let's get into it because, oh no, Judo, it's the ring base.
It's the dreaded ring base that we've seen so often, and it has defended very well with the battle builders surrounding those major defenses. We've seen a similar base cracked with the E-Dragons. No one quite been able to break this effectively with a smash style attack as of yet. Could this be the one? Fight of Inquisition, an early start with these super witches. You've seen in the previous war, it was Ast, wasn't it? Just pulling in the final 3-star in the final second with a similar strategy. Can he get this one done? I'm waiting to see where that battle blimp moves in from and what he's trying to snipe in the center. Looks like it's just going straight for the Town Hall Demon.
Straight into the middle, and as you say, did he pop that early or did it get popped early? I'm not too sure. I don't think that was planned.
It definitely wasn't planned because Sneaky Goblins run around the outside. I don't know whether he mispressed it because I didn't see anything that actually hit the battle
there was a
blimp.
sweep
Maybe
in there,
he mispressed
but
it.
I don't know if that... Did the sweep hit the blimp just before? Has he pressed it?
Well,
maybe I booted it the other side of the wall because they dropped right next to the wall. Oh dear, either way,
yeah,
that's maybe cost him.
It could. I mean, what he's doing here is trying to allow the troops to take out everything on the outside, so the Royal Champion, being a defense targeting hero, has direct access to the Town Hall, because right now he's just bailing out and going for the 2 stars. If anything, you have to assure the 2 stars. You cannot allow a 1-star attack, particularly when you have silent snipers flying in with 3 stars, and it was only just. He just got the Town Hall. But the percentage, not what he needed.
Low one. It's a low one for Inquisition, and that opens the door wide for the Silent Snipers, a team that has beaten Inquisition multiple times this ladder one, throughout the ladder, throughout the, as you say, in the week as well, in the other tournament as well. So, and again, Judo, the ring base delivers.
Like I said, as soon as this is finished, I am building one of these. Maybe one of them will be happy enough to share the link on Twitter, so I don't have to sit and build it. I don't know. Some people do that. But this base, or this style of base, is defending very well, or seemingly it is today. Maybe it's just the fact that we haven't seen these ring-style bases for quite some time. It's not the base building meta that we've been used to, so maybe it's just a little bit off-putting, if you will, and not what people are used to. But however it's working, it is defending, quite surprisingly, very, very well.
Yeah, and as you say, we saw the E-Drags successfully going through it, and oh well, let's have another look. It's an adaptation of it, Judo, this time. It's a slight adaptation to it, but pretty similar in terms of walling. Just almost the 2 walls effectively and a few partitions. This time though, the Yak being thrown out there with the King to break through that wall and set the Queen running. So the Queen's going to go clockwise while the King goes counterclockwise, and everything is coming out at once, Judo.
Yeah, the E-Drags were actually what took down this style of base earlier on, because once they get towards the middle, they can just chain through all of the defenses super quick. The Battle Blimp will get to the Town Hall here, but the major threat is the Sweeper on the back end. That's what he's frozen. Could have maybe got the multi-target Inferno there as well, but I guess the Scatter Shot is probably a better call. This is where it's important. The E-Drags need to chain through the multi and the scatter if he's got any opportunity of getting this, but they're going to the side and they haven't done it.
It's fell short once again. It was funny because I remember seeing chat earlier and everyone was saying, it's like, well, my E-Drags never play that well. And I think we're seeing exactly how it plays out for most people now this time around. Obviously, the success. Was it Ast that came out with the E-Drags and made it work? I can't remember who it was now. I feel like it was Alternate Atex that made it work. I'm not too sure. But either way, the Scatter's not going to go down. Look at that. The little repairers managed to keep it up. And now it is just simply going to be a solo E-Drag. With over a minute to go as well, they're just unable. He's getting everything repaired to full.
The builders normally could have a rest where we work them I've had my builders working for 8 years, and the one time they would have a rest is during an attack. My back was turned, they could have a rest. Now I need them during the defense as well. I mean, they just get worked non-stop.
Working 9 till 5, no doubt, 24/7 right now, certainly for the Inquisition. So, a tough battle, no doubt about it, between these two. Two stars, two rough 2 stars, in fairness, there that we've seen. So, still remains 10 stars apiece as we move into the final games. Of course, we know that Demo is going to be the final man for Silent Snipers. For Inquisition, it will be Vendetta, who has had some very good games tonight already. So this is really what it's all about. This is where you earn your money.
Yep, this is last attack. You need to step it up for your team. And it's interesting that both clans are pretty much matching each other. You know, and first attack, low percentage 2 stars, couple of 3 stars, now a couple of 2 stars, and no one really accelerating forward from the other team or taking advantage coming down to the last hit. That's what we like to see. We always like to see the wars come down to the wire, that nail-biting attack when the pressure is really on. And you've got to say that Demo has been able to hold his nerve the last couple of wars, pull in the victory for Silent Snipers. So, third time's the charm. Can he do it again? We'll have to find out what Vendetta can do for Inquisition first with the Super Wizard P.E.K.K.A. Smash variation.
And a variation of the ring base as well. We'll see whether that's enough from Rupert to try and stop this. It does seem that a lot of teams are starting to adapt this as the night progresses, it seems, overall. Queen around the outside. Don't know whether he planned to get the Eagle Artillery with that attack. Only got it down to half health.
I think he might have just been chancing his luck to get the Eagle, because I feel the main thing he wanted was to just carve pathing, which is what he's done, take down the Royal Champion, and he can easily just swoop around the base now with his charge, and the Queen will easily get the Eagle. So I feel he just wanted pathing, which he has successfully done, and it's all about getting the momentum of the smash just moving around together here, using that King and a couple of P.E.K.K.A.s initially, then he wants majority of them to move in towards where the Queen is.
The biggest part of this base setup is obviously the cluster of the defenses, and that so far has been countered pretty well. Now, previously, this defensive setup, there was a stack of hidden Teslas along that gap between the wall. It doesn't look like there are any this time around, and I wonder if that could be a big difference in this defensive setup. The Queen continuing to put some serious work and punishment on that middle area. The freeze will go down to the Town Hall, but those lava pups will hold up the Queen, and she will fall.
Yes, and look, the Royal Champion's being deployed from that top area. She has to move to the Town Hall here. Everything is in. Town Hall at full health. The Queen going down, and he needs the smash to move around, take some damage off the RC, and he's missed it. I can't believe that that happened. I thought at first he was going to send the smash in with the queen, and then as the P.E.K.K.A.s were moving around, they stole the healers.
And the healers just got swept away from the warden, and the warden goes down as well. Oh, it's all gone wrong. 79% and counting. Don't forget, we're looking at the percentage as well right now, but Inquisition, after their failure in their 4th round, has cost them in terms of percentage. They were leading, so now we're looking at simply percentage setup here, but it is only going to be a 1-star so far. He needs to get more in this one. 87% without that Town Hall going down. This is disaster.
It is. I feel Vendetta went all out for the 3 stars, to be honest, because unless he cracked under the pressure and deployed the Royal Champion where he did, he could have easily deployed the Royal Champion further around to the right to directly target the Town Hall, pretty much from where the Queen was. But I think he deployed the RC early to try and blend in with the P.E.K.K.A.s that were still alive, to maybe overpower and get the 3-star. That's all I can assume from that, because the safer option would have been just to send the RC in where the Queen was. But it's a 1-star, and it means now Silent Snipers and Demo, we've talked about how he's really clutched the last couple of wars for Silent Snipers. Just needs the safe 2-star, really, in order to win this one.
I mean, obviously pulled off the big 3-star under pressure against Aphelion, a 99% 2-star time fail against Tribe, which, you know, he's probably kicking himself because that's actually what cost them the war. They would have gone through in that winner bracket. So now it is all on Demo to take the victory here against Inquisition and move on to face Tribe. In a rematch, actually, a rematch of the winner bracket.
Oh yes, actually it is, isn't it? But, well, let's see that he gets this one done first, because he's using the invisibility spell with the skeletons, the so-called Skelly Donut method. It is very risky in order to take out that clan castle, because if you place the invisibility 1 tile away, you turn the clan castle invisible. But he did it perfectly. He didn't really get anything else alongside it, but by taking the clan castle, it means his heroes have a much easier ride in towards the Town Hall, and that will be the 1st star secured. Remember, the save 2 will get the victory here for Silent Snipers.
So save 2, but you can see with the Town Hall on the outside, it's very safe, I would say, to get the 2-4 in. The King's already on it, and that is going to secure it. The freeze goes down. Sure, they're going to be eating their poison from the Giga Bomb, but secures that 1st star, and now it's just a case of clean up duty, get that 2nd star, get those buildings down, and make yourself a setup, because it does look like the Silent Snipers will progress.
Beautiful Royal Champion charging into the center here. It's such a shame he doesn't have an invisibility spell left over, because if he could have got that central multi-target Inferno, it would have probably been game over in terms of the 3-star as well, because that was a beautiful hero dive. But I do worry about that central multi-target Inferno a little bit. Normally we see a lot of red air bombs around that area, air skellies. Stone Slammer will hopefully move in and mitigate much of that damage. With the Lalo moving around the top, he could still finish things off in style with the 3 stars, and that would give them a big confidence boost as they move forth to play Tribe Gaming.
There's the 2 stars, so that confirms it for Silent Snipers. They're going to progress past Inquisition. Now, is it simply swag points? Can he get himself the 3-star? The Grand Warden, unfortunately, did go down, but I think it was just a simple committal to make sure those 2 stars were secured, as the Loons will just continue on through. The minions around the outside on cleanup duty, and it does seem that it may have been, well, it's certainly enough. The question is, has he got the time? 37 seconds, not a great deal of defense left to stop these Loons from cleaning up. And I think with 30 seconds on the clock, we're going to see a stylish 3-star finish. You're not
Royal
convinced.
champion on... I'm not. That royal champion on defense could do work. Does he have enough balloons to take down the gold storages fast enough before the RC... Oh, they take down the RC. There you go. I couldn't quite see how many loons there were, and were they going to be able to get the RC fast enough? But you were indeed correct. 3 stars it is for Demo, and they do take the victory here comfortably with the 2 stars. Moving forward to play Tribe Gaming next. That is the war that matters, D-Man, because whoever wins that will move forward to join MCES and Alternate Attacks in the Mobile Open Challenge Series.
I wasn't going to curse it on my last game of the night, that's for sure. So, Tribe Gaming in that rematch series. If you missed it earlier on, the Silent Snipers were up against them in the winner bracket semi-finals, and that went 12-12, went the distance down to percentiles, so we could be seeing a similar game once again. What a fantastic war we've had tonight. Let's see who the final team is after the break.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hey, my name is Nobama and I am a co-captain for Team Nolex.
So what do you consider your team's biggest advantage against your opponents in the ESL Mobile Open?
We started on Town Hall 14 really strong with some wars in the ESL Meisterschaft, so we have already more experience in competitive war than other teams.
Well, if you had to choose one team in particular as your rival in this tournament, who would you pick and why?
I think I'd pick Penta because we are both strong German teams from the same clan family.
And you say that Penta are one of your rival teams, but do you have expectations for your clan for this tournament? So like top 5, top 3?
First of all, we of course try to reach the top 9 to get into the play-ins. But if we manage to get into the play-ins, of course, we try to achieve the challenger.
Well, you have won 7 of your last 8 wars, okay? So which area of the game have you been working on the most with your team?
We are currently really trying to improve our defense because offense is really strong, no matter if you're training a lot or not. So to have a strong defense is really important.
Exactly. So is there anything you'd like to say to your fans before I let you go? And they've been supporting you throughout the Open, so yeah, what would you like to say?
Yes, thanks for all the support, for every match you watch, and for every kind word you always have for us.
Thank you so much.
See the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, playing for Clash of Clans. This is the final match of the evening. I am Lethal. Joining me is Judo, already with his incredible insight and knowledge going into this final series. And as you know, Judo, you've got to remember, it's the fact that we've only had 2 teams qualify for the challenges. We had MCES on first place on the ladder. And of course, you saw their alternate attacks qualified early on in the winners bracket. But we do have our final match of the evening between 2 great teams in Tribe and Silent Snipers.
Yes, and this is the match which will determine the 3rd team advancing to the ESL Mobile Challenge before ladder number 2 starts again. So Tribe Gaming did knock Silent Snipers down into the losers bracket a little bit earlier. You can see it there just as they progressed to unfortunately lose to alternate attacks, but it was a super close war. Tribe Gaming winning on percentage with literally a couple of buildings, 12-12 being the score. So this one will be an exciting rematch, but this is the one where it matters as well, Lethal.
Certainly will do indeed. This is going to be a slobber knocker nonetheless. If there's any rematch we would like, it is definitely between these 2 teams. As you see in their paths in the bracket, it's been slightly different. Silent Snipers, of course, after they dropped down to the loser bracket, they had to continue playing on from losers round 2. So you have to see how much stamina they have left after all the wars they've had to compete in leading up into this losers bracket final. But I'm very excited. I can't wait to see the outcome of who is going to qualify and be our 3rd and final team on this ladder.
Yeah, and you raise an interesting point there in terms of stamina, because will that work in their favor or will it work against them? Because they have a little bit more momentum now, arguably, Tribe coming out of a loss against alternate attacks, whereas Silent Snipers, we just seen beating Inquisition in style as well, actually, towards the end of the war. They have played more, so will they rely on the fact that that will help them with their momentum, or will it start to take a toll on them? It's really hard to predict, I guess. And do you have any thoughts on this war? I know I hinted towards your predictions earlier as the team rosters flash. I'm interested to hear what your thoughts are on this one, Lethal.
Well, we spoke about Silent Snipers before with their adaptation, how good they are in terms of actually being able to rectify the mistakes midway through some of their attacks. But Tribe Gaming are pretty much the same in terms of what they like to do for their attacks. It's going to be very difficult to grasp exactly who can swing either way. And a good example is the last series you spoke about earlier. It just came between a couple of parts of the bases in order to try and catch up to that percentage. It was so close between both of these teams. And again, it's going to be very hard to predict exactly what the outcome is going to be. I'm hoping stamina doesn't play too much of a part for Silent Snipers, because they have been doing back-to-back wars since that losers round 2. But you've got to remember, at the same time, they're very well warmed up and ready to engage. And now that they're going to re-engage once more, I'd like to see what changes they make to their comps and how they actually go into it. But speaking of Devil, enough chatter as we go into this first attack here, Judo, with Troya from Silent Snipers starting us off.
Yes, and it is the good old trusty Inferno Dragon attack. Always a one that we tend to see towards the start of the wars, using that E-Dragon to funnel the King and Queen around the top of the base. And I think, seen this base a little bit earlier. I think Tribe definitely, I'm presuming it was Tribe used this earlier with that Eagle Artillery. And if I remember correctly, it was also taken down by the Inferno Dragons from this northwest side. So Troya trying to take advantage of that. So far, so good, but the multi-target Inferno is going to be the danger point. Does indeed freeze it as the Battle Blimp moves on towards the Town Hall.
Free spells are going to do a massive difference, just trying to delay the DPS a little bit more, but you can see that the air defense is still doing a fair amount to those balloons going forward as they get taken down only momentarily, until you can see that north side as well, just pushing up with the Queen as well. And the Unicorn is there continuing to heal, so it's not looking too bad here, but we'll see what happens with the time left.
I think now that the Inferno Dragons have gone down in the center, Silent Snipers have got a long way to go here. That scatter shot down to the bottom just looks so nasty. Royal Champion's ability is used, still has the Queen with the Unicorn, but it just feels like it might be too much. Will the Unicorn be able to heal the Queen up? Is the scatter shot in combination with the Archer Towers a little bit too much? Or if the Owl could have took that one Archer Tower, it might have been the difference maker, you know, because he has over a minute. With the Queen and the Unicorn, this could still happen.
It's a good thing he deployed his attack so early on as he's looking at that base. Still taking the Archer Tower out, the scatter shot is still there, and so is the mortar from down below. Taking a large amount of damage, and so has the Unicorn, but it's been taken out, so the Queen, you know, the remaining player, just trying to push up from there onwards, but sadly, how much longer can he stay alive? 87%, 2 stars so far. Does get taken down eventually, but what a shame though. But 2 stars, 87%. Did one better. It looked like it could be a little bit better, at least hitting the 9s, but sadly not the way to start off this war.
Yeah, I thought for a second, actually, if the Queen had have walked around the outside, maybe the Unicorn could have kept her alive. I didn't want to necessarily call the attack so early on, but unfortunately, she went through the wall and could have maybe used the Yak in that situation, I guess, but not the start that was required from Silent Snipers. Tribe Gaming have pretty much been on a consistent form other than that one loss to alternate attacks. And the thing that I find most interesting here, Lethal, is that MCES obviously went through. We've mentioned first place in the ladder, alternate attacks, second place in the ladder. They have now progressed. Silent Snipers and Tribe were 3rd and 4th. And it was Silent Snipers, actually, who was 3rd. So I find this really interesting that we are down to the top teams from the ladder, ultimately.
Just shows that stats do matter. I think they did have, I think both these teams had the exact same ELO as well in the ladder. I have to double check that later on, but you can see from that south side with the Warden and the healers there, the balloon is just on the left side, just double checking to see if there is any traps along the way. Just a little tickle of damage on the Archer Tower, but the Warden's still pushing on through towards that right side, just taking out the storage. Now going to be focusing on to that Archer Tower, hopefully then the cannon afterwards. And again, a couple of balloons just to see exactly what is going on that side. And there's a huge amount with the King and the Yak also along the east.
Yeah, you see the balloons did get one black bomb, and that is super important in order to protect your healers to keep the P.E.K.K.A. alive. Just in case anyone was interested, because I know you just mentioned Tribe and Snipers, Silent Snipers actually did have the same points, but Silent Snipers with more victory is why they were ranked 3rd. Now the battle blimp moves on in towards the town hall as the P.E.K.K.A. are doing a good job in the central area. If they get that multi-target Inferno down, things will look a lot better because the Super Wizards are now a bit more protected. Town Hall falls, and it's all about where the Royal Champion is deployed. With her still in the pocket, is he going to send her towards the scatter shot at the south, or to the north it is?
You can see there the Giant just soaking up a lot of that damage to the Royal Champion. Doesn't take too much pushing through. We've got a Wizard on North Node just cleaning up a little bit at the top, and still the attack is still looking quite strong here. The Unicorn is still chilling with the Queen there, and it's still not looking too bad. The Inferno Tower on the north still trying to keep the Royal Champion back with the healer as well, and it's going to be a question to see what more it can do. So he's trying to take out that Inferno Tower, which he has done, so not looking too bad. The only seeking from the defense so far is the air defense, the Archer Tower, and the mortar down below, with the cannon and the Archer Tower further down south.
Yeah, and with a free spell in the bag, EveCheck is just waiting until the Royal Champion gets to that area. Nicely uses the freeze, and the Yak is all the way over there by itself. Which hero was that assigned to? I'm trying to look at the King. Is the King alive? No, he's not.
I'm just trying to look around now because I know he's down a little bit, but...
Yeah, normally the Yak becomes enraged when the hero goes down, but he must have went down some time ago. Anyways, EveCheck with the 3 stars, and that is EveCheck's 4th 3-star of today. He is the only person of Tribe Gaming that has been flawless. So putting out their top star early on, and you've got to say it kind of paid off, because if you can put the pressure on your opponent after the first attack, is it going to, you know, hinder Silent Snipers moving forward, or can they spin it around like we have seen in previous wars?
Yeah, very impressed with him so far. You can't really say to many players for the fact that every war they've been in or been accounted upon anyway, they've had 3 stars 100% every single time. It's a huge feat to try and actually gain, but he's managed to do it all 4 times. So again, continuing that tradition. Demo is not starting last this time. It's actually going to be starting quite sooner than we expected. And let's find out what he's up to on the attacking side.
Yeah, using a queen charge Lalo, which does normally require a little bit more planning. That's why you tend to see that a little bit later on in the war. But maybe Silent Snipers felt like they just needed to spin this around. Demo has certainly been a consistent player for them today. So maybe they just felt like, you know, let's put him up. Let's try and get the 3 stars, spin this around, put the pressure on Tribe. And it certainly worked out so far with the Sneaky Goblins taking out the Town Hall. Nicely trying to set pathing for the Queen as well, which will be diving in towards the Western Scattershot and Multi-Target Inferno. I think
pretty standard
maybe
start
she's
here.
walking.
Possibly it's the Queen, Unicorn and the healers as well, just continuing their path of destruction. Take out the Wizard Tower now, going towards the Archer Tower as well. Just the usual things you'd normally expect, taking quite a bit of time now, and we know the rest of it's going to be deployed very soon. They have about 15 minutes and these 16 balloons on standby, waiting to be used. And we'll see what the Queen's going to do, continuing down south from the north, and already taken out a fair amount of the defense. Taking out that sweep will be huge. The sweeper's not going to do too much here because the healers, you know, there's enough of them here. The Queen hasn't really taken too much damage. There's not really enough defense to really hinder the Queen in any way. But as I was saying it though, the healers have taken a fair amount of damage from that last air trap, and now the Expo is getting involved.
I'm trying to figure out whether he wanted the Queen to that western side, but even if not, he's rotated the plan. Queen's in the center now and will actually be able to jump to both Scattershot. If Demo planned this, then wow, what an OP plan, because she will be able to crush the inside of the base, just relies on the Lalo around the outside. With the Archer Queen standing tall, he's going to have to use the Grand Warden ability over the top of that. But the Queen is protected. He's got 3 freeze spells and a rage for the Lalo, which he now uses as the Ice Pups take down the Queen. This is fantastic, but he needs his Archer Queen to take that jump and tank through the Scattershot.
And that previous free spell was huge, delaying so much DPS so the balloons can go through. Only using a few more of that free spell just to continue with the aggression, knowing that he's only got 35 seconds left. So he needs to continue on as fast as he can. The minions also going to try and catch up from behind. But can he be able to do that? Does he have enough time? It is going to be quite close as he's dodging past the storage. He's trying to take that Inferno Tower as well as the Archer Tower and the Wizard. It's going to be so tight here. 19 seconds left still. He's still trying to push on through. The Inferno Tower is just doing so much damage here. He's got a few more of the troops just pushing on from the center, but it looks like it's not going to be. It did look quite promising at first, but sadly for him, the Inferno Tower just stayed alive way too long and still got enough defense to hold this and keep him back from that 100%.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him, actually, because the charge was incredible. The Queen getting into that central area. I don't think the defensive Lava Hound helped out. It took her a little while to get through, but the storage as well meant that she moved to the other side of the core, and if she had have jumped towards the Scattershot and taken that down, it would have pathed all of the balloons down towards the multi-target Inferno, whereas they split and just lost their DPS, and it could have been a whole different story. However, that leaves Tribe Gaming in the lead on stars, and it's Nabrax now to try and push that lead even further with another Inferno Dragon attack.
Certainly will be indeed. Just a little bit of patience here, just trying to decide exactly how he wants to execute his first attack from the line. It will come down into the center. But the question is, where is he going to send his troops? This is going to be the question we're looking to ask here, as we're just waiting to find out where he's going to make a start from. Looks like he's going to start off with the west side, with the King and the Yak. As you can see, pretty standard there. And of course, the Queen and the Unicorn will be coming from the west side as well, just to take out anything in its way, as the cannon has dropped as well. And so far, everything is going in his way, but how much can the Warden do with these balloons?
Yeah, it's all going perfect at the moment, actually. The E-Drag has an easy ride down there, setting up the funnel. The King and Queen nicely into this area. They will be able to reach the Town Hall, even from the outside, and the early Warden ability protected all of the balloons moving forward. whilst he still has the stack of Inferno Dragons, the scatter shot on the right is the main threat right now for the Inferno Dragons, and that's why you see these skeleton spells moving in that area. But there's a lot of damage around that Town Hall. That's where the Battle Blimp comes through. Black Bomb does in fact hit the Battle Blimp, but it's just about going to make it to that region. Getting a little bit scary there for Nabrax, but he is going to get that Town Hall down, and potentially the Skellies can take that scatter shot as well. Royal Champions in that area. This kind of is turning to the point where it's looking overpowering. What a hit.
Certainly is indeed. The Expo is just trying to stay alive by the skin of its teeth, but it's just not going to happen. It's still got the Wizard Tower and the Archer Tower there, just trying to keep him at bay, as well as the Tester behind it. Still got a minute and 20 left, but the Warden has gone down, sadly for him. But the World Champion is still there to try and pick up pieces. But for the cannon, the two cannons, shall we say, and the Archer Tower, will it be able to survive? Still got a minute 10, but if it does, it'd be great, but it's just not going to happen, sadly. And now this is going to be the real issue here. It's still a minute left, and he had plenty of time, which was kind of sucks for him in a lot of ways, but he will not be going for that 3-star in any way, shape, or form. 2 stars, 84%. He really did try. He had, you know, the time of the essence, you know, all in his favor, but just not for DPS to carry on through with the attack.
I've got to say, I thought it looked really good in the center. The Queen, I thought was going to take the Grand Warden altar down and then just allow the RC to move through. But the Queen just took so much damage and went down super fast to the northern area of the base, leaving just a little bit too much for the Royal Champion. Maybe I called it just 5 seconds too early, I guess. It was a great hit, nevertheless. Silent Snipers still trailing, but we've seen this hybrid attack from them and giving them a lot of success actually as well. So let's see if Rico can turn this around for them with the Yeti Blimp diving in towards the scatter shot. Will indeed take that down alongside pulling the Clan Castle troops. And with the Rage spell, he's actually taken all of the defenses within that area, which is definitely a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. The Queen and the Yak see down south, just trying to pick up pieces in terms of the defense. And look at this, so far the Yak has been taken down. The Lava Pups again just continue to be a distraction for the Queen. The healer has come out. And it should be okay here, depending on the circumstances. The Archer Tower has been taken out, so it's a Wizard Tower. It's just the Expo left, as well as the air defense, and it's going to help out a lot later on in the future. Just charging to see if there is any traps along the way, pulling from that south to the north side. Sweeper just push it back ever so slightly, but still quite a slow attack here. Still a couple minutes left.
Perfectly timed wall breaker to allow the Queen in towards the Town Hall there. He's just going to allow her to slowly chip through that area. Ooh, the Rage spell was a little bit ahead of the healers because of the air sweepers who had to use the freeze. Very quick adaptions there in order to take that out. And now you see the hybrid from the right-hand side. I think the main issue for me is the 3 multi-target Infernos, in which the hybrid will have to loop around to those at the end of the attack. We only have 1 heal spell left here, so it's going to be an interesting finish, shall we say.
Yeah, he had to use that heal spell there. The Eagle Artillery did so much damage there, especially towards the King on that right side. The healer's still following through, but how long will he be able to survive for? Because he hasn't got any healers apart from the ones down south. Taking a fair bit of damage, and so did Unicorn, but still got half his health, so it will continue to pressure on. And it's going to be very tough to call here, as they are going to go through. See if we can take out the Eagle Artillery, the Expo, and the air defense as well, if possible. Still being able to survive here. The King still traveling around to that north side, just taking out all the mines in other parts of the base if he can. The Archer Tower and Wizard Tower does drop. Still got the Inferno Tower on the left side here, Juno.
Beautiful freeze spell actually catches the Royal Champion as well. And I will be honest with you, I was looking at the pathing for the hybrid, questioning how well this was going to go, particularly with the multi-target Infernos to the back end of the base. But Rico showing you that that doesn't matter. 3 stars it is, applying the pressure now to Tribe Gaming because they have finally cracked one of their bases, got themselves a 3-star, and is this the turnaround for Silent Snipers? Tribe, what they need to do now is get a responding 3-star just to make sure that Silent Snipers don't pick their confidence up too much here.
Yeah, it could be a momentum shift. We'll have to see how this next attack turns out. We weren't really too sure to begin with. It depends on the prioritization of the Eagle artillery. It was focusing on the King, and you saw that Unicorn was with him the entire time. So anything next to Reheal was fine. You saw he had to use the heal spell earlier on, but that's completely understandable. If you want to continue going up north, whilst the rest of your troops going to the center to finish off some of the defense, that was perfectly fine. But a great attack nonetheless. That 3-star was so important for them. But we're now at the halfway mark of the series. I'm curious to see what next attack is going to be like in terms of the base layout as well, and what defense they're going to have, and of course what paths they're going to take, how they're going to execute, and what comps they're going to use to begin with. So there's going to be a lot to talk about going into this next attack, but very excited and still pretty close.
Yeah, things heating up for sure. And remember, if you're just tuning in, this is the war that matters. Both of the clans are battling to move forward to the Mobile Open Challenge Series. And that's where the big money starts to come into play, really, isn't it? But we have Exorcist here, and it's another ring-style base. We've seen these so far today, Lethal. I think the 1 3-star that we've seen with the E-Drags, we actually casted together. But other than that, this style of base has defended incredibly well.
It's weird that something so simple but so effective can do so much work here. I think out of the 6 or 7 bases of a similar line in terms of what we see in terms of layout and defenses, it's actually succeeded it's actually failed so many times. It's only been successful once, like you said, which we casted. So we've only seen 1 out of 7 times in terms of attackers actually being able to succeed and get that 3-star. But we'll see what happens. Before it was the E-Drags and the balloons before, and of course, you know, Queen and everything else just trying to push through at the same time. The attacks have got to be in sequence as much as possible, and we'll have to see what they can do here as everybody's trying to push through from that northwest side of balloons, trying as much as they can as they're going forward. But even then though, there's so much defense. All of the Expos are just trying to shoot across and try and inflict as much damage as possible. All 4 of them now, as well as the Eagle artillery. But what do you think is going to happen here, Judo? Because still looking pretty close. We haven't really seen it being attacked too often in terms of getting that 3-star, but it's very tough to call.
It is, and despite having a fantastic funnel here and the P.E.K.K.A. Smash moving into the center, we've seen so many times where an abundance of troops just go down so fast. But you have to say, healers still on the P.E.K.K.A. They have pretty good health here with 1 Expo remaining. It's about to fall. Royal Champion with the ability, Queen with the ability, Tribe Gaming doing exactly what they needed to do, keeping the pressure on Silent Snipers. And I think we can call it. I think there is no way we are going to jinx this attacks. Now, 3 stars it is. And well, we knew we had a war on our hands, but it is certainly delivering. Fantastic stuff.
Or maybe I jinxed it.
There it is.
That was great stuff. You know, I said before.
No more jinxing, friend.
I know, exactly. Or maybe I did earlier saying, but you know, only one person's actually been able to take it down to 3 stars, and instead he managed to do it no problem then. So still had plenty of time, a fair few units as well, so that was very good to see. I think it's like I said before, it depends on the composition, you know. With some comps here and there in terms of troops and what they want to do, you have to be very quick and very versatile. This is what I mean by adaptation, you know. It's taken quite a while for, you know, some of these players to try and figure out exactly how to get around it. Like, and we said it before, it's very simple layout in terms of defense and how it's all planned out. But then again, now we're seeing more and more players kind of adjusting to that and now being able to get those 3 stars on that type of base layout. So very good, and good retaliation and a good way to call things with another 3-star going back. So both these teams have already had 3 attacks each, and now already up only by 1 star, and looking at 0.7% if the stars do tie up later on.
Yes, it's definitely a close one. Tribe Gaming slightly in the lead. We see another ring-style base, and this is so interesting because these styles of bases were the meta. They were all the rage a couple of years ago, and they haven't really been used because they were so easy to crack with this style of attack, sending the hybrid around, the battle blimp direct to the center. And now we've kind of started to see that shift. And these are the bases that are performing well at Town Hall 14. But can Rupert do this? Hybrid will merge in with the Queen charge and move around, but it's really if he can mitigate enough damage by getting the Queen into the center. Look at that super wall break. Oh, it just got there. The giant bomb went off, but it managed to open the wall, and now the Queen can get in towards the center of the base.
So the can do indeed did have to reheal. The lava pups again being a real pain in the backside, just trying to delay the inevitable, you could say, and try and waste as much time as possible. But the baby dragon and the warden is down the right side, as well as some hog riders as well. So trying to take out the defense from the south, and there's obviously another push from that east side too. So have to see what the King and Yak can do, along with the wizard following behind as well, just to add a little bit more to the DPS. But the Inferno Tower doing so much here, as well as the Expo and the Eagle Artillery, depending on what it's going to target. It will be targeting on that centre part, but still looking to take out that Town Hall. But the freeze trap has managed to delay the DPS even further for Exorcist, and we'll have to see what Rupert can do here with a minute and 10 left remaining as the Hog Riders are flying through.
I've got to be honest, I wasn't quite expecting the hybrid to go directly into the middle. The scatter shot behind the Town Hall doing a lot of damage. Hog Riders will go down to the Giga Bomb. Miners move on forward, but all of the hybrid is down. And whilst there's not a lot of defenses left, it is going to be enough to finish off the heroes here. Healers fall, Royal Champion down, Grand Warden soon to follow. And that is the danger of these bases, I feel. Look at the Unicorn just walking to its death through that central area of the base. That
I was thinking the same
the
thing.
danger of these bases. They just have so much damage in the core.
Certainly do
Wow.
indeed. Now we just got to wait and see exactly what the outcome is going to be in terms of percentage. It probably will be 83-84, depending on if this last archer can take out the last piece of the base out. When I say last piece, as though there's nothing left, but there's still plenty left to take down. Only a few seconds left. Will be a 2-star. It will be 82%, as the last bit on that bomb corner will not be cleaned up. But yeah, that is not something Silent Snipers wanted going into the next part. But at least it turned out to Town Hall anyway, but it was just too little too late.
Yeah, and it keeps the momentum in Tribe's favor. Attacks ticking away, and when you start getting to this point in the war, you really need to, switch things around. Tribe still a star ahead. They have Kronos up next, who has put on a great performance. 2 3-stars, only slipped up the once today, and it was a 94% 2-star. So I'm sure he's going to be able to keep the pressure on. Let's see what it is. It's the Super Witch attack. It's again against one of these ring bases. The Super Witches did pretty good against it. I forget which war it was, actually. This is the 9th of the day, but we did see a Super Witch attack that did pretty good against one of these ring bases earlier.
Yeah, it's very rare to see this base layout at the first few series of the day earlier on in the afternoon, but now it's just common as anything. As now the Queen with the Unicorn and the healers will be pushing from the north, and then we'll continue to push on the defense. And you can see Blue not from the north and pushing down south as well, just trying to find out exactly what is going on in terms of any traps. And the cannon is just trying to do what it can, but of course not too much here, as there's so much defense in that center part. The 4 expos, the Eagle Artillery, and of course the Inferno Towers as well as the Blimp. So now come riding in as the freeze trap has been deployed, but even though the Blimp's been taken down, we can see what it can do here, but still a couple minutes left to try and work out on a good attack.
Wow, the Super Wizards have really done a good job in the center of that base. They took the Town Hall, managed to get a scatter shot. Unfortunate not to get a little bit more. I thought they were going to get that multi-target Inferno next to the Queen. It's not the end of the world, but it is going to delay the Archer Queen a little bit. Super Wizards deployed now, and they will just move around the base. He doesn't have to worry about tackling the core together because the Battle Blimp did its job. So really, whilst we still have a lot of defenses in the middle, they're not all going to be firing together, which is the main benefit here. With the RC also moving through, this looks pretty good for Kronos. It's probably more a fact of whether he can get around the entire base in time.
But you're right though, the Witches took out so much in the centre, not just the Town Hall, but helped towards the Eagle Artillery as well as a couple of expos and a few other parts of the defence in terms of their HP. So still the King and the Yak moving down south, just going towards that west side, just taking out the mortar, taking out the bits and pieces here and there, but it's the centre we need to look here. The scatter shot, the Inferno Tower as well. What's he going to be able to do in order to push up here? Still got 50 seconds, still got plenty of time to be able to edge it towards that 3-star. But will he be able to? That's the next question. Is the King has almost been taken down. The cannon in the Archer Tower is going to try and clean up. Yes, it does, but Inferno Tower is now going to be the next issue.
Yeah, I think time is the factor here. The healers unfortunately going down means that the Super Witches will take a lot of damage. It looked like he had more than enough force to get through the base, actually. Normally with the Super Witches tanking, you need either your Archer Queen or the Royal Champion. Sometimes even Hog Riders are a good choice to swoop around to the defenses as they're tanked. You can see if the RC had stayed alive, it would have really been a difference maker here. It's still a good percentage. Tribe still that star in the lead, but it does give Silent Snipers a little bit of hope here if they were to get a 3-star in the next attack.
Yeah, your words exactly. I'll just have to echo it as well. You know, it's light at the end of a tunnel. It gives them one last opportunity. Of course, it's both teams' last attack. But we'll have to see what happens there. You know, Tribe are 1-star ahead, like you rightly said. And Silent Snipers, they did not want to be going out like this. They've had a phenomenal run. It could be a Cinderella story if they somehow even bag that 3-star. But it's just too close to call here. They've had so many wars leading up to this, and then them just losing in the losers finals to get a place in challenges would be heartbreaking. But we'll see. It'll be the side of Silent Snipers attacking first, and it will be their last attack going into this.
Wolf has arguably been their top performer alongside Demo today, getting multiple 3-stars. I was busy looking at the attack sheet and I didn't see what was inside that battle blimp, but the town hall is standing, and I'm more than confident that with a rage spell that was supposed to go down. Wow.
Yeah, that's not something you want to see, and we'll have to see what he can do to try and make a comeback, but it's going to be very hard to say here. You know, that's not something you want to do, especially on your final attack. And like we mentioned, Tribe are 1-star ahead and do have that percentile advantage now. The Queen and Unicorn on that west side just pushing through to see if you can continue the attack on the Town Hall. He's already taking a huge amount of damage here, and it's going to be a very tough ask to see what he can do next.
Oh my word. I really want to watch this attack back and see what happened down to that area of the base. Wolf trying to do anything right now to try and adapt. I mean, he's got the Town Hall down, but he's onto a bit of a losing streak here. There's nothing he can do really to fix this. Having to use invisibility after invisibility to try and help the RC get the scatter shot. Look at that one builder just repairing it. Oh, those battle builders have been the bane of many of the attackers' lives today. The dragons will move through, but the pathing is less than ideal, and there's a lot of damage for them to get through as well here.
Certainly has done indeed. It may be wanting to take a huge risk or a huge gamble in some way due to the fact that due to the percentage advantage of Tribe, he probably needed at least a 3-star to even make something happen. But then again, even if they did, still Tribe Gaming would only need 2 stars and a decent percentage to move on forward into the challenges here. But still, the pressure is going to continue on here. Still got 45 seconds left. It's a tall order to go through in order to try and get that 3 stars, especially with the DPS he has left. But look at this though, he's still got the Inferno Tower at the top, he's still got the Expo as well, and even the scatter shot on that right side, as well as a few of the Archer Towers and Wizard Towers. It's going to be very, very difficult to say the least. The Warden is still there, don't get me wrong, as well as the cannon and everything else. It's going to be very tough, but again, with 22 seconds left now, Judo, it's not looking good.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you look at the top of the screen, you've got the multi, the scatter, the air defense, and then you cast your eye across to the west, and you still have the Archer Queen standing tall with the Grand Warden statue. I mean, you've got to say, Wolf couldn't really do a lot after missing the Town Hall there. Some things are just too hard to recover, and I don't think there's any way he could have changed that to get the 3 stars after that start, to be honest. So it's going to be Eve Maxi stepping up to the plate to secure it for Tribe Gaming. Did get the 3-star in the opening war where they hit the perfect war, but unfortunately has had a couple of 2 stars. So I'd like to see him pick things up here, getting that 3-star so that he can leave with his head held high, because I know he beats himself up a little bit when the attacks don't quite go his way.
Certainly does indeed. So Triumph Gaming now only need 2 stars to be the 3rd challenger to qualify into the next stage. And it's a shame for Silent Snipers, but we'll have to see what they can do here. It's not in their hands anymore. It all depends on their defense. We'll have to see what they can do as we do start deploying the first of their troops. The Balloon just trying to check to see if they can bait out any of those traps. And again, it's going to be very difficult to say that Tribe Gaming won't get more than 2 or at least a minimum of 2 stars.
Yeah, I mean, Eve Maxi just needs the safe 2 here in order to secure the victory. I think we can be more than confident that he can get that. Particularly, you see a nice start with the Grand Warden setting the funnel, just mitigating any damage around the Town Hall so that the Battle Blimp can easily get there and take it out. P.E.K.K.A Smash moving through into the base. Eve Maxi's not just going for the 2 here, he is going for the 3, but you see the Tornado Trap there, trying to bait the Battle Blimp a little bit. We also had black bombs around that area, so definitely a base trying to prevent the Blimp moving in from the southwest side. But Eve Maxi is going to be able to take that Town Hall with his sneaky goblins, and the 2-star is all but confirmed. There it is, Tribe Gaming taking the victory, moving forward to the Challenge Series. Can he get the 3-star? Doesn't really matter at this point, Lethal.
Absolutely not, no. Just adding insult to injury, salt to the wounds, you name it. They've pretty much done it, won by at least 1 star. They don't even need to go for the 3rd one at this point, but again, commiseration to Silent Snipers. Maybe in that last attack they tried to go for a huge risk, or maybe the pressure just got too much. Either way, sadly for them, they will have to fight again in the next ladder, but Tribe Gaming really showing what they're worth with a very strong start to the day, losing that winners finals, but making that comeback in the losers finals here. So very little left to go at the moment. I think they've realized, you know, it's pretty much said and done here. I do feel sorry for Silent Snipers. They've been going at it since losers round 2, going war after war, game after game, just constantly going through so many teams and then just falling at the final hurdle. And it's just a real shame, but, you know, the Wizard and the Archer just left standing there. He has surrendered, and there you go, 73% and 2-star. A real shame. You hate to see it. There's so many teams out there where it might not even be stamina related. It's just the fact that they've just gone through so many games as well. You know, it's just very, very difficult to comprehend. But it's unlucky for them. They will have to try and qualify again in the second ladder. And as you can see there, a 1-star difference and a 0.8% difference as well. But that's not what we've got time for as of yet. That is the last series of the day, but we are going to have a quick talk about it and the summary of the entire day as a whole. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a few.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open, playing for Clash of Clans. I'm Lethal, joined with me is Judo as always. And what a day it's been so far, Judo. Some of the stuff and some of the matches and some of the attacks you just could not make up. And it's nice to see that, you know, with the meta changing all the time and, you know, some establishment here and there, it's very exciting to see how the future holds for Clash of Clans over these next couple of months. But before we go into that, I think we should take a quick look at the bracket just to have a summary of how these teams played and what in terms of players and how things panned out here. And we are going to start with the winners bracket with alternate attacks. Not really much of a surprise there. Managed to qualify through into challenges from that winner's side.
Yeah, the world champions, current European, Middle Eastern and North African champions as well in terms of the previous Mobile Open. So not a surprise to see them go through. Tribe Gaming put up a great fight. They did move to that area. And in fact, as they moved down towards the lower bracket, they were able to prevail. But we can have a look at many of the teams here because Inquisition did very well, I feel, moving through that first round. Silent Snipers as well. But ultimately, down in the lowest bracket, it just wasn't enough versus Tribe Gaming. They moved all of the way through, less matches. If you win through the upper bracket, you can see Time Fail Gaming and Aphelion Esports at the start there as well, progressing. But Tribe Gaming prevailed, and as good as Silent Snipers were, Tribe will join both MCES and alternate attacks in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And that is just the first 3 teams, Lethal. We are going to have many more teams joining them from Ladder 2.
That's right. With Silent Snipers, they're definitely going to be one of the favourites in Ladder 2 from what we've seen so far. Looking how good they are and what we've seen so far in terms of their adaptation as a whole. It's been a pleasure to cast, you know, all these teams. With Silent Snipers, I do feel sorry for them, the fact that they went from losers round 2 all the way to the losers final and just failed at the final hurdle. You know, when you see it sometimes, I do feel bad. Day and night, they've been going war after war, back-to-back wins, and just, you know, sadly losing to that last and final team in Tribe. But it's just one of those situations, I'm afraid. But for anyone at home, you guys, the viewers at home, if you do want to try and take part in our second ladder, you can do it in a couple of days time, because you can sign up your team and try and get involved to try and qualify for one of these challenger places. So this isn't all said and done yet. This is just the first ladder. We've still got another ladder coming up, and like we said before, it's going to start in a couple of days, not in a couple of weeks, not a couple of months, but only in a couple of days. So make sure you get your team sorted and prepared and get ready for these next matchups, because it's going to be an absolute cracker. But before we go though, Judo, just want to ask, how's your day been and just your final thoughts in general?
Well, it's been a pleasure to cast alongside yourself and D-Man as ever. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, and it's always an enjoyable experience. I think whether people are signing up for Ladder 2 or not, there's certainly a lot for Clash of Clans players to learn from today's stream, not just from the attacking meta, but also the base building meta. Certainly a lot of adaptations taking place now at Town Hall 14, and I think anyone that is interested in signing up to the ladder, there is a lot to learn from the stream there today. I hope that you've enjoyed casting some Clash of Clans as well, my friend.
I've done first time round. I loved it. I enjoyed every single moment of it, and I just want this Clash of Clans in general just get bigger and better than ever as time goes on. And like you said as well, I'm just interested to see how the meta establishes over these next few months, because it is going to get more and more different. There's going to be so many more changes overall as a whole, and it's going to be very exciting to see what we're going to see from Ladder 2 and there on afterwards. But that's all we've got time for today for the Clash of Clans ESL Mobile Open playing. Thank you all for watching. Thank, of course, to Judo. I know that the fact that D-Man is in the background lurking somewhere. Thanks very much to him as well. And Judo, with your analytical insight, been a mastermind that you are. It's been a pleasure to cast with you as always. But not only that, thanks to the production at ESL and you guys, the viewers at home. If it's not for you guys, these events won't happen or occur in any way, shape or form. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you again very soon.